Namaste.
Ma'am.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Okay, let's start with some breathing. Now, everyone, sit in any comfortable posture, but make sure your spine should be neutral. Don't lean forward or don't lean back. Align your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Bring your elbows towards your body, palms up towards the ceiling. Once you are comfortable, gently close your eyes. Now, bring your awareness towards your breath. Effortless breathing. Slow, deep, long, controlled inhale. Slow, deep, long, controlled exhale. No sound during inhale and exhale. Only you and your breath. Now slowly from your breath, bring your awareness towards your belly and see how your belly moves with inhale and exhale. Inhale, 1, 2, 3, 4. Exhale, 4, 3, 2, 1. Inhale, 1, 2, 3, 4. Exhale, 4, 3, 2, 1. Inhale, 1, 2, 3, 4. Exhale, 4, 3, 2, 1. Now, along with your abdominal breathing, concentrate on your chest. Inhale, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Exhale, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Inhale, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Exhale, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Inhale, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Exhale, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Along with your abdominal and thoracic breathing, join clavicular breathing. Fully inhale up to the throat. गले तक श्वास भर लीजिए. Inhale, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Exhale, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Inhale, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Exhale, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Inhale, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Exhale, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Now, after your each inhalation, hold your breath. Again, inhale. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Hold your breath. श्वास रोक लीजिए. श्वास को खाली कीजिए. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Inhale. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Hold your breath. श्वास रोक लीजिए. Exhale. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Inhale. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Hold your breath. श्वास रोक लीजिए. Exhale. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Inhale. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Hold your breath. श्वास को खाली कीजिए. Exhale. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Again inhale. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Hold your breath. श्वास रोक लीजिए. Exhale. 6. श्वास खाली कीजिए. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Again hold your breath for 3 count. Bahai Kumbhak. 1, 2, 3. Inhale. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Hold your breath. श्वास खाली कीजिए. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Again hold your breath. 3, 2, 1. Inhale. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Hold your breath. श्वास रोक लीजिए. श्वास खाली कीजिए. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Again hold your breath. Bahai Kumbhak. External retention of your breath. Inhale. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Hold your breath. Exhale. श्वास खाली कीजिए. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Again external retention of your breath. Hold your breath for 3 counts. 3, 2, 1. Inhale. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Hold your breath. Exhale. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Hold your breath. 3, 2, 1. Inhale. श्वास लीजिए. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Hold for 10 counts. Exhale. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Again hold. 3, 2, 1. Inhale. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Hold your breath for 10 counts. श्वास रोक लीजिए. श्वास को खाली कीजिए. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. फिर से रोकिए. 3, 2, 1. Last round. Inhale. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Hold your breath for 10 counts. श्वास खाली कीजिए. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Again hold your breath. 3, 2, 1. Now slow inhale, long controlled exhale. Eyes still closed. Feel the sensations going throughout your body. Feel the lightness. Now everyone, don't open your eyes, just lift your hands up Plug your ears with your index finger. So पहली उंगली से कानों को बंद कर लीजिए. Deep inhale from both the nostrils. श्वास भरिए. With exhale, make a humming sound from the back of your throat. 3 rounds of Brahmari all together. Inhale. Again, inhale. One more. Again, inhale. And with exhalation, make a humming sound. Now relax. Hands on your lap. Eyes still closed. Don't open your eyes. आंखें बंद रखेंगे. Now rest your right hand on your belly. Only the right hand on your belly. Deep inhale and utter the ah sound. So open your mouth wide and sound ah or the a sound. Inhale 3 times. श्वास भरिए. Only a sound and feel the reverberation at your navel or around your navel. Again, deep inhale. फिर से श्वास लीजिए. Again, one more. Inhale. Relax. I'm so sorry. Now rest your right hand on your chest. Eyes still closed. Now this time, feel the reverberation at your heart center. 3 rounds of O or the U sound. Inhale. You guys start. 3 rounds O. Inhale. Feel the reverberation at your heart center. Now one more round. फिर से श्वास लीजिए. Start your O sound and feel the reverberation at your heart center. Now, third round. Again, deep inhale. Utter only and only the O sound or the U sound and feel the reverberation at your heart center. So sorry. Once you complete the third round, you can relax. Now, final, the humming sound. Rest your fingers at your throat. And once you utter the humming sound or the M sound, feel the reverberation at your throat. 3 rounds. Inhale. Again, inhale. Complete your second and feel the reverberation at your throat. Last round, everyone all together, deep inhale, utter the humming sound or the M sound and feel the reverberation at your throat. Last one. Once you complete the third round, you can rest your hands down on your lap. Both hands in a Jnana Mudra. Now join all the three sounds together. A, U, M, A, O, M, and make a Om chant. Only 3 rounds. Inhale. 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 Complete your 3 rounds. And then you can rub your palms. Once you feel the warmness, do cupping on your eyes. Now, one more round. Again, rub your palms. Once you feel the warmness, do cupping on your eyes. Gently open your eyes into your hands. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you for sharing your breath. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hare Krishna. Thank you.
Hare Krishna.
Thank you. Okay. Hi, Tanvi. Good morning. Over to you.
Good morning. Good morning, Dr. Neha. Thank you for taking us through such a peaceful start of the day, as always.
Thank you, Tanvi. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay. Good morning, everyone. I hope all of you are doing well. So we are starting with the day 8 of our 12-day CLMDP program. Yesterday, we learned about building organizational culture. And a part of building organizational culture, a segment that we briefly discussed was giving effective feedback. So today we will start with the same topic with the coach for the day, Dr. Dipali, who you have met on Saturday for the session that she took on collaborative leadership. So we will be starting the day with a session on giving effective feedback, followed by delivering results. And then we will go on for the first functional topic of this workshop on process excellence. So hope all of you have a wonderful day today, full of learning. I see Dr. Dipali has joined in. Welcome, Dr. Dipali. Good morning.
Good morning, everybody. While Dr. Dipali is taking time, I would start this session on the theme giving effective feedback. I would not start the session. Probably I'll, engage you till and set the context. So when it comes to feedback, what do you think are the traits of a person who takes feedback effectively? So what kind of a person, or what are the qualities of that person who would take feedback constructively? If you feel free to share your inputs on chat or on voice. Thanks, Tanvi, for pitching in. Thank you. Traffic was an issue. Hi, Dr. Dipali.
No issues.
Good morning, Vani. Good morning, Tanvi, and good morning, Namaskar to all present here. My sincere apologies for being a little late, just with network and things like charger and all those things.
No issues, no issues. I just asked in your absence, I was asking the cohort as what are the qualities they think are essential for a person to take a constructive feedback. So I am awaiting some inputs on chat or on voice. So if
he is more concerned about his self-development.
He is more concerned about his self-development. Great, great. Anybody else?
Innovative. He is innovative enough.
He is innovative, has an innovative mindset, wants to dabble into something new. Very good, Khanindraji. Anybody else?
Believe in self-assessment and self-criticism.
Believe in self and
self-criticism and self-assessment. Rather self-introspection.
Okay. Great. That is...
Sanjay Tandanji is mentioning in the chat box that the person seeking feedback is near perfect person who seeks to do course correction in order to achieve the desired objective. Okay, so that means he's keen enough to work upon what all other policies and all.
I had the similar thought, Dr. Professor Dipali there. I thought I was about to say that somebody who is seeking excellence would be the one who would like to take feedback or has in mind to take feedback constructively. Somebody
Right.
who's not thinking of excellence, personal or professional, would be close to feedback. Good one, Sanjay ji. Good one there. Thank you, Vishal ji, for that reassurance.
Feedback becomes effective actually only in case if you have a receptive mind, if the person at the other end is also equally, welcoming those suggestions, because that is something which is missing these days, because tolerance zone of people have shrinked somehow, so they are not very receptive to feedback. Even if they get it, they do not take it in a true spirit. So as rightly stated by Sanjay ji, that it's only, and Vani also contributed to the same, that it's only if you are seeking for excellence, you'll definitely do it. और इससे मुझे बहुत अच्छा दोहा भी वो याद आ रहा है कबीर दास जी का कि निंदक नियरे राखिए आंगन कटी छुआए and बिन पानी साबुन बिना निर्मल करे स्वभाव.
अभी तो सोसाइटी में ही इंटॉलरेंस काफी बहुत
मैं वेट कर रही थी संजय सिंह का इनपुट हियर. मुझे पता था.
और मैम विलिंग भी होना चाहिए, एक्सीलेंस की डिजायर भी होनी चाहिए. मोर और लेस जो फीडबैक दे रहा है थोड़ा सा उसका भी रियलिस्टिक होना चाहिए.
ट्रू.
कई बार करने कोई आता है, अभी वो स्टार्ट नहीं किया कि हम पूरे उसको 40-50 साल का फीडबैक देने लगते हैं, जिससे वो डिमोरलाइज ही हो जाता है.
वेरी ट्रू. इसलिए संजय सर हमने दोनों एस्पेक्ट का बहुत अच्छे से यहाँ ध्यान रखा है. एक तो कि जो रिसीव कर रहा है उसको क्या क्या इनपुट्स उसके लिए हो सकते हैं, प्लस द पर्सन हु इज गिविंग उसका किस तरह से फ्रेमिंग हो फीडबैक की, ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है. सो दैट इज वी विल बी इंट्रोस्पेक्टिंग टुडे इन टुडेज वर्कशॉप.
So Dipali, before you take it up, this is your first session here, no? This is your second, right?
No, this is second session. I took collaborative leadership also with them.
Yeah, now I remember.
और वो जोक भी आपने मुझसे शेयर करा था, so I remember that as well.
Yeah. So, cohort, I believe that feedback is an essential part of you being leader. It is both at giving and at receiving feedback. I think somebody who receives feedback constructively is a person who is very open, who is, of course, seeking excellence, and at the same time, who has little thinner ego, not a hard-skinned ego. because this particular person is on the path of excellence, he is or she is ready to take up criticism constructively. And at the same time, I believe that this particular person is a one who has a great sense of self-efficacy. He believes in himself. And if the criticism is something that he looks that there is an element of reality in it, tries to introspect and reflect on it. And if he believes that the criticism was sake for criticism, he doesn't have that tough ego, and he just drops that criticism there and moves forward. So that's what my thought is. While developing this particular collateral, this was back of our mind. Professor Dipali, I'm sure, has been at the leadership position. She has been on the receiving and the giving feedback, and I'm sure she would be taking the session forward pretty well. So over to you, Dr. Dipali. I just filled in to set the context. Thank you.
Thank you so much for setting it so well, Vani. And even I'll try to do justice to the collaterals prepared so well. So I'll start sharing my screen. Fine. So we already started with a very interesting discussion wherein you all contributed some very relevant aspects of feedback. And we quickly jumped into both the scenarios wherein we are bothered about the receiving and we are also bothered about the taking the feedback part as well. So this is going to be the journey for next 90 minutes that we'll be setting the context, and we'll be talking about managing behavior. Because when it comes to feedback, definitely it's the behavior which matters, whether the person is giving or receiving the feedback. Then what comes in the way and what hurdles are created wherein things are not either communicated well or maybe not taken up well. So what all things comes in a way that we'll be discussing upon. And apart from that, we'll be also discussing a STAR framework, which is again a very interesting part of a major takeaway of this entire session, the STAR framework, which enables us to give feedback in a better way. Then right in the morning, you also have Ella Kate laid up for you, wherein we will be talking about different styles of feedback. And finally, the most important aspect, that is about developing culture of feedback, because if an organization misses out this element, it becomes really difficult for organization to grow or maybe have a two-way communication. So that culture needs to be imbibed into the organization about giving feedback. Then looking ahead and further readings and action plan. This is how we are going to march upon. So I'll begin with this question with the entire cohort, that you need to think of a team that you manage, because obviously you are all into different roles wherein you have many people who listen to you, who take orders from you. So if you think about any of the team that you have recently managed, do you think that you give a lot of information to the team, or do you give little information to them? This is the first one which I'm asking you, is from your aspect. Like when you are giving a feedback or maybe giving some information to them, do you think you're giving too little to them, or too much information is given to them? If there is a certain task which you want the team to do.
Information which is adequately required for them to know, because there is a concept of need to know basis also. But
right, so
adequate
required,
which moves them, which brings them into the groove, that must be conveyed to them.
Right. So any other submission?
Yes, in our parlance, ma'am, whatsoever task is assigned, whatsoever task is assigned to anybody, particular team or say any group or any team or any company, in that case, in our case. So they are being briefed adequately. Brief means adequate information is being shared to them to that particular task.
Right.
There is generally no sort of information with respect to the task. It is adequately there given about that.
Okay. So I very well agree with Vishal sir and Chaudhary sir, wherein they have talked about the adequacy of information, whatever amount is required, based on that you're giving information. Now, how do you come to that adequacy part? How do you define that this is the amount which is adequate for them? Is it only the role of task which matters, or are there some other intervening variables which comes into the picture when we decide the level of adequate information?
Ma'am, in this case, there are two issues. One is that is prospective, one is retrospective. If I see the prospective part, means what may be the consequences, and retrospective part, what earlier happened and how it is to be. So both the things are taken into account, and information is being shared as per the task, that is what is supposed to be done and how it is to be done. Both the parts are covered in case of prospective. And in case of retrospective, if there is anything in the past goes wrong with that aspect, that is also being shared to them. Look, earlier this task was given, but this was the mistake committed, but hope this time this will not be repeated. So that way, related to the task, context in the task, adequate information is being shared. There is no dearth of information in any case, in that case, with respect to the task. Yes, need to know basis, we generally stick to the need to know basis, because as you know, our by virtue of the nature of our job, we cannot share anything and everything. So need to know basis, that aspect is always taken.
And objective, like something called objective. What is the objective of this task? It may be told at the last moment, or maybe the full picture they are not told. This circumstance also comes.
You're just giving them instructions initially, and maybe objective is told at the end. Okay. Yeah, that is again a nature of your work. Because of that, you have to follow this kind of a trend. Yes. But as rightly stated by Chaudhary sir, that adequacy depend on, prospective and retrospective aspect, plus also on the kind of people that you are dealing with, because by now, because you witnessed this beautiful program of management development, and you must have come across different personality types wherein you have done the disc profiling also. So that disc profiling stays up with the people who are receiving feedback and the ones who are giving as well. So depending upon what kind of people you are addressing to, based on that also you'll have to, detail certain things. And some people are very quick to pick up. So you just give them just a clue about it and they'll understand things and they'll quickly move ahead with that. So depending upon what kind of people you are working with or addressing to, your information level also extends a bit. So my question again, the second question comes into the picture, that do they typically speak a lot, or they engage and they stay quiet and listen? How do they react? Like if you're giving them certain tasks, maybe because like Vishal sir said that in majority of the scenarios, you're not telling them the final objective. You're just telling them that, okay, after A, B is to be done, then C is to be done. So you're just telling them sequences. Now, there is a high probability wherein people might be very inquisitive about that. Why are we doing that? So that question comes into their mind. So,
in our parlance,
lovely smile on your face.
In our parlance, ma'am, इसलिए मैं हंस रहा हूँ, ma'am, इसलिए I am smiling. In our parlance, if my boss is speaking, I am to listen only. I hardly have any scope to react. Very limited scope to react. So the word that speak a lot is generally not applicable in our case. We can speak only to the point. If certain doubts are arises at certain point of time, yes, that is always here to clarify. But otherwise, not much scope of speaking out.
Right. But then the level at which you are talking about, sir, you're all senior people. If you're talking to your boss, definitely that scope do not remains, wherein he need to, elaborate things and you won't understand. That scenario do not exist. But when you're talking to people just at ground level who are just, new to the system and not very well acquainted and maybe not very senior as well. So in that case, it becomes a little skeptical about the person, that whether he's understanding things in the right manner or not. So that intolerance.
No, इसमें ये नहीं है, ma'am. इसमें the basic issue is that whenever we speak to our Jawan, we generally speak at their level only. We cannot speak high of the things. We speak of their level only. We consider we can understand them very well because we know each other very well. I can understand my troops, how they are, how they behave, and what is their qualities and what is their capabilities. It is generally well known fact to the commander. So I can speak at their level only, ki bhai, how to communicate them. Generally, there is no problem of communication between the leader in case of the force and your team member, means your troops. So it is very clear cut sort of things are there.
Oh, that's great. That's great that communication channel is, and it's bound to be in your organization. Definitely, it's going to be like that. So, but then at times, just to ensure that they are on the same page, if they come up with certain kind of submissions or suggestions, so in that case also, you, as you said, that that's even welcoming. You accommodate those kind of trends as well, that people can come up with their apprehensions as well. That scope is left, even if it is like kind of one-way communication.
It is always there. It is always there. It is always there. It doesn't mean to say, I do not mean to say that being commander, I will only communicate and they will listen. At certain point of time, if there is any doubt, that is always asked at the end of the briefing part. That is always being asked. Is there any doubt of anybody? So in that case, if there is any doubt, they usually raise their voice and they come out, and accordingly their concerns are being addressed. It's not that it is not being addressed.
So based on that, you have a directive style of leadership, more of a directive style, wherein things are very well defined, the communication process is laid off very well, and people are very receptive and understanding to things that are happening and commands that are given. So that is the kind of leadership style that you are following. So here on the screen, you can see a very interesting grid which is prepared, and we have two axes in that. One is based on energy, wherein you're talking about high level of energy and low energy, and X talks about the information, more information and less information. So based on what kind of energy level you employ while, or maybe the participant employ while the discussion is going on, and the amount of information that you share, based on these two parameters, we have devised 4 styles wherein things can be communicative. So now if we talk about the first grid, wherein we have high amount of information being shared up and the level of energy is also very high. We call that as participative kind of leader, wherein you are also, very engaging, and you keep on talking to people and you elicit a lot of responses from them as well. And you share a lot of information. So you see high energy in them, that they are also coming up with things. So kind of not while you're giving orders, but yes, if you can imagine a situation wherein you are brainstorming certain things. So while you're brainstorming, you have a participative style of, conversation, because the level of energy is high with everybody, and you are imparting more of information. So they are also coming up with equal submissions as well. It's not a one-way thing which is happening. So that is called participative style. And can you just help me out wherein you can narrate few situations wherein you can employ this style in your particular organization? Like brainstorming could be one, but do you follow some participative style at certain point of time in certain things? Because directive, you all were very clear that that is the general thing which is being followed, wherein you have a little less energy. I mean, people are not speaking up a lot, they are rather listening, but you have more of information. You are giving them step-by-step description about how things are to be executed. So that is directive style, which everybody is agreeing that they follow. Does that happen that you follow participative style as well at any other point of time?
Yes, at any point of time it is followed. It is followed.
Ma'am, the role is defined.
Okay.
So there is a participation at that particular juncture one. Nobody intervenes in allotted or allocated affairs of others. However, the direction is itself having a constituent of participativeness. So it's a different type of leadership, you can say.
Yes, sir. These are all
is there, but participation in form, somebody is participating in physical form, somebody is participating in supervisory role, somebody is participating at direction level. So participation is there. As far as physical participation goes, it matters from allotted task to task.
Okay. Fine.
Participative, if you mean by that how much reactive they are in that particular situation, say how that is amounting to feedback. So in that case, I must say there is always it is there. It is not exactly the directive style of that we function. Rather, it is definitely participative. They may be vocal at certain point of time, or they may not be vocal, but from inner side, they also understand the concept and accept it. They perceived it. It is not that I enforce them, that they perceive it, what I mean to say.
Right.
They perceive it if I communicate something, and accordingly they accept it. So by that way, it is not exclusively this directive sort of thing. It is more of participative and directive. It is basically the combination of both, you can say.
Okay. And generally, when maybe when you're laying certain policy or procedure, at that point of time also, I think you must be welcoming people who are on the forefront and who have really experienced things. Like, for example, maybe there is intelligence issue, and you have deployed a troop wherein they have to, remain undercover and then, gather information, something like that. So in that case, if they are facing certain problems and they're coming up with you to you that, so this is what happened, and maybe we tried this and this is what happened. So in that case, they are also submitting certain things to you. So then it becomes participative, looking at that criteria, discussing with the entire troop. Maybe if you're coming up with certain, measures wherein you can avoid such kind of situation, that too amounts to a participative style, wherein you have acknowledged the person's encounter which he have encountered over there, and then you are addressing and including those things as well, maybe the submission coming from him. So that is again a participative style, which I'm sure must be being followed. And as you said, that it's a mixture of both the directive and participative. Then
Yeah. Participative style is also one, it can be said that when you carry out certain training workshop of various, the participation of every level of commander is there. They gave their own views on any type of deployment, any type of domination plan, which is all taken into account, and then the strategy is
formulated.
Formulated. So that way it is participative.
Yes.
Long-term planning, every level of commander is included. Yes. See, long-term planning is always after these training workshops and brainstorming sessions, which is carried out. So in that way, it is participative.
So under different circumstances, you are following different styles, but no organization remains aloof with any of the style. Even if we talk about BSF or armed forces, we cannot say that it's only directive. You definitely go for participative, because without that, you cannot lay down the policies, as rightly mentioned by Vishal sir. Then we have another style that is called non-directive style, which is coming in the other quadrant, wherein your level of energy is very high, but information is less. So this also happens, sir. This is an informal kind of communication, wherein it happens now, like formally you do not want to tell somebody that the person is going wrong. But in an informal, in a lighter tone, at maybe over a cup of coffee, if you are expressing things, the person is, very receptive, and he takes up that kind of feedback. Otherwise, in informal language, we'll be calling it as a feedback, but otherwise it is a common conversation which is happening, but it is very impactful. So you are having a non-directive style in that case, wherein you are high on energy. That means the person is also contributing, he is also telling things to you, you are also conveying thoughts to him, but the information is less. You are not directing him that this should be done, this should be done, this should be done. Rather, it's more of a conversation where both of you are submitting, and then within the words, you are just trying to convey this thought to the person that, okay, this is what went wrong, and maybe we can try this one next time. So that kind of a thing. So I hope this also must be happening with you at times when you are dealing with your troops in an informal manner. So that is a non-directive style of conveying things or giving feedback or leadership. So any incident, if it is coming to anybody's mind, I would really like to hear it, wherein you have followed a non-directive style, because I'm sure you must have done that. End of the day, all of us are human, so people understand things in this manner much better, and it's not very, very strong, it's not very harsh that ways. So if you are conveying it within the talks, it becomes a little ease out kind of a thing and very impactful at times. Okay. Yes, we have Sanjay sir raising hand. Sanjay sir, please.
When it comes to non-directive,
Hmm.
we sometimes witness a situation when the person giving you directions has got less experience
Okay.
and he hasn't got much of exposure. He is new to organization, but happens to sit on top of you, and definitely he's having less information. He may be high on energy. So at times, bosses only it applies to us also. In arenas where we possess less energy, or our awareness about that particular issue is a bit less. So it could be either way. It could be non-directive as well as participative. So, but ma'am, one thing more I couldn't understand: how is a directive leader low on energy? As if I can see the graph, if I can read the graph well,
Yes.
how is a directive person low on energy, ma'am?
Let me tell. I think I should have described these axes a little more initially. When we are talking upon energy, we are not talking literal meaning of energy. We are talking about maybe the energy that is coming up due to two-way communication. More of both of them are contributing. That contribute to a higher amount of energy. So in directive style, it's not that you have low energy. It's like the conversation is not happening both the ways. It's one person who's giving direction that A should be followed by B and then C and then D. And the other person who's on the receptive side is just listening to this. He's not even aware about the objectives, as Vishal sir said, rightly said. So that is directive style. So low energy means it's not two-way communication. That is not happening. Whereas on non-directive style, you have high energy because both the way communication is happening. And as you said, Sanjay sir, you said that it generally happens in those cases wherein a person is sitting on higher position and he's less aware about those tasks, or maybe he's having less amount of knowledge than the person who is being addressed, right? So I would say in that scenario also, he's respecting the knowledge of the person who's his subordinate. And because he's new to the system, he's not new to the world. Like, he have a lot of experience, but maybe not in that aspect. So he's just trying to learn it from the other person. He's respecting the like for example, I'm deputy director of business school, and as I was promoted to this post, I had around 14 faculties are there under me to whom I address. Now there are faculties in my department who are also DSW. There is a faculty who's a director of international affairs. Now though they are my colleagues, they are reporting to me, but they are also handling other departments at the same time. So I cannot ask them and just order them. I need to follow a non-directive style, because maybe in international affairs that faculty is much more aware than me. And when it comes to ABS, when it comes to Amity Business School, we have students going out abroad for studies and all. So in that area, I would definitely seek her advice, and I'll say that why admissions are not happening in that manner, or maybe why it's slow this time. Haven't you addressed these students? What are the problems they are facing? Is it visa, or is it the country, or whatever it is? So it's like it's not that she's not having more knowledge than me, or I'm having less knowledge, whatever it is. It's that she is expert into that domain, and I respect her knowledge and experience, and then I follow a non-directive style because she's nowhere less than me, and I'm respecting that. So in that situation also it happens. Plus, sir, मैं एक second और मेरा एक छोटा सा और incident है, then I'll come to Jagir sir. एक और scenario है जहाँ पे हम non-directive style follow करते हैं. I generally do that. If I have an office assistant and an office superintendent as well. Now my way of dealing with them is more of like, I know कि ये काफी stubborn होते हैं. If they do not want to work, they won't work. It's like, okay, यहाँ छोड़ दिया, कहीं और join कर लेंगे. So they do not follow that trend. वहाँ पे I have to be non-directive because I have to listen to that person also. और वो वही काम करेगा सर टिक के जहाँ उसको पसंद आता है. उसके लिए वर्क कल्चर बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है, उसके लिए तनख्वाह इंपॉर्टेंट नहीं है, उसके लिए ब्रांड इंपॉर्टेंट नहीं है, बिकॉज he'll be getting that anywhere else also and it hardly matters to him. तो वो वाला सिनेरियो में भी आई थिंक नॉन डायरेक्टिव स्टाइल बहुत परफेक्ट फिट होता है. Jagir sir, yes, you have raised hand. Please sir, over to you.
Yes, ma'am. Good morning.
Good morning sir.
It may be specific aspect of one or few officers or leaders that they are non-directive or their style of functioning is non-directive or directive. But in today's scenario, the functioning has become more flexible, and the style of functioning, whether directive or non-directive, it depends upon task to task. There are tasks which are of routine nature. For meeting those tasks, generally officers remain directive type, and there are certain tasks which are more challenging and of specialist nature. For accomplishment of such type of tasks, participative functioning is adopted. It is common to everyone in BSF. For example, if we are given a task of election duty, when we prepare for election duty, generally a meeting is called where all officers participate, all officers, commanding officer and his under command officers, they participate in the meeting. First of all, one way information is passed to them that this is the task and we are to accomplish it in this manner. Now you give your suggestions. The suggestions from under command are always welcome, and accordingly changes are incorporated in the plan. So it is participative or directive style. It depends upon job to job, task to task.
Very true.
This is what it is.
That was another very important submission. Thank you so much, Jagir sir. We were about to discuss this as well. तो दो हमने introspecting variables देखे जहाँ पे and we came to one single page wherein we agreed कि हमें ये सारे styles follow करने पड़ते हैं. अब ये कौन सा स्टाइल हम फॉलो कर रहे हैं, that depends entirely on the kind of task, as Jagir sir rightly said, and also on type of people to whom we are, addressing or collaborating with or talking with. तो वो चीज भी बहुत important रहेगी. तो there are two intervening variables. One is the nature of task and second is the nature of person with whom we are conversing. उसके basis पे हम follow करेंगे कि ये कौन सा style हमको लेना है. But yes, definitely all of them are very equally important. बस एक वो leave them alone, which I do not find much. But yes, it also happens. जैसे सर ने कहा कि routine nature का task है. वहाँ you need not to discuss much. You need not to give a lot of information. So it's low on energy and low on information as well. So you can just leave them alone. They'll do it. बस उनको कहना है कि भैया cleaning करनी है यहाँ से. He'll do it. He knows that. तो जब तक कि कोई बहुत ही ऐसा चीज ना आ जाए जहाँ पे आपको मतलब Yes, Sanjay sir.
Ma'am, the graph is indicative of that one must be a participative leader, more information and high energy. This is what we can interpret.
No, sir. Sorry to say, we are like just saying that these are the four styles which come up to the surface when we talk about different kind of leadership or different kind of conversation that you share with people around you, maybe your subordinates specifically, and you need to follow all the styles. Now, which style is going to be followed entirely depends on, rightly stated by Jagir sir, the task, nature of the task, because you cannot always be participative. अगर nature of the task बहुत simple है, repetitive है, then you don't require a lot of information coming in. High energy is not needed. It's just given and done that way. तो ये सभी हमें चाहिए, amalgamation सभी का चाहिए, but then it depends on the nature of task and depends also on the type of people to whom you are addressing. तो जैसे आपने कहा सर पॉलिसी प्रोसीजर बन रहा है, जब विशाल सर ने कहा तो उस समय हम पार्टिसिपेटिव फॉलो करते हैं, क्योंकि सर आप लोग इंटेलेक्चुअल लेवल पे बात कर रहे हैं उस समय, मतलब यू ऑल आर लीडर्स एंड देन यू आर रिपोर्टिंग टू योर बॉस, तो वहां पे पार्टिसिपेटिव रहेगा बिकॉज योर बॉस also, acknowledge the amount of information and knowledge and experience that you people also have. तो वहाँ तो हमें participative ही करना पड़ेगा. When you are addressing to your troops, जैसे आपने कहा कि objective नहीं बताते उनको initially, वहाँ आपको directive ही follow करना पड़ेगा. तो it depends. All of them are ideal under different situations. So I think there is some response in the chat box also. Okay, thank you, sir. Now understood. Okay, so now think of a leadership style that you would like to focus upon. As we've already discussed, कोई एक नहीं है, depending upon different scenario, और वो scenarios भी हमने discuss कर लिए. आप लोगों की organization के वो scenarios हमने discuss कर लिए, wherein you are following non-directive, you are following participative, directive, and leave them alone style as well. Now what comes in the way? अब ये तो हुआ कि हाँ हमने convey कर दी अपनी बात और किस style में हमने करी, वो depend करा हमारे task पे और हमारे respondents पे. Now what will come in the way? What hurdles do you think that arises while you are giving a feedback to anybody? Okay, this will come later on. लेकिन पहले I would really like to hear it from you. कि what do you think comes as a challenge while you're giving a feedback?
Feedback from under commands, madam, you want to know?
Yes, sir. क्योंकि मतलब आप अपने subordinates को ही दे रहे होंगे feedback वाला situation तो. So while you are giving feedback to them, अब वो subordinates भी सर अलग-अलग level के ही हैं. Obviously वहाँ भी ranks होंगी ना सर, तो आप किसी भी rank के लिए सोच के कर सकते हैं, मतलब generalized thing. Maybe a person जो बिल्कुल ही nascent level पे है, and to a person who जो जिसको थोड़ा experience हो चुका है, थोड़ा सा उसको promotion मिल चुका है, एक दो levels ऊपर है. But in any case, you're giving feedback to all of them. तो क्या आपको लगता है कि what comes in the way while you're giving a feedback to somebody?
Not clear.
Does it happen?
It is not
Yes.
very much clear. What are you asking?
Okay, I'm just asking the hurdles which comes in your way while you're giving a feedback. जैसे सर अगर मैं feedback देती हूँ तो मुझे ऐसा लगता है जैसे हम लोग का ना, we have an accreditation body which is called NAC जो UGC से governed होती है. तो हर 5 years में we have to get our university accredited, and I'm into the central team as well. अब क्या हुआ कि we have submitted our documents to NAC और उन्होंने हमको कुछ observations दिए उन documents पे, and then they told कि आप within a span of 3 days आप हमें उसको reply करोगे. Now I knew कि 3 days बहुत कम time है और जो observations है वो हैं तो faculty से related ही कि किसी का research work or something like that. But I know that अगर मैंने 3 दिन में उनको बोला, वो कब जाके मुझे response submit करेंगे, कब मैं उसको consolidate करके NAC को communicate करूंगी. Maybe central team को करूंगी, पहले VC को present करूंगी, and then it will go ahead. So now I had this apprehension that they'll take a lot of time because they are not very attentive at this point of time. क्योंकि बहुतों की exam में duty चल रही है, December का month है, तो generally लोग अपनी leaves को भी avail कर रहे हैं, तो they are not physically present here also. तो और फिर छुट्टियों के टाइम पे किसी को मैं डिस्टर्ब करूं, वो पेपर खोल के बैठे, दैट आल्सो आई डिडंट वांट इट. तो देन आई थॉट कि जो डेटा मेरे पास है उसी को मैं चेक करके अगर मुझे जरूरत पड़ी देन ओनली आई रिवर्ट, देन ओनली आई गेट बैक टू दोस फैकल्टी, बट आई विल डू इट ऑन माय एंड. सो दैट वाज द रीजन व्हाई आई एम कमिंग एंटायर डिसेंबर, आई एम डूइंग इट एंड आई एम सबमिटिंग इट. तो व्हाट केम टू माय वे वाज, हो सकता है कि वहां कुछ लिखने में गलती हुई हो, बट आई डू नॉट वांट टू टेल दिस टू द फैकल्टी एट दिस पॉइंट ऑफ टाइम बिकॉज आई एम इन अ अर्जेंसी. So the thing which came to my way is it takes a lot of time and I do not have time. So let's do it on my own rather than asking that person to do it. That was one of the challenge. इसलिए मैंने feedback भी नहीं दिया क्योंकि मुझे लग रहा था कि मैं ही ज़्यादा better और जल्दी कर दूँगी उस चीज़ को. I just had 3 days span. So what all hurdles comes to your way?
So apart from urgency or lack of time, I think in my opinion, what comes in way in giving feedback would be when both the giver and the receiver are not on the same plane, emotionally and on work wise. So that is where the feedback would end up into a conflict kind of thing. So I think there can be the first thing is that we have to set the context pretty well. I mean, I'm getting into the solutioning part, but no, what comes in way is when both the parties are not in the same wavelength. So that is one.
That is the biggest of all, rather, I should say. Then it becomes really difficult.
Yes. Kanindra ji, your point, please.
Yes. Ma'am, sometimes the holistic picture may not be clear to me while I am giving the feedback. So I have to look into the futuristic aspect. So if I look at the micro level, that is at my level, I feel, look, this particular project is not suitable for BSF. Say, for example, in the context of BSF, particular things are going to be introduced in BSF. And for me, I feel that this may not be suitable to BSF. But at times, we may not able to visualize in totality what is the futuristic this thing, what is in future, how it will be benefited. So many a time we may not have sufficient information to deal about the outcome in future in long term. So that sometimes deter if I give a feedback based on that, that project has been ebolized. Say, for example, let's 4 of the commandant give a feedback on a particular aspect. And based on that, higher ups decides, okay, let us ebolize it, we will not go for it. But otherwise, at certain point of time, if it feels, had it been implemented, it would have been benefited for the organization in the long run. So that makes the thing thrice. You have to think several times for that. So that definitely deters sometimes to give the feedback.
That's again a big hurdle.
Meaning thereby the information, insufficient information based on just the outcome, you cannot give the feedback. You need the additional information also based on which you can give only. So that definitely affects sometimes.
Very true, sir. That big picture needs to be explained. Rightly remarked, Chaudhary sir. So I have certain beliefs that comes in the way while we are giving feedback. Like the first one was already discussed by me, that I don't have time. Now, if that comes as a belief to me, and that hampers my ability to give feedback, क्योंकि मैं तो हर बार फिर खुद ही कर लूंगी, and then I'll overburden myself. People will be in a comfort zone, and plus, not only that, they won't feel part of the entire picture. जैसे अभी चौधरी सर ने कहा कि मतलब everybody should be on the same page. They need to understand, will realize कि हाँ ये हमने contribute करा था, तब जाके हमें ये rank मिला. So it's like that. So if I have this belief that I don't have time, and if I'm giving feedback, it is going to take a lot of time, I should have certain release which enables me to give a better feedback. And that release could be that's okay. It takes time, but it is kind of an investment of the time. It's not a wastage of time, it's investment of time. The reason being that by this, I'm giving a sense of ownership to others as well. And I'm also roping them into the entire picture, wherein they are also a very significant part of contributing towards the ranking. So that could be my release. So on your left side, there are certain beliefs which comes in the way while we are giving feedback. Like at times you might say that it takes too much of effort. If like in your case, that won't happen, because as you rightly remarked that the conversation is very clear in case of BSF and other armed force. That's true. So it do not take much of effort. Things are quickly happening just by a clue. People understand things. So this won't come as a belief to you. But maybe if it comes, then the release could be that even if it takes effort, it builds up my team. They are able to evolve because of this. So I need to put in effort. I cannot just do away by saying that it takes a lot of effort and I'm not going to give feedback. That cannot happen. So similarly, we have it's better this way. That means without giving feedback, it's better. Let them do the way they are doing. So again, you're not developing people. So your release could be that it do not helps in developing people. Rather, it will make them very comfortable and they will come up to anything which they want. So this could be the release to this belief. Then there is another belief which I would like somebody to attempt as a release, that they already know what needs to be done. So maybe when you are giving an instruction, you have a preconceived notion that because things are very clear in our organization and everybody understands, so they already know it. Why I need to give so much of information and explain things in an elaborate manner? I need not to do that. Maybe if that is a belief coming in your way, right, which is hindering you from giving feedback. You're not able to give feedback to the people because you have this preconceived notion that they already understand things. Right? So what should be the release in that case? Like, what should you come up with? What should you think so that you are able to, this kind of a notion might not hinder your feedback?
मैम पहली बात तो इसमें हमको ये लगता है जो हमारी टर्मिनोलॉजी में है और आपकी टर्मिनोलॉजी में थोड़ा डिफरेंस है। आप जो यूज कर रहे हैं वर्ड फीडबैक के नाम से यूज कर रहे हैं, इन आवर टर्मिनोलॉजी, इन आवर सिस्टम, फीडबैक इज समथिंग विच इज गिवन आफ्टर द टास्क इज ओवर। अभी जो आपने हमको बताया उससे हमें ये समझ में आया कि फीडबैक मतलब बिफोर टास्क हो रहा है। सो इन आवर सिस्टम फीडबैक इज समथिंग विच इज टेकन फ्रॉम द पर्सन कंसर्न, अप द लैडर जाता है ये कि भाई इस काम के करने में क्या अच्छा हुआ, क्या खराब हुआ, क्या डिफिकल्टीज आई। पहली बात तो ये है मैम।
लेकिन सर मैं आपको ना पाल सर, आई वुड रिक्वेस्ट, अगर आप ये काम होने के बाद वाला फीडबैक मान रहे हैं, मैं भी वही चीज भी बोल रही हूँ, उस सेंस में आप मुझे बता सकते हैं, मतलब मान लीजिए काम हो गया है, कुछ तो उसमें प्रॉब्लम आई, बहुत ढंग से वो काम नहीं हुआ जैसा आप चाहते थे, आफ्टर द टास्क इज डन, एट टाइम्स यू फील लाइक दैट दे ऑलरेडी न्यू करना क्या था, अब उन्हें पता है कि खराब तो उन्होंने कर ही दिया है, तो मैं क्यों दूं फीडबैक। कई बार ऐसा भी सिचुएशन आ सकती है। सो इन दैट केस व्हाट शुड बी योर रिलीज? अगर टास्क हो चुका है, हम फीडबैक की ही बात करते हैं।
नॉर्मली मैम इसमें खनिंदर ने एक दिन बताया था, बोला हमारे यहाँ फेलियर के चांसेस कम होते हैं, वो उन्होंने एक दिन बोला था, सही बोला था। और बड़ा माइक्रो मैनेजमेंट इतना है कि चेक एंड बैलेंस इतने ज्यादा है कि अगर बीच में कहीं खराब जा रहा है तो उसके वही करेक्शन के स्कोप रहते हैं, एक्सेप्ट ऑपरेशनल मैटर्स जो कि इम्प्रोम्प्चू होते हैं। तो एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव मैटर्स में संभावना इसकी कम होती है। और अगर ऐसा हो गया तो ऑपरेशनल मैटर्स में नथिंग इज राइट, नथिंग इज रॉन्ग। ग्राउंड कमांडर ने, एक कांस्टेबल ने, एक हवलदार ने, एक सब इंस्पेक्टर ने जो मौके पर डिसाइड कर लिया उस पर्टिकुलर परिस्थिति में, बिकॉज ही इज द पर्सन जो कि उस समय सबसे ज्यादा तनावग्रस्त स्थिति में होता है, और उसका एक्शन, हालांकि वो 10वीं पास हो सकता है, 12वीं पास हो सकता है, बट उसका एक्शन जो होता है उसकी रिक्वायरमेंट अच्छे अच्छे पीएचडी भी नहीं कर सकते हैं। तो ही बाय वर्च्यू ऑफ हिज एक्सपीरियंस जो भी वो कर सकता है, उस पर फिर बाद में एज कमांडर हमारा काम होता है कि उसका बैठ के एनालिसिस किया जाए, अच्छा क्या हुआ, खराब क्या हुआ, हम अपने पॉलिसीज के हिसाब से या अपने विवेक के हिसाब से उस पर बैठ के फिर सभी को लेके करते हैं। जैसे एक बार हम आपको बताते हैं कि सॉरी मैं कई बार एग्जांपल देता रहता हूँ, लेकिन चूंकि
मैं तो मतलब दैट इज रियली वेलकमिंग। मैं आपको बार बार यही पूछ रही हूँ सब लोगों को कि आप अपने सिनेरियोस डिफाइन करें यहाँ पे, दैट मेक्स थिंग्स मोर रियल एंड इंटरेस्टिंग।
हाँ, तो वो चूंकि थोड़ा ऐसे ही तजुर्बा है तो बोलना आता नहीं है, तो जो एग्जाम्पल है वही बता रहा हूँ।
सर बहुत अच्छा बोल रहे हैं आप।
थैंक यू सो मच मैम। तो एक बार हम जा रहे थे कश्मीर में, तो पट्टन एक जगह पड़ती है बारामूला से पहले और श्रीनगर के आगे, सॉर्ट ऑफ 10-12 किलोमीटर बारामूला से पहले पड़ता है। तो आई वाज हेडिंग वन, छोटा सा कन्वॉय था 12-15-20 गाड़ियों का रफली, वी वर कमिंग फ्रॉम राजस्थान, एंड जाते जाते हमको शाम हो गई थी। तो दैट वाज वेरी, बहुत ही खराब टाइम था उस टाइम का। और समहाउ दे गॉट टू नो कि हमारा एक कन्वॉय आ रहा है। वी वर लकी कि उस टाइम पे पथरावबाजी बहुत होती थी, तो हमारी गाड़ी पे पत्थर उन्होंने डालने शुरू कर दिए। Now this is very peculiar situation. You have only two things. अच्छी बात ये थी गोली नहीं चली थी, या तो आप गाड़ी वहीं रोकते और फिर उतरते। देयर वर चांसेस कि उनके पास गोली भी हो सकती थी, उनके पास ग्रेनेड भी हो सकती थी। अगर आप गोली चलाते तो उसमें सिविलियन कैजुअलिटी भी हो सकती थी। सो वी जस्ट रश थ्रू। उसमें एक आध गाड़ी पे थोड़ा स्क्रैच आया, वी वर फॉर्चुनेट कि कुछ ज्यादा नुकसान हुआ नहीं। बट देन नेक्स्ट डे मीटिंग ऑफ द जो भी कमांडर थे उनकी सब ली गई थी, एंड उसमें फिर हम लोगों ने ये डिसाइड किया कि अब इसके बाद हम जब भी चलेंगे वी विल कैरी सम सॉर्ट ऑफ, हमारे पास एक ग्रेनेड होती है जो आवाज करती हैं और वो उसका फैटल इफेक्ट नहीं होता है, तो सो दैट सिविलियन कैजुअलिटी इज नॉट देयर। एंड क्योंकि एक सिविलियन कैजुअलिटी भी बहुत बड़ा नेगेटिव इम्पैक्ट डालती है गवर्नमेंट के ऊपर,
राइट।
तो हमने कहा कि भाई ऐसी एक वो ग्रेनेड लेके चलेंगे और वो हर गाड़ी में रख के चलेंगे इन केस और उसका हमने किया कि जो गार्ड जाएगा वो साथ में उसको रख के चलेगा, ऐसी कोई सिचुएशन होती है तो ग्रेनेड को तुरंत बाहर फेंकेगा। मे बी कि उससे सिविलियन ना मरे, बट उसकी आवाज का जो ब्लास्ट होता है वो इतना ज्यादा होता है कि उससे वो लोग जो है जो उपद्रवी है वो भाग जाएंगे। सो दिस टाइप ऑफ ऑपरेशनल सीनरियो में इस तरह से हम बैठ के फिर एनालिसिस करते हैं और जो चीजें होती है उसको आगे इम्प्लीमेंट करते हैं। दैट इज समथिंग।
true sir.
एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव मैटर्स में जनरली नहीं चांस होता है मैम हमारे यहाँ पे इन सब चीजों का कि
क्योंकि वहां बहुत क्लियर है चीजें और वहां सिचुएशन सर चेंज नहीं हो रही और यहाँ पे तो आप बहुत कंटिजेंसी को फेस कर रहे हो, हर बार एक नया चीज एक चैलेंज आ जाता है, तो मे बी यू आर बेटर प्रिपेयर्ड नेक्स्ट टाइम विद द प्रीवियस चैलेंज, फिर कुछ और, तो दैट इज व्हाई आपको वो फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी वो रखनी ही पड़ती है, चाहे इस चीज में डिस्कशन में हो एंड एनीथिंग इट इज देयर।
एब्सोल्युटली मैम, हर दिन और उसमें सबसे बड़ी बात यह है कि जो सबसे पहला जो उसमें बर्न बियर करता है, अभी हमारे बैचमेट बोल रहे थे कल परसों कि भाई बीएसएफ सबसे पहली है, बीएसएफ में भी जो कांस्टेबल जो सबसे लोअर हायरार्की में है वो बंदा सबसे पहले फेस करता है। अब वो उसके माइंडसेट पर डिपेंड करता है कि वो कैसे उस सिचुएशन को हैंडल करता है, कि वो लेट इट गो, यार चलो ठीक है कोई बड़ी बात नहीं है, या नहीं घर में कोई इशू रखा है, अब टेलीफोन पर बीवी ने बोला कि सास मेरे को परेशान कर रही है, उधर से माँ का फोन आ गया कि यार तेरी बहू मेरे को परेशान कर रही है, वो दोनों के चक्कर में पड़ गया, वो बोलेगा यार तुम तो पैसे नहीं देता जब से शादी हुई है, तो वो बेचारा उधर सोच रहा है कि यार माँ को बोलूं कि बीवी को बोलूं, तब तक यहाँ से वो बांग्लादेशी आ गया वो, अब वो क्या करे। कोई शरीफ आदमी होगा तो यार जा तू क्यों कर रहा है, कोई बहुत फ्रस्ट्रेटेड होगा तो गोली मार देगा, एक गोली मार दी तो सिचुएशन प्लेयर अप हो जाती है। सो दैट एवरीडे न्यू सिचुएशन में।
वेरी ट्रू सर। और फिर आप लोगों को तो सर सिविलियंस का भी ध्यान रखना पड़ रहा है, जो पथराव कर रहा है उसके लिए तो आप ही टारगेट हैं, उनको कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ रहा कि किसी को भी कुछ हो रहा है, बट फॉर यू इट इज दोनों स्टेक होल्डर्स के लिए आपकी अलग अलग पॉलिसी, तो उस टाइम पे उस थिन रोप पे चलना है एक तरह से, मतलब वेरी डिफिकल्ट, वेरी डिफिकल्ट।
मैम ये जो दिनेश ने बताया कि डिपेंड अपॉन द सिचुएशन एंड माइंडसेट ऑफ दैट पर्टिकुलर constabulary or at that particular point of time, उसी का क्लू लेके मैं एक एग्जांपल लेता हूँ मैम। आई एम हैविंग ए वेरी टिपिकल एग्जांपल, आई डू नॉट नो कितना सही कितना गलत था, बट एक वेरी टिपिकल एग्जांपल मेरे मन में आ रहा है। तो आई वाज डिप्लॉयड इन सर्टेन एरिया, आई विल नॉट रेफर द एरिया, नेम ऑफ द एरिया में रेफर नहीं करता हूँ बिकॉज ऑफ सर्टेन
नो दैट्स ओके।
सो उसमें मैं डिप्लॉय था, उसमें हमारा महिला कांस्टेबल भी डिप्लॉयड थी, मेरे यूनिट में कुछ थी, दे वर आल्सो डिप्लॉयड इन द बॉर्डर। जब भी वो बॉर्डर में जाते तो उस एरिया वाज प्रोन टू क्राइम, बेसिकली स्मगलिंग सॉर्ट ऑफ थिंग्स वर देयर, एंड बिकॉज ऑफ द डोमिनेशन ऑफ आवर बैटेलियन, तो उस इलाका में उन लोगों ने कुछ नहीं कर पा रहे थे। तो बिकॉज ऑफ दैट द स्मगलिंग और बांग्लादेशी एलिमेंट जो था, क्रिमिनल एलिमेंट, उन लोगों ने बड़ी इरिटेट हो रखा था। इरिटेट होके क्या करते थे, बॉर्डर लाइन के पास आते थे, आगे एकदम बुरी तरह से मतलब फिल्ट्री लैंग्वेज यूज करके गाली देती थी, महिला को खास तौर से रोज गाली देती। तो एक दिन मैंने इसे गया रास्ते में जाके पूछा क्या प्रॉब्लम है भाई बताओ ड्यूटी के दौरान। बोलो सर यहाँ तो ड्यूटी करने बड़ी दिक्कत हो रहा है क्योंकि इतना गंदे गंदे वर्ड यूज करते हैं, तो सर यहाँ हमें ड्यूटी ना दिया जाए। मैं बोला डन, तो मैंने उसको हटा के एक दूसरा कांस्टेबल को लगा दिया। ही वाज फ्रॉम द कांस्टेबल वाज फ्रॉम हरियाणा, एंड एक और लड़का था उसके साथ दिया। तो दोनों उस दिन ड्यूटी कर रहे थे, तो बहुत गाली दिया, ये भी गाली थे वो भी, चलो चलता रहा, वो कुछ नहीं फर्क पड़ा, तो चला गया एक डेढ़ घंटे के बाद। तो नेक्स्ट डे अगेन दे वर डिप्लॉयड इन दैट एरिया। उस दिन उन लोगों ने एक स्टेप आगे गया। I do not know whether it is right to use that particular aspect or otherwise, but वो क्या उस बांग्लादेशी जो क्रिमिनल था वो लुंगी खुल के उसके सामने मतलब एकदम बुरी तरह से गाली दे, सब कुछ। लड़का का आ गया गुस्सा, तो he fired just one round below the waist और सीधा जाके उसको हिट किया। हिट करते बंदा इंजोर हो गया, पूरा होके हंगामा हो गया। दूसरे दिन बड़ी हंगामा सा हुआ, साइड से दूसरे साइड से फायर भी करना, उन लोगों ने पत्थर भी फेंक रहे थे हमारा बंदे के ऊपर, ये फायर खुल गए, तो बड़ी हंगामा हुआ। सिचुएशन एनालाइज हुआ, जो हादसों बीटा केस, दोनों साइड से मीटिंग हुआ। बांग्लादेशी ने अपना प्रोटेस्ट लॉन्च किया, हमने अपने हिसाब से प्रोटेस्ट किया, अपने हिसाब से पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू रखा। मैटर वाज सेटल्ड डाउन अल्टीमेटली। It was ultimately proved that he was provoked to that extent that he compelled to take certain action. Now issue इसमें ये आते हैं मैम कि on the one hand you are restricting that you are not supposed to do something that cause immediate damage. On the other hand you have every right to defend yourself. तो सेल्फ डिफेंस का मतलब ये क्या है? सिंपली मैं अपने आप को फिजिकली डिफेंड करूं, या मेरा जो मोरल स्ट्रेंथ होता है उसको भी मैं डिफेंड करूं, उसको मेरे को उस लेवल पे प्रोवोक करते क्या उसमें मेरा जो प्रोवोकेशन, मेरा जो प्रोवोकेटिव एक्शन है, क्या मेरा उसका कोई प्रोटेक्शन नहीं है? अगर उसका प्रोटेक्शन है तो मैं कैसे प्रोटेक्ट करूंगा उसको? हाउ आई हैव टू प्रोटेक्ट? सो दैट इज द सिनेरियो। तो अंदर दिस सिनेरियो अगर आप कोई बोलते हैं कि मुझे फीडबैक दो, इससे क्या हुआ, क्यों होना चाहिए, कैसे हुआ, व्हाई दिस हैपेंस, इट्स वेरी डिफिकल्ट टू एक्सप्लेन। It's very difficult to explain, and you cannot give a feedback.
Yes, we cannot.
You cannot give a feedback.
जिसने झेला है वो ही बता सकता है सर, क्योंकि उसका
That is the thing.
मनस्थिति क्या रही।
तो माइंडसेट क्या है, वो माइंडसेट उस लेवल पे प्रोवोक कर दिया उस बंदे को कि उसके पास कोई ऑप्शन दिखाई नहीं, सूझा ही नहीं, मैं अब करूँ तो क्या करूँ? ये गाली दे रहा, सब कुछ दे रहा, वो बर्दाश्त कर रहा हूँ, और मैं कहाँ तक आगे बर्दाश्त करूँ? तो लॉ में तो डिफाइन करते कि यू कैन ओपन फायर इन सेल्फ डिफेंस ओनली, बट इन दिस केस मुझे पता नहीं है कि उसको क्या डिफेंड करेगा, कैसे डिफेंड करेगा, हाउ टू डिफेंड। So sometimes it become very difficult sort of situation, and very critical sort of situation. You cannot decide actually क्या होता है। उस लड़के को अगर मैं अभी बोलूंगा, क्या बोलूंगा कि what is his action is right or wrong, उसके ऊपर कमेंट करना बहुत मुश्किल है। It's very difficult। तो उसको और क्या क्या फैक्टर प्रोवोक किया, वो बहुत सी चीजें उसको हो सकता है उसी टाइम पे और भी प्रोवोक किया होगा। पत्थर मारा उसके ऊपर, वो भी बर्दाश्त कर लिया, ठीक है। उसके ऊपर किसी ने हो सकता है अटैक करने की कोशिश की, वो भी उन्होंने बर्दाश्त कर लिया। यहाँ तक कैसा कि भाई नहीं, इससे भी वो प्रोवोक नहीं हो रहा, इसको ये ही मैं करता हूँ। तो इट अपीयर्स दैट अदर साइड क्या रिएक्ट कर रहा है, वो उसके ऊपर भी बहुत डिपेंड करता है मैम। तो फीडबैक तो कोई बार जो होता है, इट्स वेरी डिफिकल्ट टू गिव फीडबैक टू ए पर्टिकुलर सिचुएशन।
वेरी ट्रू। और वो यस वानी, ओके, मे बी आई ओवरहर्ड। दैट्स ट्रू सर, कि मतलब कई सिचुएशन में अपन बिल्कुल भी दे नहीं सकते, एंड इट इज दैट पर्सन इज द बेस्ट जज जो उस सिनेरियो में है, और वही उस चीज को कर सकता है। बट मतलब फिर भी एक बिकॉज यू आर हेडिंग दैट पर्सन, इंसिडेंट होने के बाद कहीं ना कहीं मतलब आप एक बार को तो ये बोलोगे कि नहीं, आपको थोड़ा कूल रहो, मतलब कोई बात नहीं, प्रोवोक कर रहे हैं क्योंकि बोल के कर रहे हैं, तब तक तो जनरली मुझे से
डेफिनेटली वी डेफिनेटली टेल हिम, उसमें कोई डाउट ही नहीं है मैम कि ये तो इट इज एन एक्सट्रीम एक्शन, इट इज एन एक्सट्रीम एक्शन यू हैव टेकन, बट उसका मनस्थिति को समझना उस टाइम तो मैम
वेरी ट्रू। और सर कई बार हमको है ना विद इन द पाथ, मतलब मिडिल ऑफ द पाथ होके कुछ अलग से ही कुछ चीजें करनी पड़ती हैं, कुछ चीजों को रिजॉल्व करने के लिए। लाइक आई टेल यू वन सिनेरियो वेयर इन देयर वाज अ ड्यूटी डॉक्टर, हम लोग के एक मेडिकल रूम है यूनिवर्सिटी कैंपस में स्टूडेंट्स के लिए, तो देयर वाज अ मेडिकल ऑफिसर अपॉइंटेड इनटू दैट ड्यूटी रूम, एंड ही वाज वेरी एजेड, और वो ओमान से आए थे, और ही वाज अ मुस्लिम, एंड ही यूज्ड टू वर्क देयर एज अ मेडिकल ऑफिसर। तो कोई स्टूडेंट होते हैं नटोरियस, वो आके उनको कुछ बोले, एंड देन उसको गलत, मतलब उस पे इल्जाम लगा दिया कि ही केम विथ हिज गर्लफ्रेंड, दैट स्टूडेंट, और वो बोला कि ना इन्होंने तो मेरी गर्लफ्रेंड को अलग गलत ढंग से टच करा है, दैट काइंड ऑफ अ थिंग। तो वो बहुत बड़ा एलिगेशन था, ही इज वेरी एल्डरली, और मतलब एक स्टेक पे एक अपनी रेपुटेशन आ जाती है, विच वॉज वेरी बैड। सो दैट पर्सन एंड दैट स्टूडेंट, आई न्यू दैट स्टूडेंट ऑल्सो, था वो नटोरियस, ये मुझे पता था, बट वो हम बायसनेस नहीं रख सकते, मतलब वी हैव टू लुक एट बोथ द सिनेरियो। सो दिस पर्सन, ही वाज रियली लिटरली क्राइंग, एंड ही सेड दैट आई डू नॉट वांट टू स्टे हियर एनीमोर, मैं तो छोड़ के जाऊंगा क्योंकि ये बच्चा आके मुझे धमकी दे के जा रहा है। सो इन दैट केस आई टोल्ड हिम कि नहीं नहीं, आप कुछ नहीं होगा। बोले नहीं मैम, मेरे लिए क्या सिक्योरिटी है, क्योंकि स्टूडेंट है, कुछ भी करते, वो तो मुझे धमकी दे के जा रहा है। Then I called up some this police cop, और मैंने बोला उनको कि देखो ये ऐसा ऐसा सिनेरियो, तो वो बोलते कि मैम धमकी के लिए तो कोई FIR ही नहीं होती है, कुछ उसकी कंप्लेन ही रजिस्टर्ड नहीं होती है। तो आई सेड नहीं, आप कुछ नहीं करो, आप एक बार सिर्फ यूनिफॉर्म पहन के यहाँ आ जाओ, और आप बच्चे से बस बुला के पूछ लो, हाँ बेटा कोई प्रॉब्लम है क्या, इतना सा पूछोगे काम पूरा हो जाएगा। तो उन्होंने ये पूछा, फिर वो बच्चा थोड़ा सा उसको कॉन्शियस हुआ, एंड देन ही स्टॉप डूइंग इट। बट सर सिचुएशन इतनी ज्यादा एग्रीवेट हो गई थी, मतलब आई एम अ वेरी इमोशनल पर्सन एंड रिलीजियस एज वेल। तो हुआ ये कि मतलब दैट पर्सन टोल्ड मी कि जो इसने मेरे साथ किया ना, ये बहुत बुरा किया है, एंड मेरी दुआओं में ये चीज है कि इसने मेरे साथ इतना गंदा करा, इसको इसका मिलेगा। तो आई सेड कि सर वो मेरा स्टूडेंट है, आप प्लीज ये मत बोलिए, वो तो छोटा है, मतलब उसे पता नहीं है वो क्या कर रहा है, मैं उसकी तरफ से अपोलोजाइज करती हूँ आपको, बट डोंट से दिस फॉर हिम, आई नो ही इज डूइंग रॉन्ग, लेकिन बच्चा समझ के आप छोड़ दीजिए सर उसको, और आपके प्रोटेक्शन के लिए मैंने बुला लिया, अब वो दोबारा नहीं करेगा। क्योंकि सर उस बच्चे के माइंडसेट को भी चेंज करना मेरे लिए इम्पॉसिबल था, ही वाज आल्सो वेरी स्ट्रांग ऑन दैट। तो ये छोटा सा एक इंटरवेंशन जो था वर्क कर गया दोनों साइड से. ही ऑल्सो स्टेट बैक, बच्चा भी समझ गया, एंड देन फाइनली बहुत अच्छे नोट पे चीजें एंड हुई. तो कभी कभी अच्छा भी हो जाता है सर, और कभी बहुत रिवर्स भी हो जाता है, तो दैट डिपेंड्स. दैट इज ट्रू. लेकिन फिर भी बीइंग पार्ट एंड पार्सल ऑफ द सिस्टम, किसी ना किसी तरह से हमें फीडबैक कन्वे करना पड़ता है. मैं उसको बोल के करती तो शायद वो बच्चा नहीं मानता, क्योंकि उसको लगता है कि नहीं मैम तो साइड ले रहे हैं उनका, क्योंकि वो इस एज में है ना, दे आर ऑल टीनेजर्स सर, दे डू नॉट अंडरस्टैंड व्हाट इज राइट एंड रॉन्ग, और उसका क्या रिपरकर्शंस हो सकता है. बड़ी बात तो ये है. तो दिस इज हाउ थिंग्स जनरली गो अवे. So we had very interesting discussion on this particular slide. एक शायद chat box में भी कुछ chat है. Okay, संजय सर ने very well बोला है मुझे. Thank you so much संजय सर. Moving on to the next one, setting the context. So ये दो scenarios है सर, मैं read करके आपको बताती हूँ, and just do let me know which one would you prefer in terms of giving a feedback. So दो ये थोड़ा सा कॉर्पोरेट से रिलेटेड एग्जाम्पल है, बट आई नो यू विल बी एबल टू रिलेट वेरी वेल टू इट. आप कर लेंगे इसे. सो देयर इज वन फीडबैक ए विच सेज, ये सर एक सिनेरियो ऐसा है जहाँ पे एक बंदा नया है किसी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में, एक कॉर्पोरेट है, वहां पे उन्होंने ज्वाइन करा है, एंड हिज बॉस इज देयर. और वो बॉस जो है वो जब जिस समय उनका ओरिएंटेशन हो रहा है उस बंदे का जो नया ज्वाइन करा है, तब बॉस उसको एड्रेस कर रहा है. So this is what he says. The boss says that I imagine that we will be leaders in digital space in 5 years and fully connected with our customers. You will be leading an exciting exploration in the space. तो ये जो बंदा है वो एक डिजिटल कंपनी में आया है, और उसका बॉस उसको फर्स्ट डे आके ये बोलता है कि हम लोग ऑलरेडी लीडर हैं डिजिटल स्पेस में 5 ईयर से, एंड आगे आने वाले टाइम में भी हम और कस्टमर्स ऐड ऑन करेंगे, एंड ही विल लीड. दिस इज व्हाट ही इज सेइंग. एक तो इस तरह का उसका इंट्रोडक्शन हो रहा है. सेकेंड थॉट या सेकेंड वे ऑफ communicating with that person is, this is part B, that you have been a successful insight-led marketeer. Use this strength of yours to build our digital presence and getting to really connect with your customer. So आपको क्या लगता है, which one is a better option?
First one is better. I feel it is better.
Okay, Sanjay sir, I misunderstood. I got it now. Thank you. It was about DP6, sir.
First one is better.
Second one, ma'am.
Chaudhary sir, and everybody is agreeing to the second one. Can you tell me why?
Second one statement, it doesn't have any prejudice. It has an open slate, and the person who has been hired will be able to do some wonders for that company. That is strength it gives.
Okay, there is no prejudice. Okay sir, fine. Anything else? कोई और special element आपको दिख रहा हो उसमें? सिंह सर ने कहा कि कोई prejudice नहीं है. Okay, that's true.
नहीं, कोई बैगेज भी नहीं है. प्रेजुडिस मतलब निगेटिव सेंस में नहीं कि उसको कोई प्रेशर नहीं हम डाल रहे हैं. फर्स्ट है उसकी स्ट्रेंथ को हम बता रहे हैं, और उसके अंदर हम अपनी कॉन्फिडेंस शो कर रहे हैं.
Right.
That is correct.
That is the main thing कि यहाँ पे हम उसकी strength बता रहे हैं. That means we have already taken somebody, हमने उसको ऑन रोल करा है, ऑन बोर्ड करा है किसी बंदे को, तो हमने कुछ उसके एस्पेक्ट देखकर ही उसे अपॉइंट करा होगा. तो वी आर जस्ट ट्राइंग टू हाईलाइट हिज स्ट्रेंथ्स, और उसको हम इनलाइन कर रहे हैं कि व्हाट इज रिक्वायर्ड फ्रॉम हिम इन द कमिंग इयर्स. आगे आने वाली जर्नी में वो स्ट्रेंथ कैसे काम आएगी उनको, जिससे कि वो खुद भी अपने आप को बिल्डअप कर सके और ऑर्गेनाइजेशन को भी बेटर कर सके. सो दैट कुड बी अ बेटर वे वेर इन यू आर मेकिंग सेंस. फर्स्टली यू आर अप्रिशिएटिंग दैट पर्सन फॉर दी स्ट्रेंथ. Secondly, you are inlining that person with the organization objective, जिसकी वजह से उसको लगता है yes, I am on the right place. मैं in sync हूँ, मैं किसी alien जगह पे नहीं हूँ, जहाँ मेरी जरूरत है मैं वहाँ हूँ. ये sense of realization भी सर it works wonder at times, because अगर हमें लगता है ना कि क्या फर्क पड़ता है कंपनी को हमारे होने ना होने से, the day that thought comes into the picture, आप सिर्फ अपने सेल्फ इंटरेस्ट का काम करोगे. आके इंसान ने नौकरी करी 9 से 5 and he'll go back. But the day he realizes that yes, I have a very crucial position to be held in the organization, he'll realize कि हाँ मुझे भी contribute करना है in those terms. तो ये बहुत important aspect है. So that's true, and that is the positive point of part B. So another question for you all is that which one of the mention is the better way of sharing the feedback with the team? इन चारों में से आपको कौन सा लगता है कि सबसे impactful style of sharing feedback could be this one? First one says informal, focused on strength. यहाँ strength का मतलब है सर बंदे की जो capabilities हैं उनकी बात हो रही है. Then formal, focused on strength. C talks about informal feedback focused on weakness, and D talks about formal feedback focused on weakness. तो आप लोग को कौन सा लगता है कि बेस्ट स्टाइल ऑफ गिविंग फीडबैक हो सकता है?
We would like to have a mix of all.
Okay.
There are certain feedbacks which can't be given in a formal way.
Okay.
And there are certain which can't be given formally also.
Okay.
So, larger interest of organization, the formal feedback channel is more of a team and resources, whereas the personal traits, if lacking somewhere, it has to be communicated informally.
ठीक है सर, तो फिर हम इसे और नैरो डाउन कर देते हैं टू ईज इट आउट. हम करते हैं पर्सनल सर. लेट्स से फॉर एग्जांपल,
Ma'am, I would like to add here. I would like to go by one thing, that is formal feedback on focus on strength and informal feedback on weaknesses.
I agree.
On strength and informal on weakness.
Yeah,
Very, very
informal on
Great,
weakness.
great, very
At
nice.
times
Formal
it
on-
may also not work because you always communicate weaknesses in an informal way and the people, they don't emit their ways. So it will be a mix of both. If the informal way of communicating to the weaknesses is not working on, then you have to go in a formal way.
Okay.
नहीं, generally what happened, ma'am, what
हम
I
तो अभी
perceive.
फर्स्ट टाइम ही दे रहे हैं फीडबैक. अब
नहीं,
हम और
मैम,
नैरो
इसमें जो मुझे लगता है कि generally you will find the strength is very apparent. People will love to have their strength, to know about their strength. But weaknesses generally people do not prefer to go by. So informally, if I learned about that, then I can work upon it for improvement. So naturally, I would love to have the weakness about the individual, love to learn about the weakness of an individual so that I can work upon it. And formal form, in the form of formal form, that weakness may not come forthcoming. That weakness may not be forthcoming. That part may not be forthcoming. So I definitely love to have that in that.
Okay, okay, well taken, sir. Jangir sir, you are also raising hand.
Yes,
Please.
yes, ma'am. Here I am with Mr. Khanim, because the point here is highlighting his weaknesses or strengths. Oh, I want to highlight his strengths. I want to bring a strength in the notice of everyone. And from the weaknesses part, he will be given informal feedback that you require a bit of improvement on these points.
Yes.
So Khanim is rightly saying.
So then it will be well taken. लेकिन यहाँ पे थोड़ा सा एक डाइवर्जन जो आ रहा है वो सिंह सर की बात से आ रहा है. Wherein सिंह सर said कि क्या अगर बंदा बहुत ही stringent है और वो नहीं मतलब मानना चाह रहा है चीजों को, because सर हम informal way में जब weakness दे रहे हैं, that is a little milder dose. वो बहुत strong dose नहीं है. तो if a person is thick skinned, वहाँ वो नहीं मतलब हो सकता है कि उसको लेट गो कर दे. एंड मे बी नेक्स्ट स्टेप आपका ये रहेगा जो सिंह सर ने कहा कि देन यूल गो फॉर अ फॉर्मल वन. तो हमें मिक्सचर चाहिए, ये बात बिल्कुल सही है. बट एज आई टोल्ड कि हम एक इनिशियल फीडबैक दे रहे हैं और हम फर्स्ट टाइम दे रहे हैं, उस केस में डेफिनेटली व्हाट खनिंदर सर सेड,
Informal will be okay.
yes, yes. So let's see. Okay, इसमें परसेंटेज नहीं है, बट जनरली जो रिसर्च कहती है वो यही कहती है दैट you should give formal feedback focused on strength. वो सबसे बड़ा होता है सर. और क्योंकि हमें एक ही सेलेक्ट करना था, तो हाईएस्ट परसेंटेज जो हमें रिसर्च के बेसिस पे पता चली है, दैट इज सेकंड ऑप्शन, दैट इज फॉर्मल फीडबैक विद स्ट्रेंथ. एंड आई
मैम ये कॉर्पोरेट का होगा. हमारे यहाँ अगर फर्स्ट टाइमर को फॉर्मल फीडबैक वीकनेस का अगर दे देते हैं तो डिमोरलाइज हो जाएगा, क्योंकि यहाँ EQ बड़ा हाई रहता है. आपके यहाँ IQ हाई है, तो वो दिल पे ले लेगा उस बात को कि सर एक मौका भी हमें नहीं दिया और यू हैव सर्व्ड मी ए नोटिस एंड लेटर.
ये हमारे भी होता है सर. मैं इसलिए कह रही हूँ फॉर्मल फीडबैक फोकस्ड ऑन स्ट्रेंथ. ये हाईएस्ट परसेंटेज में आया. और आप मुझे रीजन बता सकते हो कि व्हाई दिस इज द हाईएस्ट वन? सिर्फ इससे भी काम चल रहा था सर. जैसे खनिंदर सर ने कहा, जो बेस्ट 2 ऑप्शन थे वो थे फॉर्मल विद स्ट्रेंथ और इनफॉर्मल विद वीकनेस. यस, एवरीबॉडी अग्रीज टू दैट. लेकिन चौधरी सर पता है जो रिसर्च का रिजल्ट आया ना वो ये कहता है सिर्फ फॉर्मल फोकस्ड ऑन स्ट्रेंथ। तो कैन यू जस्ट टेल मी व्हाई सिर्फ ये आया होगा, मतलब क्या कभी सिर्फ इससे भी
रीजन है इसमें व्हाई आई फील दिस फॉर्मल ऑन द स्ट्रेंथ, बिकॉज if a person knows about his strength, he can work on his strength. First of all, he can work, he can explore him in a better way. Number two, he will that is a kind of recognition. If I am recognizing your strength, meaning that's a kind of recognition, and everybody desires that.
Right.
Everybody has the desire that my strength or my work should be recognized. So
right.
that is the point where he is feel that he has been rewarded. He has been valued in the organization, and definitely he work upon that. Informal, why I want informal feedback on his weaknesses, because if I straightway say him कि भाई look तुम तो किसी काम की नहीं है, तेरे से ये नहीं हुआ, तेरे से ये नहीं, you cannot do that, you cannot do this, you have not done this, you have done this way. So that will definitely, as rightly said by Sanjay, that it will definitely demoralize. It will be demoralizing factor. So demoralizing factor, to mitigate the demoralizing factor, I will take in an informal way. I'll tell him properly कि भाई ये अगर आप ऐसे ना करके ऐसे कर देते, this would have been better. So he may feel भाई नहीं, whatsoever I have contributed, my contribution has been recognized. But yes, in addition to that, this is another requirement of this thing. So that is why I feel the formal feedback, why the formal feedback on strength is giving the highest percentage. It is because of that only. And weaknesses, that is why I feel weaknesses must be discussed more informally. In extreme case, it should be communicated formally. When लगते हैं कि नहीं ये तो सुधरने वाला ही नहीं है, तब तो
फॉर्मल पे जाना,
तब तो जाएगा फॉर्मली, तब तो it will be formally. That is the way, man.
राइट सर। तो जैसे मैंने आपको बताया कि रिसर्च ये कहती है सर कि फॉर्मल फीडबैक फोकस्ड ऑन स्ट्रेंथ इज द हाईएस्ट परसेंटेज। जो बेस्ट फॉर्म ऑफ फीडबैक है उसका रीजन सिर्फ यही है जो चौधरी सर ने कहा। आई जस्ट रिपीट 2 पॉइंट्स बेस्ड ऑन दैट। पहली चीज, क्योंकि आपने उस बंदे की स्ट्रेंथ को फोकस करके उसको अप्रेज करा है तो ही इज हाईली मोटिवेटेड। सेकेंड थिंग, आपने एक बेंचमार्क ले कर दिया कि दिस इज व्हाट वी लुक अप टू यू, तो वो कभी भी उसको डेटोरेट नहीं होने देगा। मतलब ही पुट हिज एंटायर स्ट्रेंथ इन स्टेइंग विद दोज वर्ड्स, ताकि वो प्रूव करके लास्ट तक भी दिखा सके। तो दैट इज वाई यहाँ पे फिर हमको वीकनेस ज्यादा बोलनी नहीं पड़ती, क्योंकि आपने स्ट्रेंथ को ही कह के इतना उसको मोटिवेट कर दिया दैट नाउ ही ट्राई टू मैच अप टू दोज स्टैंडर्ड्स व्हिच हैव बीन लेड फॉर हिम। So that is why this is the highest percentage which comes in the research, and that holds good with every organization, be it forces, be it corporates or any other educational institution as well.
मैम ओवर पीरियड ऑफ टाइम वो मिसमैच भी हो सकता है। उसको जो हम फॉर्मल फीडबैक स्ट्रेंथ की दे रहे हैं तो वीकनेस पे तो फोकस नहीं करेगा, क्योंकि तो हमने कम्युनिकेट ही नहीं किया। हम तो मान रहे हैं कि ओवरऑल स्ट्रेंथ इसकी बढ़ेगी तो वीकनेसेस कम हो जाएंगी। वीकनेस किसी पर्टिकुलर फील्ड में हो सकती है, वो तो कम्युनिकेट ना, ये
नहीं हो सकती। वेरी ट्रू सर। तो सर इसलिए मतलब और फीडबैक्स का भी परसेंटेज आया, दिस इज द सेकंड हाईएस्ट। ये 39% रिजल्ट था, 35% वाज इनफॉर्मल बेस्ड ऑन फीडबैक। तो आपको उस पे भी जाना पड़ेगा। और जैसे चौधरी सर ने कहा कि इनफॉर्मल में भी थिक स्किन्ड है, तो आपको फॉर्मल पे भी वीकनेस के साथ जाना पड़ेगा। मतलब दैट इज अदर लेयर विच इज हैपनिंग। बट जनरली ये फर्स्ट वाले से भी बहुत मेजॉरिटी लोगों का काम चल जाता है, क्योंकि कारण ये आप सही कह रहे हैं सर, वीकनेस किसी और एस्पेक्ट में हो सकती है, वो तो हमने उसको बताई नहीं कि उसकी है। तो जनरली जो स्ट्रेंथ है ना सर, जैसे हमने पिछला वाला एग्जाम्पल देखा, इसमें हमने ये कहा जो बॉस है ना सर, उसका एम ये था केवल कि हमें कंपनी को ग्रो करना है आने वाले टाइम में और हमें लीडर बनना है मार्केट में। अब उस एम को पूरा करने के लिए उसने कहा कि भाई आप बहुत इनसाइट लेड मार्केटियर हो, इसलिए आप ये करो। बट दैट पर्सन इज वेरी मच फोकस्ड कि मैं वो सारे काम करूं जिससे हम लीडर बन जाए। अब उसमें हो सकता है कि मेरा ये वाली स्ट्रेंथ भी काम आए, कोई और चीज भी काम आए। तो मतलब ही इज एमिंग ओनली एट द एम, और उस एम को अटेन करने के लिए जो भी चीजें बन सकती है वो सब कर रहा है, बिकॉज ही नोज द बिग पिक्चर। दैट इज इंपॉर्टेंट। तो वो शायद उन वीकनेसेस पे भी ध्यान देना शुरू करे। नहीं, इस बार मैंने ऐसा क्लाइंट को बोला था, ये नहीं वर्क करा, मे बी नेक्स्ट टाइम आई विल अप्रोच हिम इन अ डिफरेंट मैनर। तो वो अपनी वीकनेस को भी इंट्रोस्पेक्ट करता जाएगा उस केस में, when I'm talking about formal feedback focused on strength। जब उसे पता है कि मेरा एम अल्टीमेटली ये है, मेरा एम अल्टीमेटली है। जैसे सर मैं आपको बताती हूँ, मतलब लाइक इन माय केस, एज आई टोल्ड यू प्रीवियसली ऑल्सो, मैं रैंकिंग्स देखती हूँ, है ना। तो बहुत सारी मैगजीन्स है सर, बिजनेस टुडे, इंडिया टुडे, फॉर्च्यून 500, ये लोग हर ईयर रैंक्स निकालते हैं बिजनेस स्कूल्स की, एंड आई टेक केयर ऑफ दैट. अब सर क्या होता है, मेरा सेमेस्टर शुरू हो रहा है और मैंने सब फैकल्टी से बोला कि आप मुझे बताओ कि आप इस आने वाले सेमेस्टर में क्या क्या एक्टिविटीज कराओगे, क्या क्या इवेंट्स कराओगे. दे हैव गिवन थिंग्स टू मी, लिख कर उन्होंने दे दिया. मैं क्या करूंगी सर, क्योंकि मेरा फोकस है रैंकिंग, आई विल जस्ट सी कि जो रैंकिंग की फॉर्म्स आते हैं वो क्या क्या मांगते हैं. वो मांगते हैं कि आपके एलुमनाई ने कोई एक्टिविटी करी कि नहीं, आपने कोई CSR एक्ट करा कि नहीं, आपने कोई स्टूडेंट की एनहांसमेंट पोटेंशियल या फिर उनके एम्प्लॉयबिलिटी बढ़ाने के लिए कुछ करा के नहीं. उनके पैरामीटर्स हैं सर. तो मैं क्या करूंगी, उनकी एक्टिविटीज को अलाइन करूंगी कि मुझे तो अल्टीमेटली ये चाहिए, अब ये आप एक्टिविटी करके करा दो. तो मेरा फोकस वहां रहेगा. इफ आई हैव दैट बिग पिक्चर इन माइंड, आई विल डेफिनेटली employ all my strength, all my work कि मुझे वो अल्टीमेट गोल मिल सके, क्योंकि मुझे पता है मेरा 20 पुल तभी बढ़ना है. सो दिस इज हाउ इट इज हैपनिंग. इसलिए फॉर्मल फीडबैक बेस्ड ऑन स्ट्रेंथ शायद इस पे आया. नेक्स्ट हाईएस्ट अनडाउटेबली वाज इनफॉर्मल बेस्ड ऑन वीकनेस.
मैं इसी में आपको ऐड करता हूँ. इसमें आपने इनफॉर्मल वीकनेसेस भी अपने एनालिसिस कर लिया कि आपने उसको बताया ना कि पिछले बार हमारा रैंक इसीलिए इतना नहीं आया क्योंकि ये हमारा रहा. कोई ना कोई आपका ये रहा होगा बैकअप माइंड में, और उसको बोलोगे कि ये आप कर लो इस बार ताकि हमारा रैंक इंप्रूव होगा. दैट यू विल फोकस ऑन दैट आल्सो. तो बिग पिक्चर में इनफॉर्मली यू हैव कम्युनिकेटेड, यू विल कम्युनिकेट देम कि भाई ये करना है हमें ताकि हम आगे जा सकते हैं. और फॉर्मली आपने उसको स्ट्रेंथ के ऊपर अपने काम कर लिया है कि आपका व्हाट इज योर स्ट्रेंथ मैम.
यस, तो कुछ हिडन फॉर्म में वेरी ट्रू उसका एलिमेंट भी आया. बिल्कुल सही कह रहे हैं सर आप.
यस मैम.
सो व्हाई डू यस
मैम.
यस
जागीर
प्लीज.
मैम प्लीज मैम, वानी मैम आप बताइए.
नहीं मैं आपके बाद, आफ्टर यू.
जो प्रीवियस स्लाइड पे एक बार हम जाएंगे.
जी सर.
जैसे मैम आई थिंक you are taking perspective of corporate sector. Generally in private sector, there is scope of mistakes. An employee can have his weaknesses, still he can progress. But in forces, there is stick and carrot policy. If somebody is doing good job, he is rewarded and awarded. If somebody is committing a mistake, he has to be punished. So, क्योंकि forces में गलती का स्कोप कम है, वीकनेसेस का स्कोप वहां पे कम है. तो इसलिए मेरे ख्याल में ये जो आपका अप्रोच है यहाँ पे, ये कॉर्पोरेट सेक्टर में इट इज वेरी इफेक्टिव. और जैसे मिस्टर चौधरी सिंह कि जहाँ पे अच्छा काम करता है फोर्स में कोई आदमी, उसको रिवार्ड मिलता है इमीडिएटली, उसको फीडबैक मिलती है. रिवार्ड इज अ फीडबैक बेसिकली. इफ ही इज डूइंग सम गुड जॉब, ही इज रिवार्डेड सुटेबली, और ये उसका एक फीडबैक है. और गलती की अगर करता है तो उसको इनफॉर्मल तरीके से पहले समझाया जाता है कि यार ये आपने थोड़ा सा, दिस इज नॉट अ गुड थिंग, यू शुड ट्राई टू इम्प्रूव इट. तो वहां पे उसको इनफॉर्मल तरीके से एक बार बताया जाता है. कमांडर बताता है या उसका जो इमीडिएट सुपीरियर है वो बताता है उसको किसी ना किसी चैनल से कि आप ये जो आपका चीज है ये नोटिस में आ गया, यू हैव इम्प्रूव इट. तो फोर्सेस में थोड़ा सा अप्रोच इज डिफरेंट. दिस इज व्हाट आई वांट टू से.
यस सर. और संजय सर भी इसी चीज को कन्वे करें. ही सेज दैट thick skin tears can be conveyed formal feedback on his weakness in clear terms. जैसे आपने कहा सर, जागीर सर ने कहा कि इनिशियली आप इनफॉर्मल वाली वे से अप्रोच करोगे उसकी वीकनेस को, एंड स्टिल if he is thick skinned and repeating the same mistake, then you'll go for a formal mode as well to register his weaknesses. So both things will happen at the next level. Agreed sir.
Okay,
yes, you were about to say something.
Yeah, I was about to say the most need of the hour, that is, let's take a break of 10 minutes.
Okay.
Let's take a break of 10 minutes and we'll be back in...
Ani ma'am, you are excellent. Others are also excellent, but you are...
Yeah.
Probably you can understand the mind of us.
When I see people going off camera and speaking little slowly, that means you need break. So let's take a break of 10 minutes.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
And then we'll resume at 11.
7.
Oh.
Let's make it 10. Chalo.
Okay.
11:10.
हमने लेस स्ट्रेंथ की बात कर दी. हमने बहुत ज्यादा अप्रेज नहीं करा है लोगों को. दैट इज लेस स्ट्रेंथ. एंड फॉर्मेलिटी का लेवल हाई या लो है. तो हमारे पास 2 एक्सिस हैं इसके अंदर, जहां पे हम स्ट्रेंथ वर्सेस फॉर्मेलिटी की बात कर रहे हैं. और x एक्सिस पे वी आर मैपिंग दी फॉर्मेलिटी की हाईली फॉर्मल यानी बहुत फॉर्मल है, लेस फॉर्मल यानी इनफॉर्मल की तरफ ट्रेंड कर रहा है। और हाई स्ट्रेंथ का मतलब है आप उसकी तारीफ कर रहे हो, उसके पॉजिटिव पॉइंट बता रहे हो, एंड लेस स्ट्रेंथ का मतलब है यू आर somehow indicating towards his lesser side, the weaker side basically. तो इसके बेसिस पे भी हमारे पास 4 स्टाइल्स हैं। जैसे इफ यू हैव गिवन अ फीडबैक टू अ पर्सन विच इज हाई ऑन फॉर्मेलिटी, दैट मीन्स आपने पूरा फॉर्मल डॉक्यूमेंट मेल में रिकॉर्ड करके या ऑन पेपर ऑफिस ऑर्डर निकाल के आपने एक फीडबैक दिया, दैट इज हाई ऑन फॉर्मल ग्राउंड, एंड दैट इज हाई ऑन स्ट्रेंथ ऑल्सो, दैट इज कॉल्ड पब्लिक एप्रिसिएशन। जो आप लोगों ने बताया भी था कि जनरली आपके केस में अगर कुछ भी अच्छा होता है तो इमीडिएटली उसको अप्रिशिएट भी किया जाता है, दैट इज ऑन रिकॉर्ड, फॉर्मली डन। देन इफ इट इज लेस फॉर्मल एंड इट इज हाई ऑन स्ट्रेंथ, देन इट इज ओपन कम्युनिकेशन। दैट मीन्स आपने कॉमनली एक मीटिंग हुई, जैसे अभी आप एक प्लेटफॉर्म पे बात कर रहे थे, या आप कहीं आप मिले, कोई पार्टी है, कोई सेलिब्रेशन है, वहां पे यू हैव मेट समबडी and then you are appraising that person, you are talking about his positive things, his strength. So that is an open communication जहाँ पे आप informal तरीके से उसकी strength को appreciate कर रहे हो. Then you have another style which is called highly formal but less on strength. That is openly critical. When you are openly critical, that means you are formally mentioning somebody's weakness, but वो less on strength है because that is some negative aspect of that person. So then you become openly critical, and when it is less on strength also and it is less formal also, then you are straightforwardly telling to that person कि ये गलत है, this is not happening और आपको ये change करना पड़ेगा, something wrong if it is going with somebody. तो वो आप straightforward तरीके से कह सकते हो। तो ये हमारा strength versus formality grid है। So anything which you want to say about this grid, क्योंकि उसके बाद हमारे 2 scenarios है जो मैं read करूंगी जिसमें हम इसको apply करेंगे। Any submission? I hope it's well understood. वैसे तो explanatory है, and I've tried to explain as well. So maybe when we'll be implying it to the situation, तो और better हमें एक glimpse मिल पाएगा इस चीज का। So the situation is that have you ever received or given a feedback that was high on formality and less on strength? High on formality and less on strength. Strength में कम है यानी weakness की बात हो रही है, and high on formality. Highly openly आपने बोल दिया, तो that is openly critical style. तो if you can discuss any such scenario जहाँ पे आपने लिया हो feedback या आपको दिया गया हो feedback which was high on formality and less on strength, and what was the impact of that feedback on you or maybe on the other person अगर उसने receive किया। If anything comes to your mind. Yes, Anurag sir is about to say something, I think.
Ma'am, I'm just trying to recollect. I'll get back to you.
Yeah, surely. I'm giving you 2 minutes, all of you. You can just think upon a scenario.
इसमें तो मैम बोलना थोड़ा मुश्किल है because of classified nature of information.
ये अर्ली स्टेज में जॉब के जरूर होता था मैम, जब फॉर्मल वे ऑफ कम्युनिकेटिंग फीडबैक वाज नॉट सो मच इलैबोरेट, तो ये लगता था नहीं सामने से ही बता देना बेटर है। शायद वो ट्रेनिंग का उतना ज्यादा इफेक्ट नहीं था, और सिविलियन एक जो आपकी बैकग्राउंड और जिस कल्चर में आप पले बड़े हुए हैं तो उसका एक इफेक्ट था। लेकिन इनिशियल ईयर्स में सर्टेनली था, ये कुछ सालों तक कहेंगे, लेकिन ओवर ए पीरियड ऑफ टाइम व्हेन पीपल स्टार्ट ऑब्जर्विंग योर दिस ट्रेट एंड दे से दैट ऐसे नहीं बोलो और amend your ways to be little bit informal, then it was amended over a period of time, but initially in few years it was with me.
Okay.
मैम इसमें ऐड करूंगा मैं एक चीज।
Yes,
जो आपने जो पहला पॉइंट बोला है कि the first point that you have referred to, have you ever given received a feedback that was on formality and less strength?
Yes.
It is basically happen in that case, what I personally feel, when there is an established system and that system, if somebody wants to introduce something new to that, so in that case when you feel that established system is better always, then you will send the feedback just for the sake of formalities. You can say there may be certain degree of prejudice involved in it, in your mind. You know, the earlier one is better. That is why we do not want to change it. And that's why generally this type of feedback, you will find the negative sort of elements over there. So they do not accept the change or new project that is generally proposed. Earlier one, they want to continue it. So that is there, and it has been received on several occasions. Yes, it is there. There is no doubt about that. We have got, but I cannot divulge it over here. It may not be appropriate forum to discuss those things.
No, you may not, sir, discuss the incidents, but I just wanted to know that just in case if you have given a feedback.
Say for example, I'd like to tell you for an example.
Yes,
Like to tell you for example. There is a system of our day domination and night domination systems are there. We have adopted certain system for day domination and we have adopted certain system for night domination. For night domination, say for example, a particular system has been prevailed over here. So now somebody from the hierarchy, they propose that no, this system is not very effective. Let us change a new system into a new system. To their opinion, to the opinion of hierarchy, they feel that the proposed system is definitely better, it will work better. Whereas as a ground commander and ground person work on ground, if I feel that this system has been working since long and it is doing well, now changing this system will add certain problem. If I feel I may have certain degree of prejudice sort of mind in my with me for that, because that system is being evolved through a long year, through a long period. So that is why, so I do not want to change that. So now immediately somebody want to change that system, so I'll oppose. No, then feedback definitely they will ask feedback from me, and I'll furnish the feedback for the sake of formalities. Yes, this is the thing. These are not good. ये होने से ये होगा, ये होने से ये होगा, ये होने से. I'll generally try to project more of the negative sort of things rather than the positive aspect of the new aspects.
Okay, that was very nicely defined, sir. Thank you so much. I'll give you a scenario. Yes, sir. Sir, मैं एक छोटा सा submission यहाँ बोलना चाहती हूँ. मतलब you do not have, अगर आप मेरे को scenario नहीं define करोगे तो भी चलेगा. But you just do let me know कि कभी आपने किसी को एक formal feedback दिया हो. Formal मतलब आपने on record document करा हो, paper में लिख दिया हो, mail करा हो उसको कि this is what you have done good. है ना, आपने acknowledge करा उस बंदे को, उसकी strength को. उस सिचुएशन में उस बंदे ने कैसा एक्सपीरियंस करा, हाउ डिड ही रिएक्टेड टू दैट एंड व्हाट हैपेंड, दिस इज द बेसिक concern.
Definitely he feel encouraged. In that case he will definitely feel encouraged. There is no doubt about that. If somebody is acknowledged, ma'am, look, this is a human behavior, part of the human behavior, that any appreciation you receive from anybody, if you come out with a good dress, somebody of your colleague, you just say you are looking very smart, you are looking very good today, ma'am, then you also feel enlightened. Yes, I am feeling better. Then that is the general aspect of the thing. Yes, that is well taken and well acknowledged by the individual. It is there, and that definitely a motivating factor in that case.
Very true, sir. और उसका motivation level और ज़्यादा बढ़ जाता है if it is a formal one, like maybe for some good act which I have done, if it is documented somewhere, वो मेरी PR file में आ रहा है, वो record में रह रहा है, I am mentioning that into my CV or resume, क्योंकि वो letter है मेरे पास एक appreciation का, I have been honored for that. So then it becomes even more motivating. तो इसलिए है कि formality के साथ अगर strength आ रही है, तो you had a great experience having it, and that motivates you and push you off. Anurag sir, we would love to listen from you also.
Ma'am, there is a set system of checking of duties. हमारे यहाँ जो भी border पे जवान ड्यूटी करते हैं, उनकी एक सिस्टम है कि रात में the kind of duty which they are performing, whether they are alert or not, they are doing their patrolling or not, ये जो भी charter of duties है वो ठीक से perform कर रहे हैं कि नहीं, इसके लिए उनके जो next superiors होते हैं, like SI हुआ या inspector हुआ या even for that matter officers, they go on checking. वो अपने AOR में जो भी उनका area of responsibility रहता है उसमें वो जाते हैं check करने के लिए, and this is a routine kind of thing. अब इसमें बीच में क्या हुआ कि there were a few incidents which were bad in taste, which gave a blot to the name of BSF. थोड़ा सा उसमें कुछ issues हुए थे यहाँ पे, तो उसमें ऊपर से एक orders आया कि officers from higher headquarters दे विल बी गोइंग, और ये जो रूटीन जो काम चल रहा है बॉर्डर पे, जो कि ऑलरेडी इन प्रैक्टिस है, जिसको कि 2 या 3 लोग एक बार देखते हैं, दैट ऑफिसर इज सपोज टू गो थ्रू द एंटायर AOR, और वो एक तरफ से शुरू करेगा और सारे AOR को चेक जाएगा करने, एंड टाइम गिवन टू हिम वाज इज 10 आवर्स। 8 बजे शाम से वो चेक करेगा, नेक्स्ट डे मॉर्निंग 6 o'clock तक। उसके बाद में देन ही इज सपोज टू गिव अ फीडबैक कि वेदर द जवान्स वर अलर्ट और नॉट। नाउ इस पे जब बात हुई, जब फीडबैक दिया गया, तो ऑलमोस्ट ऑल द ऑफिसर्स जो कि यहाँ पे COs हैं, आई एम इन साउथ बंगाल फ्रंटियर, देयर आर 20 battalions here, तो मोस्ट ऑफ देम नॉट फॉर्मली, बट जब भी कभी मीटिंग में बात हुई तो वी सेड कि दिस इज द डुप्लीकेसी ऑफ ड्यूटी। ये जो है ये डुप्लीकेसी ऑफ ड्यूटी है, एंड इट इज एडिशनल टास्क जो कि हम कर रहे हैं, वही चीज को हम लोग फिर इसको दोहरा रहे हैं। बट ऑल सेड एंड डन, इस पे बात बनी नहीं, और अभी भी ये सारी चीजें चल रही है। तो हमारे इसमें कहने का मतलब ये हुआ कि ये फॉर्मेलिटी के तौर पे ये फीडबैक तो हम लोगों ने दिया कि ठीक है, इट इज टू सम एक्सटेंट ओके, लेकिन इसका स्ट्रेंथ ऐसा ऐसा कोई भी इसमें पॉजिटिव ऐसी चीज हमें नहीं लगी जो कि इसमें होनी चाहिए थी। ये
But because you were bound by the system, so kind of मतलब एक बोल
Yes.
दिया।
And despite the orders of senior that we are reviewing it, इसको हम लोग देख रहे हैं, कर रहे हैं, लेकिन अभी तक इस पे कोई डिसीजन नहीं हुआ है, and we are still continuing with that practice of sending one officer daily additional। हर दिन एक ऑफिसर जो है बटालियन हेडक्वार्टर से, किसी का बटालियन हेडक्वार्टर 80 किलोमीटर की दूरी पे है, किसी का 150 है, तो इट इज most of all of us feel that it is basically wastage of time, wastage of manpower, wastage of resources, wastage of fuel, but चीजें ऐसी हैं कि अब since orders दिए हुए हैं, इसका informal we have conveyed, formal में मांगा था, तो नेक्स्ट जो सुपीरियर बॉस है वहां तक गया हुआ है, बट इस पे अभी तक कहीं कोई डिसीजन नहीं है। तो फीडबैक है इसमें, फॉर्मेलिटी के तौर पे हम लोगों ने दिया है, बट इसका कोई स्ट्रेंथ नहीं है इसमें।
Right. And then the experience that you shared was not very good. Like मतलब wholeheartedly people are not accepting it क्योंकि आप कह रहे हो कि duplicacy है. So when you do not buy a thought, it becomes very difficult to convince others also.
Yes.
शायद उस एक्ट को करने की जो पावर है, जो इम्पैक्ट होता, वो और ज्यादा होता अगर हम भी इसको होल हार्टेडली मानते कि हाँ इट इज डिजायर्ड, बट अदरवाइज यहाँ ये दिक्कत है। दैट्स ट्रू। सो देन देयर इज अनदर सिनेरियो जहाँ पे आपको ऐसा सोचना है, जहाँ पे फीडबैक was high on strength and less on formality. So just imagine of a situation wherein you have given a feedback or maybe received a feedback wherein which was high on strength, positive चीजें थी उसके अंदर, लेकिन वो less formal था। जैसे अभी सर ने कहा कि अगर strength पे कोई feedback है तो वो अच्छा, हर किसी को एक feel good factor दिखाता है। But if it is less formal, now what is your experience? You have done a very good task, very good deed. बॉस ने बुला के रूम में आपको अप्रिशिएट कर दिया, पैट ऑन योर बैक हो गया, एवरीथिंग वाज डन, यू फील हैप्पी अबाउट इट, बट इट वाज एन इनफॉर्मल थिंग क्योंकि आपको बुला के बोल दिया या अलग से फोन करके बोल दिया, एनीथिंग लाइक दैट। सो नाउ व्हाट वाज द इम्पैक्ट?
इसका मैम थोड़ा सा उल्टा एग्जांपल हम देना चाहेंगे। आई थिंक दिस मे फिट इनटू दिस फ्रेम।
यस सर।
I had remained on deputation to SSB. This is one of the force guarding Indo-Nepal and Indo-Bhutan border.
Okay.
तो मैं वहाँ पे बटालियन कमांड कर रहा था। I had a team of officers and during that time as a routine matters हमने कईयों के नाम रिवार्ड के लिए भेजे, कई को खुद रिवार्ड दिया, जो भी था। So one fine day, अभी 10-15 दिन पहले I got a call from अभी मुझे वहाँ से आए हुए 2 साल से ज्यादा हो गया है।
Okay.
So one fine day I got a call from one colleague, जिसका नाम राजू यादव है, वो I think इधर के रहने वाले हैं, बिहार के शायद, मेरे ख्याल से। तो उनका फोन आया मेरे पास, नंबर सेव था, तो हमने पूछा राजू कैसा है तुम, ये नॉर्मल बातचीत। The amount of ecstasy which he had बोला सर आपने मेरा उस टाइम पे DGCR के लिए नाम भेजा था, और DGCR इज डायरेक्टर जनरल कमेंडेशन रोल, दिस इज वन फॉर्मल रिवार्ड टू एन ऑफिसर्स, एंड किसी भी अफसर को मिलता तो उनको अच्छा लगता है। तो बोला सर वो मुझे मिला है, एंड मुझे लगा कि मुझे सबसे पहले आपको बताऊं। मैं उनसे 2 साल से दूर हूँ, मेरा अब उनसे कोई लेना देना नहीं है। दैट वाज आई वाज जस्ट ऑन दैट डिपार्टमेंट, बट उन्होंने जो मुझे बोला तो मुझे खुद इतना अच्छा लगा कि यार ये ऑफिसर हमसे कितना कनेक्टेड है कि आज 2 साल के बाद भी पहला रिंग हमको कर रहा है, जबकि हम उनके डिपार्टमेंट में नहीं हैं।
बट सर आप ही इंस्ट्रूमेंटल थे उसे करने में, यू आर द वन हु मेड इट पॉसिबल, तो दैट्स रियली गुड दैट ही एक्नॉलेज दैट, और मतलब टच में नहीं होने के बाद भी, तो दैट इज समथिंग रियली टचिंग, बहुत अच्छी बात है।
एक्चुअली टचिंग फॉर मी कि उन्होंने 2 साल के बाद भी हमको सबसे पहले याद किया।
राइट, तो चाहे वो इनफॉर्मल था सर, लेकिन वो बोथ द वेज बहुत अच्छी फीलिंग थी। आपने उनको एक फॉर्मल तरीके से एक अप्रेज दिलवाया, एक रिवॉर्ड दिलवाया, दैट वाज रियली गुड उनकी स्ट्रेंथ के बेसिस पे, बट देन ही रिवर्टेड बैक एंड ही केम बैक टू यू इन अ इनफॉर्मल मैनर, बट स्टिल इट टच्ड यू अ लॉट। तो वो एक्सपीरियंस भी बहुत इंपैक्टफुल होता है। इसलिए हम ब्यूटी दोनों तरह के फीडबैक की देख सकते हैं सर, कि अगर हम फॉर्मली दे रहे हैं तो पूरी दुनिया के सामने डेफिनेटली वो तो बेस्ट फॉर्म होता ही है, बट एट टाइम्स इनफॉर्मल थिंग जब आप बिल्कुल आउट ऑफ द कॉन्टेक्स्ट हो चुके हो तब आपके पास लौट के इट्स अ बिग रिवॉर्ड। जैसे हम लोग के भी पास आउट जो स्टूडेंट्स हो जाते हैं, अगर वो टीचर्स डे पे या कभी पे भी एक मैसेज भी आता है ना सर, यू फील हैप्पी अबाउट इट कि हाँ अब बच्चा इतना बड़ा पोजीशन पे कहीं है एंड देन स्टिल ही इज रिमेम्बरिंग, तो कुछ तो हमने उसकी लाइफ में एक एलिमेंट छोड़ा ही होगा ऐसा। तो यस दैट्स ट्रू, ये दोनों एस्पेक्ट बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है फीडबैक एंड इट टचेस अस ऑल। सो देयर आर 2 फीडबैक्स गिवन हियर, आपको मुझे बताना है कि व्हिच वन इज द अप्रोप्रिएट वन। Feedback A says, such a lousy report. Will you ever learn the skills of making a report? And feedback says, B says, the report which you made yesterday needs some more relevant data and formatting. Why don't you do it again? तो आंसर तो वैसे बहुत ऑब्वियस है, बट आपको मुझे बताना है why. Obviously B, yes. Undoubtedly B है सही इम्पैक्ट वाला फीडबैक।
नहीं, फर्स्ट रिस्पांस तो A है मैम, फिर
अच्छा, तो यू से ए बेटर है फीडबैक में?
नहीं बेटर नहीं है, फर्स्ट रिस्पांस ही ए है इन जनरल इन आवर केसेस।
ओके,
इमीडिएटली फॉलोड बाय बी।
ओके
गैप ऑफ टाइम, यस
फाइन सर, लेकिन ये बहुत जरूरी है। आई एम श्योर आपके डिपार्टमेंट के केस में ऐसा होता था, लेकिन आप इसको नहीं इम्प्लीमेंट करते होंगे, आप जरूर बताते होंगे कि लाउजी रिपोर्ट क्यों थी। सो इफ यू आर नॉट टेलिंग द पर्सन, तो आगे आप नहीं
बताते तो हैं। मैं तो आपको नेचुरल रिस्पांस बताया कि ये क्या
सबसे
पहले यही होगा कि आप,
क्योंकि
वो जिसको आप देती है रिपोर्ट वो उसको उतना थिकली उसमें इन्वॉल्व नहीं होता है, और वो भी सुपरफिशियली ही पढ़ता है पहले तो उसको। कई बार हमें देखने में ये भी आया कि द फर्स्ट ड्राफ्ट और द प्रपोजल व्हिच यू हैव सेंट हैज बीन अमेंडेड 5 times and the first one was approved. So for the sake of involving himself, some people they comment and they do. लेकिन तो जो रिपोर्ट में प्रपोजल्स में जो हर चीज में आपके साथ इन्वॉल्व है, वो तो सेकंड को ही मेन मानेगा। लेकिन जो आपसे पैरासूट वे में या सुपरफिशियली कनेक्टेड है, उसका तो यही होगा। क्योंकि प्रॉब्लम इज नॉट दिस दैट व्हाट वी आर सबमिटिंग और व्हाट वी आर डूइंग, problem is that what they are expecting, are they real in their expectation or not? वो मैच है जो वो गैप एनालिसिस है नहीं प्रॉपर। और से आते हैं, जैसे मिनिस्ट्री में यहाँ चलता है कोल मिनिस्ट्री वाला ऑल ऑफ सडन मछली वाले में चला जाता है, तो वो तो अगर पूरे उपाय कोल वाले करेगा मछलियां तो मर जाएंगी, वही वाला उपाय है यहाँ पे।
सही बात है सर।
इसमें और भी एक और फैक्टर है मैम, इसमें और एक फैक्टर है मैम, ये होता है क्या आपको टाइम देगा नहीं कि अभी की अभी चाहिए। यू नीड टू सबमिट द फीडबैक इमीडिएटली, यू डोंट हैव टाइम। In that scenario, whatsoever you feel and fast response, what you feel, what appears, that appears to be true. That is your first response, and based on that, if you prepare a report, it will be something like that only. There will be definitely some kind of missing in that case. Right. So it is generally because of shortage, not enough time given to the submit to feedback. So that's why this type of thing may happen.
उसको बहुत रिसर्च करने का टाइम ही नहीं मिला तो डेटा कैसे डालता। संजय सर इज आल्सो सेइंग कि थिक स्किन पीयर्स डोंट लर्न after numerous A feedback, and they are to be given A feedback, and some people only take salary and some take salary after doing work. Very true. तो उस केस में आपको ए पे ही बोलना पड़ेगा क्योंकि उनको कोई सुनना भी नहीं है ज्ञान की, क्यों रिपोर्ट मेरी खराब है, मैंने कर दिया काम, मेरे लिए काफी है इतना. तो मे बी दैट इज ऑल्सो वन ऑफ द एस्पेक्ट. फिर एक पॉजिटिव फीडबैक देने का भी तरीका इसमें बता रखा है. लाइक ए जो है वो डी इज द बेटर ऑप्शन. ए सेज द रिपोर्ट which you made yesterday is out of the world, something I have never seen. तो यहाँ आपने पॉजिटिव चीज बताई, बट व्हाई इट इज बेटर, व्हाई इट इज गुड, वो आपने नहीं बताया. दैट एलिमेंट इज मिसिंग, which is there in B part, wherein you are saying that the report which you gave me was well formatted, we have well researched data and carried the apt message for board of directors to take key decisions. Keep up the good work. So here you are appraising a person, लेकिन साथ साथ आप बता रहे हो कि आपकी रिपोर्ट में अच्छी चीजें क्या थी, ताकि नेक्स्ट टाइम वो इन चीज पे एम्फसाइज कर पाए. तो जो भी नेगेटिव पार्ट है या जो भी अच्छा पार्ट है, आप वो इलैबोरेट होके बताओगे, तो आप एक स्कोप ऑफ इम्प्रूवमेंट अगले को दे रहे हो. एंड दैट इज फीडबैक इन रियल टर्म्स. सिर्फ अच्छा है बुरा है कह देने से तो फीडबैक होता नहीं है, और वैसे भी अच्छा है बुरा है तो इज अ रिलेटिव वर्ड, इट इज रिलेटिव टू एवरीबॉडी.
I'm coming to the feedback point again. If I go back
Yes.
to your feedback point, why people do not prefer to give feedback? This is one reason. If you see that people don't want to give feedback because they do not involve with the task. Now he gives a feedback instantly, whatsoever he feels, and he give a feedback. That may not be improper. And in that case, if he has to demonstrate why that is there, so he will not able to explain. So under that scenario, he will not prefer to give feedback. Okay, fine, done by जो है ठीक है.
तभी तो वो रियल सेंस में नहीं हुआ ना फीडबैक सर, मतलब वो एक सुपरफिशियल हो गया. तो अगर आपको सच में यू हैव टू बी इनटू इट. बिल्कुल सही बात है, आपने भी तो उसको उस तरह से पढ़ा होना चाहिए, तभी आप ये बता पाओगे. सो लाइक वन वील ट्राई ओवर हियर. जैसे देयर इज वन स्टेटमेंट नंबर 1, वो ये स्टेटमेंट है व्हाट वाज सेड एंड यू हैव टू टेल मी व्हाट इट शुड बी. आपको कैसे बेटर फॉर्म में उसको रिप्लेस कर सकते हो. The first statement says you are missing deadlines and it is impacting the rest of the team and project. So what should you say in this case? क्या missing है इसके अंदर? You are missing deadlines and it is impacting the rest of the team and project. Is it right form of giving feedback या in line form और refine करके बोल सकते हैं?
मैम कंटेंट तो कन्वे हो रहा है, बाकी रिफाइनमेंट तो पर्सन टू पर्सन इट विल वेरी.
Okay.
It's plain and simple that deadline is there. Not meeting the deadline and effect on other team and project is there.
Okay.
I don't think this is not appropriately worded, but it may differ from person to person that how they are communicating it.
Okay.
In that case, one thing can be added, ma'am.
What?
If I explain him missing because of missing deadline, what is the difficulties likely to arise? In addition to the impact on his team member, in addition to that, what individual that may cause loss to the individual concerned team member, how the team member as well as team leader may face the consequence. If I explain that appropriately.
नहीं, ये तो फिर तो initial stage में threatening जैसा हो जाएगा.
इसमें जो मिसिंग है ना सर, आई हेल्प यू आउट. इसमें मिसिंग है स्ट्रेंथ, जो हम अभी तक एम्फसाइज करते आ रहे हैं ना कि आपने रिपोर्ट बनाई वो अच्छी इसलिए थी क्योंकि उसमें वेल रिसर्च डेटा था. तो आपने
नहीं, लेकिन इस दो लाइन के स्टेटमेंट में मैम कोई माइलस्टोन नहीं है, तो वी डोंट नो दैट हाउ मच स्ट्रेंथ दे हैव पुट इन अप टू दिस पीरियड ऑफ टाइम. हम प्ले
मतलब हम
नहीं मीट नहीं हुई. अगर माइलस्टोन्स हमें पता होते कि आउट ऑफ 6-7 डिफाइंड माइलस्टोन दे यू हैव सक्सेसफुली मेट 5 and why it is taking so much time as you have done in past also you can.
Yes.
वो हमारे पास है नहीं, तो that strength we are not able to put in, but if this is the case then certainly it can be
incorporated.
Yes.
Right. So in that case you would be मतलब adding that point that so far you haven't missed up anything. Why is it happening कि अब आपकी deadline miss हो रही है and then it is impacting the team as a whole. So that could be incorporated. Very.
Yes, ma'am. It can be added that in the past, if I refer that in the past you have done so many projects in time and you have done well, but here you are missing.
Right.
So what goes wrong? You may look into that issue and kindly do kindly try to accomplish the task in time. True. That can be communicated. The strength may be assessed. Yes, rightly point out.
Yeah. So हमने strength से start करा and then we have communicated the entire thought और अगर हम स्ट्रेंथ से स्टार्ट करते हैं सर, तो बंदा भी रिसेप्टिव हो जाता है उसे लेने के लिए, उसे सुनने के लिए, तो दैट गिव्स हिम अ बेटर फीलिंग अबाउट इट. तो नेक्स्ट हम मूव करें स्टार फ्रेमवर्क पे. तो स्टार फ्रेमवर्क इज ऑल्सो वन ऑफ द वेरी रिसर्च्ड फ्रेमवर्क विच हैव बीन डेवलप्ड इन ऑर्डर टू अंडरस्टैंड कि हमें किस सीक्वेंस में फीडबैक देना चाहिए. सो इट टॉक्स अबाउट सिचुएशन एंड टास्क इनिशियली, देन एक्शन एंड देन रिजल्ट. तो स्टार फ्रेमवर्क ये कहता है कि जब भी आप किसी को फीडबैक दें, आप इस सीक्वेंस में उसे दें कि आप पहले सिचुएशन या टास्क को डिफाइन करें, देन एक्शन, एंड देन व्हाट कुड बी द रिजल्ट ऑफ डूइंग दैट. So how it happens, let's talk about it. There is one scenario. यहाँ पे एक project manager है. You are a project manager of a leading IT company, and Harish, a team lead reporting to you, has a team under him which is short-staffed and facing a significant backlog of work. There was an error found in software in an important project assigned to this team, and Harish managed to solve the situation patiently, and the cause behind the error was eventually found. You have been hearing good words from his team members about him. So you want to share the feedback to Harish. So how would you use STAR model in order to share your feedback? तो आपको करना क्या है कि आप एक प्रोजेक्ट मैनेजर हैं लीडिंग टीम कंपनी के, आईटी कंपनी के, एंड देयर इज अ पर्सन कॉल्ड हरीश जो आपके यहाँ एक टीम लीड की तरह काम करता है. और हरीश के अंडर बहुत बड़ी एक टीम है लोगों की, बट इनकी टीम जो है इसमें स्टाफ की कमी है, दे आर शॉर्ट स्टाफ्ड एंड देयर इज लॉट ऑफ बैकलॉग इन द टीम. तो हरीश इज एबल टू डिटेक्ट कि क्योंकि एक सॉफ्टवेयर में कोई बग था, कोई एरर था, इस वजह से ये चीजें डिले हो रही थी. ही वाज एबल टू रेक्टिफाई दैट, उसने उसको क्लियर कर दिया, सही कर दिया, एंड नाउ द वर्क इज हैपनिंग एट अ गुड पेस. अब उनका बैकलॉग नहीं रह रहा है क्योंकि अब सॉफ्टवेयर फास्ट हो चुका है. सो एवरीबडी इन हिज टीम इज हैप्पी अबाउट इट और सब हरीश को प्रेज भी कर रहे हैं. Now, you being the boss of Harish, you have to also, praise, give him a feedback. How would you do that using a STAR model? क्योंकि ये positive feedback है. जब हम STAR model से चलते हैं, we will be talking about situation and task initially, then action, and then finally the result. So, if somebody could help me in framing it. You have to acknowledge the situation, Harishwari. You have to identify his action and then praise the results which have happened.
Yes, ma'am, acknowledging the situation, number one, Harish, the difficulties that Harish is faced, I will acknowledge that. I mean, I will tell that despite of these difficulties, you have done this. You have shortage of manpower, you have shortage of resources, still you have done it. That I'll first acknowledge his weakness, efforts and action. I'll definitely. And what action he has taken, that is prompt action that he has taken, despite of so many shortages, that I'll acknowledge again. And after then I'll praise the result outcome. Because of that, how the company will be benefited and how his team will be benefited. I'll definitely praise him for that matter. Definitely I'll praise him that you have done wonderful job. And this is really remarkable. Despite of so many difficulties, you have done it.
You have done it. Right. So that is how you're using the STAR model and proper sequence of conveying your thoughts, which makes the feedback very impactful. Yes, Sanjay sir.
In this case, it could be a feedback or an appreciation. And in our system, we appreciate or give a feedback in the form of an appreciation or, rewarding them suitably. And we structure our citation in such a way. The 3 points: acknowledging the situation, identifying the action, and praising the results. In recognition of his dedication, loyalty, hard work, which meant sitting beyond office hours, and which resulted into this, which resulted into the ultimate objective. So probably we are doing it in a very, in a regular way, and we, structure our feedback in the same fashion, ma'am.
Oh wow, that's great. That's great. So that is the reason why we can witness so much of efficiency and things falling right in place. कि communication भी बहुत transparent हो जाता है इस वजह से. So that's great. There was another scenario which we need not to discuss. We'll move on further.
I'll just read the feedback.
Yeah, please, sir.
I will just read the feedback. It was an operational situation. The file is, I don't know, that document is still in front of me. I don't know, it's a coincidence only. It was I think probably you took that lecture on collaboration and coordination, I think.
Yeah,
I'm not really sure. I don't remember. But that day also I gave an example and it was a collaboration with the stakeholders and ultimately resulted into, and that moment only, I was not having, budget with me. I wanted to cash award them. I wanted to appreciate certain personnel of different sister agencies also. So I asked for budget, I got budget, and it was only 2 days ago. I you know, so I'll just read what I wrote in my sanction to all the personnel as in recognition of their dedication, courage, and loyalty displayed in challenging circumstances in a special ops, which resulted in seizure of Fana, and the achievement.
Right.
So this you can term it as a feedback.
Yeah.
In the form of an appreciation. So,
very true, and it's very impactful. Those words matter a lot, sir, for those people, because they've burned their midnight oil for doing that. So that's
and then I tried that. I made it a point that I will flash this in the form of a message to the concerned company and the person with intimation, with CC to all the other remaining companies, so that they also publicly the objective and the feedback is acknowledged and it's conveyed to all.
That's you've taken it to the next level and increased its impact even more. So that's a great gesture, sir. Wow. So now we'll move on to Ella Kata. That there are different again styles of giving feedback, and as we are approaching the lunch hours, मुझे ये बिल्कुल appropriate time लग रहा है ये दिखाने के लिए. So we have different approaches of feedback. There is one approach called classic sandwich approach, and as you can see on the screen कि इसमें जो major content है ना filling वो बीच में आ रही है और ऊपर नीचे you have crusty cover. So this is happening with the feedback also कि आपने initially उसको strength से quote करा, बीच में आपने feedback दिया, and then again you have quoted it with the strength. So main important element भी बीच में आ गया, and that is how it was made into classic sandwich. And I can see that smile on Singh sir's face. उनको दिख रहा है कि हाँ अच्छा ये ऐसे क्लासिक सैंडविच है और लंच आवर्स भी हैं.
नहीं मैम, सैंडविच से नहीं, मुझे लगा आपको कोकोनट मॉडल भी एक रखना चाहिए.
अच्छा, अंदर से सॉफ्ट और बाहर से हार्ड. ओके, वाओ सर, दैट्स
जनरली यू फाइंड पीपल इन यूनिफॉर्म इन दैट मॉडल ओनली.
राइट सर, एंड पीपल प्रिज्यूम देम टू बी वेरी स्ट्रिक्ट और इस तरह का. तो बहुत बढ़िया आपका सबमिशन है. वील टेक केयर ऑफ दैट. Maybe in our next content we'll be doing that as well. Coconut model भी हम रखेंगे सर. Then you have ये कुछ situations हैं हर एक feedback को लेकर, but it's just that I hope you're getting it quite well कि आपने initially बंदे की strength को बहुत focus करा. जैसे सर ने अभी मुझे read करके बताया कि मतलब they were praising about all those features which they have displayed, all those capabilities that they have displayed. And then giving a feedback कि इसकी वजह से ये हो गया, and then finally again talking about their strength. So this is one classic approach. Then you have open face sandwich जहाँ पे straight up आप feedback दे रहे हो and then you are covering it up with the strength. This way you start with the feedback and then you talk about strength. That is called open face sandwich approach. And then you have paleos diet जहाँ पे कोई strength कहीं कुछ covering नहीं है, straight away openly critical होके you have given a feedback and you have conveyed the thought to the person. That is upfront feedback. And then you have another method that is untraditional wrap. यहाँ पे तो सब चीज गोल गोल है.
ये 184 ले रही है क्या?
उनका सर लॉन्ग लेन स्टिक के लिए.
Okay, the mic open रह गया. So classic sandwich में आप sorry, this is untraditional wrap, not classic sandwich. यहाँ पे initially you are starting with strength, then feedback, then strength, then feedback, and then again strength. तो पता ही नहीं चल रहा है कि कब फीडबैक आ रहा है, कब स्ट्रेंथ आ रहा है. तो वो कंबल में लपेट के मारना वाला जो सिचुएशन है वो क्लासिक सैंडविच में हो रही है. तो यू कैन यूज एनी ऑफ दीज अप्रोच अंडर डिफरेंट सिचुएशन. तो यहाँ पे हम इंट्रोस्पेक्ट करने के लिए स्टार्ट करते हैं कि विच फॉर्मेट वुड यू प्रिफर एंड व्हाई, whether you'll go for sandwich approach or open face sandwich approach or paleo diet or untraditional wrap. So if somebody can tell me कि उनका favorite कौन सा वाला style of feedback and why they prefer this style.
मैम ये again depend upon the situation.
मुझे पता था चौधरी सर आपका ये डिप्लोमेटिक वाला आंसर होगा कि सिचुएशन में. तो आप
नहीं, मैं तो सैंडविच फॉर्मेट ले जाऊंगा मैं.
ओके, आप
इसलिए मैं बोल रहा हूँ if it is operational related issue, I'll go definitely that open this thing, open face sandwich. I'll straightway say that this is no, not done, and this is to be done. And in case of administrative issue, I may sometime.
In that case, we will go with the C, not even with the B.
Yeah, you can say.
Values,
C.
right.
Yeah, C, correct. That may be C.
In normal case, we go with the sandwich where
Yeah,
time is there. In war time, other than C, there is no option. Okay.
So
A,
or
B,
C.
D will cause
A
more
or C.
casualties.
Right.
उतना time नहीं रहता फिर से में life
A or C. It may be A or C, ma'am. Generally.
Most effective of all, right? Very, very well said, sir. So I hope सबका यही submission है. So now we are coming to the most crucial part of the workshop, that is developing a feedback culture, जो बहुत important है. क्योंकि हम फीडबैक की सिग्निफिकेंस और रेलेवेंस तो इतनी देर से बात कर चुके हैं, हमने स्टाइल्स की बात करी, बट नाउ हाउ डू यू इनकलकेट दैट कल्चर इन द ऑर्गेनाइजेशन? जैसे आपने कहा कि कई केसेस में वी हैव टू फॉलो थिंग्स इवन इफ यू आर नॉट वेरी कन्विंस्ड विद द थॉट, बिकॉज इट इज एन ऑर्डर, यू हैव टू फॉलो इट. So can there be certain measures through which we can develop a feedback culture, or maybe we can promote a ecosystem जहाँ पे सच में feedback दिया जाए in real sense और सुना भी जाए in real terms? What could be the elements? How can we develop a feedback culture? So that's an open question for the entire cohort. What do you think is worthwhile to promote feedback culture? How can we do that? क्या होना चाहिए organization? इनफैक्ट आप ऑर्गेनाइजेशन की बात ना भी करें तो वॉट एवर स्ट्रीम यू आर हैंडलिंग, वहां आप कैसे इस तरह का कल्चर इम्बाइब करते हैं? बिकॉज आफ्टर लिसनिंग टू मोस्ट ऑफ यू, आई गॉट टू नो दैट यू रियलाइज द इम्पोर्टेंस ऑफ फीडबैक. आपने बोला भी, सिंह सर ने कहा कि हम जनरली तो सैंडविच वाला अप्रोच यूज करते हैं, तो वेयर इन यू आर टॉकिंग अबाउट स्ट्रेंथ ऑल्सो. सो दैट मीन्स यू आर अ पर्सन हु इज एम्फसाइजिंग ऑन फीडबैक. तो आप कैसे कल्चर डेवलप कर पाते हैं अपनी टीम्स में?
बेसिक ट्रेनिंग से जो भी ब्रीफिंग होती है हमारी, व्हाटएवर इज द टास्क, मिशन, रिसोर्सेज, कम्युनिकेशन, लास्ट में देयर इज अ लाइन व्हिच एवरी कमांडर रिमेंबर्स एंड ही आस्क, कोई शक या सवाल. दैट शक एंड सवाल itself is a feedback. And in briefing also, and after carrying out the task in debriefing also, the same question is again asked. Problem is that those who are having knowledge of organization, your ethos, your culture, your work culture, actually, they know that how that system is inbuilt. But people who are not aware, they think that it's part of their tactical study or ops of war kind of thing. Real feedback is that you facilitate somebody to walk into his office, you give a format designed in a particular fashion and take the feedback in writing. So the informal channel of feedback has been almost stopped because of micromanagement under influence of perception management and social media by the higher-ups of BSF and other organizations. So even if you remember, there was one episode regarding BSF that wo dal patli hai. There was one episode of Tej Bahaduriya. The total messing part and the food part in BSF is so well planned. Even the other forces who have worked in line with the BSF on LC or other places, they used to appreciate the food part of BSF. In odd one case, it was highlighted in such a way, not managed properly by the machineries, and it resulted into people start thinking that ये ऐसे ही खिलाते हैं और ये corruption है और ये. Who is supplying the food there? What is the BSF role in supply of food in that particular location? Whether any other agency other than BSF is supplying, is it a prevalent practice? Other than that, we started making a new feedback channel. So that is the problem with the BSF commander, because you are not trusting the traditional and conventional feedback channel, which starts from the section commander, that is Havaldar. We are giving freedom that is required also. A constable or his family can dial mobile number of any of the person, including the home minister. आपको क्या लगता है कि हायर अप्स में कोई इसीलिए बैठा हुआ है कि उस लड़के को छुट्टी चाहिए इसलिए वो किसी को फोन कर दे? ये इंटॉलरेंस भी तो है उसके पार्ट, लेकिन पैनिक क्रिएट हो जाता है। तो अब वो मिसमैनेजमेंट तो नहीं कहूंगा, माइक्रो मैनेजमेंट है। तो अब वो शक या सवाल वो पूछता ही नहीं सेक्शन कमांडर, क्यों? उसके प्लाटून कमांडर को भी फिर पूछने के लिए पता चला कंपनी कमांडर पहले ही पूछ चुका है। तो वो सोचता है कि क्यों इतने मैंने चैनल अडॉप्ट करने, मैं सीधा जब आईजी साहब को फोन लगा सकता हूं एंड ही इज बाउंड टू लिसन मी, क्योंकि मैं फिर डीजी साहब को बताऊंगा कि आईजी साहब को फोन किया था, उन्होंने उठाया नहीं, इसलिए आपको कर रहा हूं। तो चैनल को तो हमने उसको चोक कर दिया, नॉट दैट कि इट इज नॉट इन एग्जिस्टेंस, वेरी मच इन एग्जिस्टेंस। और किसी का शक या सवाल, इस पे लोग तब भी जिंदा थे जब इतने कम्युनिकेशन मीन्स नहीं थे, इतने फीडबैक चैनल्स नहीं थे, इतने फॉर्मेट्स नहीं थे। पीपल वन द वार, द लास्ट वार वाज वन बाय इंडिया इन 1971। उस समय ग्रेजुएट पोस्ट ग्रेजुएट लोग सिपाही ड्यूटी में नहीं थे और कांस्टेबलरी में, लेकिन शक और सवाल चलता था। कंपनी कमांडर के पास जाने पे वो पूछता था, हैव यू इन्फॉर्म्ड इट टू योर प्लाटून कमांडर, और प्लाटून कमांडर यूज्ड टू ओनली रेफर द केस। अभी लगता है उसको कि ये सीधा ऊपर एक्सेस कर सकता है, तो कॉमनैलिटी की बात ही नहीं। आपको अगर दिमाग में आपके चंचलता है, आप ट्विटर पे किसी अपने फूफा के बेटे से, अपनी वाइफ से आप पीएम के पोर्टल पे ग्रीवेंस में डाल सकते हैं, तो आप इवन एक ऑर्गेनाइजेशन की इमेज भी टार्निश कर सकते हैं। दैट एपिसोड दैट टॉट अस।
वेरी ट्रू, वेरी ट्रू।
मैं एक ऐड करूंगा इसके साथ। He has rightly pointed out that क्या
Very
हुआ
excellently he has put it,
इसमें एक और पॉइंट है मैम, आपने जो फीडबैक देते हो, what is the perspective over giving the feedback? Just for criticism you are giving the feedback, or you are trying to improve the system?
Right.
So he quoted the example that he has quoted. It is clearly stated, it is not for the sake of improvement, it is for the sake of tarnishing the image or targeting somebody. Yes. That person, after that he went for fighting against Modi also. Now you can very well see what is his motive behind it. He just want the highlight.
Yes.
He want to put him in the limelight. So that is the thing. So now if you feedback is in that system, you are giving the feedback for the positive development of your organization or positive development of the team, then it is always he will prefer to give it in a proper form, and he will definitely communicate to the right person. Otherwise, he will communicate it to the person who can impact in a negative way. So that is the thing here, what I feel with respect to the example of Sanjay. So second issue, it is very much inbuilt in our system. The feedback system, it is already prevailed, and somebody, if it is bypassing, it is a very clear thing that he is trying to bypass because he is having his personal intention. That is the thing.
Right. Yes, sir. Jagir, sir.
Yes, ma'am. SK ने बड़ा aptly he has given the examples.
Yes, yes.
मेरा यहाँ पे कुछ और view है इसमें. It is also in line with Mr. SK what he has said.
Okay.
Feedback is not always good. ये feedback system ही है. अगर किसी department को damage करता है ना जो, it is the feedback only. अगर excessive feedback के channel को adopt किया जाए, जैसे जो boss है, he should rely upon his immediate junior instead of getting feedback from the grassroots directly. So what is happening in many organizations? I will not specifically quote BSF. जो top level में बैठा है, maybe Major General or IG or even above those. No, they think happy, and they think it is the achievement that I am getting intelligence and information from the grassroots level. What is happening? So no, it is breaking the backbone of many organizations. They are getting directly feedback from the person who is at the lowest rung, and they're believing that yes, he has given me this information. He is true. He is telling that he is speaking the truth. Now he is not aware that how many channels he has broken. So the similar things are happening in BSF also at certain point of times कि कमांडेंट साहब जहाँ या DIG है या IG है या ऊपर का जो लोग हैं वो नीचे वालों से जब वो बहुत ज्यादा फ्रैंक हो जाता है, खुल जाता है, उनसे बार बार इन्फॉर्मेशन मांगता है, पूछता है क्या चल रहा है, कैसा हो रहा है, तो ये जो चैनल है ना, जो चैनल ऑफ कमांड, जो एसके ने एग्जांपल दिया कि 71 में हमने जो वॉर जीता था उस टाइम में मैट्रिक पास या 8वीं पास लोग थे. दिस इज ट्रू, दिस वेरी मच ट्रू. उस टाइम में चैनल ब्रेक नहीं होता था. उस टाइम में जो कांस्टेबल था, he used to ask for his leave from his section commander, जो उसका immediate senior commander होता है. अभी वो डायरेक्टली सीओ से बात करता है कि सर मेरे को छुट्टी जाना है, या अपने कंपनी कमांडर से डायरेक्टली. जो बीच वाले चैनल्स हैं, he is breaking all those channels. So ये जो फीडबैक है, फीडबैक इज गुड, but it should follow its defined path. Otherwise it can have a negative impact also. तो मेरा यहाँ पे ये कहना है, फीडबैक, एक्सेसिव फीडबैक, क्योंकि फ्लो ऑफ इंफॉर्मेशन का भी बहुत से चैनल हैं. कहाँ से कौन सी इंफॉर्मेशन फ्लो हो रही है, आप बहुत सारे जो मिडिल लेवल कमांडर हैं उनको पता नहीं रहता कि इंफॉर्मेशन कैसे फ्लो हो रही है और कहाँ से जा रही है, उनको पता नहीं रहता. और ऊपर वाला जो टॉप पे आदमी बैठे हैं, जो बॉस बैठे हैं, उनको वो सुन के बड़ा खुश होते रहते हैं कि मेरे पास में हर इंफॉर्मेशन है, मेरे पास हर चीज की खबर है.
नहीं तो वो उसे वेरीफाई करें एटलीस्ट, मतलब दे शुड नॉट ट्रस्ट इट ब्लाइंडली. अगर चलो ग्रास रूट से भी आ रही है तो कम से कम उसे वेरीफाई तो करें अपने इमीडिएट जूनियर से, जो मिडिल लेवल मैनेजर है उससे. तो दैट इज आल्सो मिसिंग समवेयर.
अगर चैनल से थ्रू होगी इंफॉर्मेशन, अगर चैनल से थ्रू होगी तो डेफिनेटली जो इंफॉर्मेशन वहां तक पहुंचेगी, दैट विल बी रिफाइंड इंफॉर्मेशन. वो अनशंट इंफॉर्मेशन नहीं जाएगी, रॉ इंफॉर्मेशन उनके पास नहीं पहुंचेगी. तो जो चैनल है, द फीडबैक सिस्टम इज ब्रेकिंग द चैनल आल्सो. That's what I wanted to say.
Yes, very very well kept, sir. और बिल्कुल एक नया perspective है इसको लेकर. Though we were discussing about कि what are the elements which promote a feedback culture, but then you came up with a very fresh aspect of कि feedback at times it destroys the backbone of the system, because it is creating more of problem if it is not regulated well. तो वो चैनल को फॉलो करना बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है. तो दैट कुड बी अ मेजर टेक अवे कि फीडबैक कल्चर प्रमोट करने के लिए इट्स नॉट ओनली रिक्वायर्ड कि आप लोगों के अंदर फ्रीडम का सेंस जगाओ, उनको ट्रस्ट जगाओ, या फिर उनको एम्पावर करो कि यस यू कैन टॉक टू एनी पर्सन इन द चैनल. इट इज रादर द अदर वे अराउंड एज वेल कि यू ऑल्सो नीड टू फॉलो अ सर्टेन हायरार्की, यू नीड टू फॉलो अ चेन सो दैट थिंग्स में कम अप. और सर इसमें भी ये है कि मतलब ये जो था ना एम्पावरमेंट की, व्हाई एनी पर्सन फ्रॉम द ग्रास रूट लेवल कैन अप्रोच टू अ पर्सन एट द टॉप, उसका रीजन लोग ये कहते हैं क्योंकि वो उन लोगों को सुना नहीं जाता था, मतलब दे वर द अनहर्ड पीपल, एंड दैट इज व्हाई सिस्टम हैव बिकम एन ओपन डोर काइंड ऑफ अ सिस्टम, एनीबडी कुड अप्रोच एनीबडी. तो सर वो पूछना और करने का भी, वेरिफिकेशन का भी एस्पेक्ट होना चाहिए इसमें. मतलब मे बी इफ यू आर फॉलोइंग a chain of command जहाँ पे आप हायरार्की वाइज फीडबैक दे रहे हो, कम्युनिकेशन भी आपका वैसे ही चल रहा है जैसे पहले चलता था, बट एट द सेम टाइम जो लोअर लेवल पे ग्रीवांस है वो भी उसके मुंह से सुनी जाए. मतलब he should be kept in front wherein he is expressing his thought as well, maybe in presence of the middle manager, ताकि शायद सब चीजें ट्रांसपेरेंटली एकदम सामने आ पाए. और वो जो चेन ऑफ कमांड है वो भी हिडन नहीं होनी चाहिए सर. मतलब जो कॉन्वर्सेशन चल रहा है ना, everybody should be kept in the loop. जैसे जनरली हम मेल्स में और लोगों को सीसी में भी रख देते जो कंसर्न लोग हैं. सो इफ दैट इज हैपनिंग अगेन, देयर विल बी अ लेस पॉसिबिलिटी कि मिडिल मैनेजर भी या लोअर लेवल मैनेजर भी दोनों चीजों को टेम्पर करें, शायद वो पॉसिबिलिटी कम हो जाएगी. सो आई थिंक द बैकबोन ऑफ एवरी फीडबैक कल्चर इज कम्युनिकेशन, एंड इट्स लाइन टू बी वेरी क्लियर एंड ट्रांसपेरेंट, जो मुझे ये पूरे बात से समझ आता है. तो आई थिंक दैट कुड बी वन ऑफ द मेजर थिंग. सिंह सर. यस सर.
मैम इसमें जो एक और चीज है वो ये है कि रियल फीडबैक, फ्रीडम तो हमारी कर्टेल्ड है, कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन से ही कर्टेल्ड है हमारी. तो फ्रीडम की तो हम बात ना करें यूनिफॉर्म में तो ज्यादा बेटर है. हमारी फंडामेंटल राइट्स कर्टेल्ड है मैम, आपको शायद जानकारी होगी. तो इंडिया के कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन के हिसाब से मैंडेट है, वी आर गार्डिंग द नेशन, but we don't enjoy all the fundamental rights. That is okay. लेकिन आप एज ए साइकोलॉजिस्ट, एज ए बिहेवियरल साइंटिस्ट, आप अपने को कैसे मानेगी कि अगर एक आदमी अपने पर्सनल स्ट्रेसेस को नहीं अगर वो बियर कर पा रहा है, डू यू थिंक कि जब ऐसी सिचुएशन आएगी कि गोली चलेगी तो वो आपके आगे आएगा? और रही बात की फीडबैक इसलिए चाहिए कि पीपल आर नॉट सफरिंग, डू यू थिंक कि हिस्ट्री में कोई ऐसा भी एग्जाम्पल है जो जिसके हाथ में वेपन हो और इतना असहाय हो?
सही बात है सर, बट कुछ एक्सटेंट तक हाँ एक हियरिंग होनी इम्पोर्टेंट है, ये बात जरूरी है। मतलब वो लाइन ऑफ डिमार्केशन बहुत क्लियर हो कि क्या चीज किस हायरार्की में और किस तरीके से हो।
एग्जैक्टली, ओवर स्टेपिंग नहीं हो और पोजीशन नहीं हो वर्क का, दैट इज रिक्वायर्ड।
राइट, और ट्रांसपेरेंसी बनी रहे हर लेवल के लोगों के लिए, बिकॉज ये भी कोई गारंटी नहीं है कि मिडिल वाला कोई टेम्पर नहीं करेगा। मतलब देयर इज अ पॉसिबिलिटी कि वो भी अपना अपने फैक्ट्स को चेंज करके सुपीरियर को दे, दैट इज ऑल्सो अ पॉसिबिलिटी लेफ्ट। तो वो ट्रांसपेरेंसी हर एक के साथ हो, वो भी बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है। मतलब व्हेन दी immediate subordinate is conveying some thought to the superior, he should trust that thing, but साथ साथ वो उसको वेरीफाई भी कराए। मतलब दैट इज ऑल्सो वेरी मच रिक्वायर्ड, क्योंकि हर बंदा अपना खुद का वर्जन बोलता है सर, अपनी स्टोरी बताता है।
इनफॉर्मल चैनल में जब कम्युनिकेट करता है कोई भी फीडबैक,
हाँ इनफॉर्मल नहीं,
जो उसको जो पीपल आर इन हैबिट ऑफ गेटिंग द इंफॉर्मेशन जस्ट टू पोज देमसेल्फ, दे आर अवेयर, nobody is here to deny the authorities power, it's very clear। लेकिन ये जो सरप्राइज एलिमेंट आप हटा दीजिए फीडबैक से, you make system robust enough to sustain all the demerits which you have observed। आप सरप्राइज मत दीजिए कि आप एडॉकिज्म मत एडॉप्ट करिए। अगर आपको लगता है ये शक और सवाल वाला फीडबैक नहीं है, establish that feedback, don't go for the cheap popularity, don't attend the personal call for leave purposes, don't attend the people with political linkage for posting and transfers। ये कहना इजी है, करना बहुत मुश्किल है अल्टीमेटली। क्यों? क्योंकि आपने इस यूनिफॉर्म को पहनते समय वो चीजें नहीं समझी हुई है। आपने एक नीचे के लेवल से जब आप शुरू नहीं करते तो ऊपर का दर्द आपको नहीं पता चलता है। Here the postings are not managed, here the leave will be as per plan of the। अब तमिलनाडु वाले को भी होली मनाने के लिए नॉर्थ इंडियन की तरह जाना है, ये कॉन्सेप्ट आपके कारपोरेट में नहीं होगा। हमारे यहाँ तो देखा जाता है, हम लोग पूछ लेते हैं उससे, तुम होली में जाके क्या करोगे? ऐसा नहीं कि इंक्लूसिव कॉम्रेडरी नहीं है, लेकिन हम जानते हैं कि होली में जाने वाले नॉर्थ इंडियंस होते हैं ज्यादा, उनकी संख्या ज्यादा है, तो उसको हम बोलेंगे तुम ओणम में जाओ, तुम पोंगल में जाओ। अब आप कहेंगे कि आप ऐसे डिस्क्रिमिनेशन कर रहे हो, आप फिर तो आप आके हर काम आप ही कर लीजिए। वही मैं कह रहा हूं कि आप या तो ट्रस्ट करो सिस्टम पे या मिसट्रस्ट करो। सिस्टम वेल ऑयल्ड नहीं है तो आप एक मैकेनिज्म सेट करिए, किसी को मना नहीं है। लेकिन आपने पूरी बीच की ये 27 साल की जर्नी में मेरा
I think we've lost connection with Singh sir. Anyways, we'll move ahead. Sir का शायद window freeze हो गया है. So that was very interesting set of discussion happening and very thoughtful information was pouring down, and I'm really thankful to entire cohort for that, for excellent submissions from all of you. So as we walk through the door, I would just gaze you through the action plan, wherein जो भी हमने अभी discuss करा है, whether it is staff feedback or different a la carte of feedback, and how could you promote feedback culture, that you can write in this action plan. It's also mentioned in your handbook. तो वहाँ पे you can just gather thoughts and write it down. और जब आप इसे jot down कर होंगे, you will come across certain things, क्योंकि यहाँ पे आप बहुत introspection हो चुका है इस चीज का, wherein you can be in a capacity of really contributing those things in your day-to-day action while you are thinking about the feedback culture of your organization or maybe your team as well. So in case if you've taken some insight, I would like anybody to share any insightful thing that you came across in this entire workshop, today's workshop. Any one insight which we can clearly demark or mention.
Ma'am, this lecture was feedback was very very knowledgeable. But there's one point I would like to add about Sanjay's this thing on feedback. It is that feedback should not be rigid and it should be flexible, because sometimes we have to go down the below to get the actual feedback. For instance, if we go in an operation with a source and he's not able to give a feedback, we can ask a kid basically, have you seen anybody coming around? So he will say, and it happens. Sometimes you're not getting a feedback properly through proper channel. Then you have to go via other means to get the feedback, because feedback is very important for us for further course of action. If we are rigid and then we say that no, the feedback is not coming, so I'm not able to take action, that is an excuse. So feedback is like food for us to work further. So if we are not getting a feedback through proper channel, we should be a little flexible and get feedback from other channels also. It is not that there is a system and system has been set up and that is how the feedback should come. So that is my addition on to what Sanjay had said.
Making the mechanism work.
सिस्टमेटाइजेशन
की बात ही नहीं, फिर इंडिविजुअल अप्रोच है ऑर्गेनाइजेशन को चलाने का.
Yes.
Talking about there should be a strong enough system of feedback should be there. मैं ये नहीं कहता हूँ कि अगर वो नहीं दे रहा है फीडबैक, राइट फीडबैक नहीं दे रहा है, then you need that training and the mentoring session for those people. आप चूंकि वो दे नहीं रहा है तो आप हाइपर लूप बना देंगे. आई एम अगेंस्ट दैट.
नहीं, नॉट हाइपर लूप है. देखो ट्रेनिंग जो है सब यू आर इन अ सिस्टम इन years basically. तुम 1 साल के लिए आ रहे हो, 2 साल के लिए आ रहे हो, 3 साल के लिए आ रहे हो, and then you are spending around 5 or 6 months in developing him, who has put in around 24 years of service. Then it's a waste of time basically.
Oja, tell me one thing. Oja, tell me one thing. आपके बॉर्डर पे कोई एक इंसिडेंट हो जाता है, you receive a call from your immediate boss. आप उसको सारी चीज बता देते हो. 5 minutes down the line, you come to know that a call was given to your 2IC. उसके बाद में वही आदमी एडजुटेंट से बात करता है and half an hour down the line he is talking to the person who is at the borders. How you are going to feel? कैसा लगेगा तुमको?
देखो, फील तो तुमको मैं बता रहा हूँ. फील जब तुमको मान लो, सुनो मेरी बात. अब let me answer this.
Okay.
Let me answer this. If you get an information and give it to your boss, which is half, which is not complete, ठीक है ना? Then how will you feel about that also? So when you are giving a feedback, basically, I'll tell you one thing.
Let me finish. एक मिनट. Let me finish. होता ऐसे ही है कि जब भी कोई इंसिडेंट हो जाता है बॉर्डर पे, the first information is always half information and it is through the जो बॉस होता है उसके थ्रू ही जाना चाहिए with remark ठीक है सर, अभी हमें इस बात की इतनी ही जानकारी है, I am trying to get in touch, और जैसे ही चीजों की आगे की जानकारी होगी वो हम आपको in due course of time हम बता देंगे. It is your duty.
That is what is the official feedback. But मान लो तुमको you are getting a feedback from your under command and which is half.
ये तो फिर डिस्कस की बात.
And then he says that 15 minutes में तुमको पूरा feedback चाहिए.
ये तो डिस्कस की बात है. ये तो फिर डिस्कस की बात है कि आप ऊपर से लेकर के नीचे, और आज होता भी ऐसे ही है.
नहीं अनुराग, एक चीज मैं बता रहा हूँ. देखो, देयर शुड बी अ सिस्टम, एब्सोल्युटली सिस्टम होना चाहिए. सारा कुछ ठीक है, बट ऑपरेशनल नीड्स, टाइम नीड्स एंड इमीडिएट जो एनवायरनमेंट है उसके नीड्स में वी शुड बी अ लिटिल फ्लेक्सिबल ऑन फीडबैक. वी शुड
आप रेस्टोरेंट नहीं चला रहे हैं, यू आर रनिंग द BSF who is guarding the border. You are not running a business. Okay, एब्सोल्युटली ऑपरेशन में कम्युनिकेशन फीडबैक चैनल फेल हो जाएगा, then तो फिर BSF को only God can save.
नहीं संजय, here I would like.
अरे अल्टीमेट क्राइसिस में ही तो हमको कूल रहना है पार्टनर. किस तरह की बातें कर रहे हैं आप?
नहीं अल्टीमेट क्राइसिस में I have seen lot of crisis. Actually, it's not that I have not seen crisis. एक चीज मैं बता रहा हूँ,
जो विंग्स काम नहीं. अरे अभी people they different their agenda, they are not interested in making you work in a way that the force used to be. आपने बचाया हुआ क्योंकि आप बटालियन कमांडर हैं.
सुनो, let me suggest it. Being feedback, being a stereolined, basically a rigid feedback system is an excuse for people that मेरे को information नहीं मिली इसलिए मैंने बताया नहीं.
अब मैं बोलता हूँ
that becomes an excuse for person who is responsible to give the report.
नहीं, देखो अभी thought process है. मैं बोलता हूँ वो established feedback channel है, आप उसको rigid feedback channel बोल रहे हो.
नहीं देखो, rigid है कि मेरे को यहाँ से
I think हम लोग situation के हिसाब से
should be as per the requirement also. मैं ये कह रहा हूं मैं, We should be flexible in
depending
feedback.
upon what situation is, क्योंकि अगर कोई बहुत ही severity वाली चीज है, in that case maybe the other method could.
उसमें तो मना नहीं है मैम, अगर सक्सेशन लाइन के 4 लोग if they died on ground, तो 5th one will take up the phone and give you reply you back. ये तो ट्रेनिंग का पार्ट है, कुछ ऐसा नहीं हम बता रहे हैं यहाँ पे मैं कि जो बीएसएफ की ट्रेनिंग या जो उसके वर्क कल्चर या बीएसएफ ऑर्गेनाइजेशनल सेटअप में इनबिल्ट नहीं है, ये कोई भी थ्योरी में बाहर से नहीं ला के रह रहा हूँ। या तो आप उस चैनल को स्ट्रेंथन करो, वेल ऐड करो, सिस्टम को टाइम के हिसाब से इंप्रूव करो, दैट इज एक्सेप्टेबल। सिस्टम को टोटली डिरेल कर देना, उसको फॉलो नहीं करना और सेइंग दैट कि आपका जूनियर आपको सही फीडबैक नहीं देता इसलिए आप उसके जूनियर के पास चले गए, ये तो मतलब एक
that is operational time based में बता रहा हूँ। We should be flexible, not that कि भैया I'm starting a new feedback system.
1 मिनट में कोई वहां से जो है ना इफ्तिखार लॉन्च नहीं हो रही है पाकिस्तान से। 1 मिनट प्रोटोकॉल के हिसाब से अगर चैनल नहीं ब्रीच करते हैं अगर आप, तो यू आर ट्रस्टिंग द कमांडर हु मे फील इट कि नहीं मुझे और भी इनपुट देना चाहिए था।
ओजा प्रैक्टिकल की बात करो, ओजा ऐसा है
प्रैक्टिकल की बात ही कर रहा हूं मैं, प्रैक्टिकल की बात कर रहा हूं।
नंबर 1 अगर तुम बोलोगे कि भाई तुम उससे फीडबैक नहीं देते तो नीचे वाले फीडबैक देगा, दे आर हैविंग सो स्ट्रॉन्ग कॉमरेडियरशिप, तुमको अगर वो नहीं देगा ना नीचे वाले भी नहीं देगा, यू विल नॉट गेट द करेक्ट फीडबैक। तो वायोलेशन ऑफ चैनल है, राइटली से समझाए कि भाई एक चैनल बना हुआ है उस सिस्टम को स्ट्रेंथन करो, ना कि तुम और उसमें
एक चीज मैं बता रहा हूँ, देखो चैनल ऑफ फीडबैक जो है, एक होता है कि चैनल मॉर्निंग रिपोर्ट है, वो चैनल ऑफ फीडबैक है, तुम प्लाटून कमांडर से नहीं लोगे, तुम कंपनी कमांडर से ही लोगे, ठीक है ना, दैट इज अ चैनल ऑफ फीडबैक, ठीक है ना।
नहीं है वो रिपोर्ट में फीडबैक अलग है।
लेट मी कंप्लीट इट। सिट्रिप है, सिट्रिप इज ऑल्सो प्रॉपर, वो तो स्टील लाइन बना हुआ है, बट मान लो कोई इंसिडेंट होता है बॉर्डर पे, इमीडिएट बॉर्डर पे हो रहा है एंड यू रिक्वायर टू टेक अ डिसीजन इन 2 मिनट्स, तो तुम क्या बोलोगे, ट्वाइस ही तुम पता करो, एडजुटेंट तुम पता करो, फिर तुम बोलोगे कंपनी कमांडर तुम पता करो, तुम यू रिक्वायर इट इमीडिएट दैट एंड वेरी दैट टाइम, दैट यू विल कॉल द पर्सन हु इज देयर ऑन द ग्राउंड टू टेल यू दैट। So that
then you have not chosen the right person at right place.
Yeah, then you are not telling the right thing, yaar.
I think
your SITREP is not your feedback. SITREP is not your
also feedback.
It is not feedback.
अरे भाई, SITREP is situation report, it is not feedback. ओजा
SITREP तो क्या है बेटी, इंफॉर्मेशन है ना, SITREP is information of incidents happening in the border. Why don't you say it's a feedback? It's information. No. What you have done, that's also feedback.
I think
report and feedback, there's a difference between report and feedback. That is a report and that is not feedback. So you try to distinguish between
what I am understanding from the discussion is that feedback is that when you ask or when you give, wherein Oja sir, you are rightly said, you are talking about flexible way of gaining more information. I would not say which would, of course, feedback would be part of it. So it's a universal set and feedback would be a subset for it. So wo information hai, wo flexibility of course honi chahiye, because when it gets to decision making, you should have access to maximum amount of information to take the right decision. That's where उसमें कहीं ना कहीं क्योंकि डिस्कशन अभी फीडबैक का हो रहा था, तो वो कहीं ना कहीं डिमार्केशन पतली थी, इसीलिए वो कंफ्यूजन हो रहा है। आप जो कह रहे हैं वो इंफॉर्मेशन की बात करिए, एंड यू आर वेरी करेक्ट, इट शुड बी फ्लेक्सिबल, इट शुड नॉट बी it should not just be on the basis of formal or informal. आप informal का भी तरीका यूज करना चाहते हैं, जो मेरे हिसाब से ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस में भी होती हैं। I don't know about a hierarchical organization like BSF, but मेरे को लगता है होता होगा, क्योंकि it is bound to happen because the top person would like to have contrary data to take the right decision. So that's okay. But feedback mein, what they are saying is ki feedback is wherein feedback comes with a sender's or giver's opinion about a particular thing. So you draw your conclusion and then you say about a particular thing. Now that would be based on facts. That would be based on that would be based on experience. That would be based on position. That would be based on situation. So इसका amalgamation है. अगर हम फीडबैक मांगने लग जाएं लोअर अप्स से हायर अप्स का, तो in my personal capacity or in my experience, I feel that the higher ups don't like it. Somebody who gets my boss, super boss, is asking about my to others. It would definitely give me some element of some uneasiness. But if my boss tells me कि मैं ये feedback दूसरों से भी ले रहा हूँ, तो I'm okay with it, because it is something that I'm informed about it. So I think how part जरूर सोच लेना चाहिए. I think that's where our emotional quotient would come into picture, wherein and it doesn't unruffle anybody. That would be a way forward. So information, yes, flexible points, point taken. Had it been we used information, ये confusion नहीं होती, I guess. Wherein feedback, there is a mechanism. It is reported, documented, and in a formal organization like yours, it is something that is through a report, which I would understand. मुझे ये जो समझ में आया कि over so many batches, there is a very less instances where informal feedback is taken into consideration. It's more of a written and a formal thing.
Yes,
So,
ma'am. It is true.
So, yeah. So, मुझे ऐसा लगता है wherein feedbacks, formality आप ज़्यादा use करते हैं. That's the difference between, I guess, your organization and other organization, because of the fact that the kind of information which is coming is quite, highly classified. For an organization, it would not be that qualified कि matter of death, life and death या national security हो. So I think इसीलिए वो formal है. हर एक चीज का logic जरूर होगा. अगर वो compromise नहीं हो रही है तो of course it can be formal, informal also. That probably you'll have to see as what position and what situation we are seeking that feedback for. So I think Professor Dipali could ignite that discussion, and that's exactly what we intend to, because right now with so many years of experience at various situations, as a cohort, we come together and we discuss your own point of view. That's also a part of learning. And I'm happy that it is happening in this cohort. Time to take a small break. We take a break of 10 minutes. But before I do so, thank you, Professor Dipali, for taking it so well. I really admire the fact that you were calm, composed, and were listening in and taking the feedback iteratedly. So we go for a small break of 10 minutes.
Thank
Cohort,
you so much.
relax. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Relax, stretch, and be back to start our learning journey again. Thank you, Dr. Dipali.
Thank you.
We'll catch you soon. Bye. One of a great master. He's supposedly be a good, quite known person. तो ऐसी बात हुई थी तो उन्होंने सेल्फलेस वर्क की बात करी कि वो भाव होना चाहिए जब आप काम कर रहे होते हैं. He was quoting, of course, Gita, our own Bhagavad Gita as scripture. और पता नहीं क्यों मैंने उन सबके बीच में रोक के ये पूछा कि आप एग्जाम्पल दे सकते हैं कि ऐसे लोग कौन होते हैं जो ऐसा काम करते हैं. अगर हमें ये पता हो कि ये ऐसे लोग हैं जो ऐसा काम करते हैं तो it would be easy to read them and understand their life, and then probably take something from them. His first and मुझे लगा seconds भी शायद नहीं रुके होंगे. His first answer was people who guard the borders. You have to understand that they are not doing it for themselves. Salary doesn't matter in terms of when you're facing death, when you have 24 hours that your men or you would not survive any day, any point, is just the fact that they are taking it as their duty. that makes them so selfless. और शायद वो selflessness ही है अनुराग सर जो एक inherent trait है. जब BSF का ये session भी नहीं हुआ था तो मेरे जहन में वो बात इतनी ज्यादा थी कि जैसे ही मुझे पता चला ये BSF का session है, and that's the reason why I look forward. And I keep on listening to you all, मतलब batch by batch, मुझे लगता है undercurrent selflessness ही है. ऐसा कोई नहीं सोच सकता. आप किसी CEO को बोलो वो profit ही सोचेगा. He would not think about his men. जैसे आप सोच रहे थे कि आप एक जगह उसका पोस्टमार्टम करा रहे हैं, आप एक जगह उसकी फैमिली से बात कर रहे हैं. The switch and switch off between your own duty, the logistics duty, the empathy duty, that can only come if you are into it and if you're very selfless. अगर आप selfish तरीके से अगर आप देखें कि मेरा क्या जाता है यार, वो बंदा गया, उसने अपने आप को खत्म कर लिया, that doesn't happen. And I've seen it batch by batch. It is not आपको कह रही हूँ मैं, it is seen batch by batch, and I think that is the undercurrent. That is the difference that makes a person working in any organization and somebody who is working for forces, and especially जो आपका frontline division. तो उन्होंने ये और आगे बोला कि if you really want to look at if you really want to look at a Karam Yogi, it is not people who are wearing an orca robe. वो नहीं है जिन्होंने गेरुआ रंग पहना हुआ है. वो हैं जो वहां बैठे खड़े हैं, अपना ड्यूटी भी कर रहे हैं, घर में पालन पोषण भी कर रहे हैं, और एक ऐसे कॉज के लिए हैं जो शायद कोई और नहीं कर रहा. So I think that's what the mandate I think God has all given to you all. We are not that lucky. You have got that opportunity in this lifetime to take that up. उसके सर जब एक बहुत बड़ी responsibility मिलती है तो you feel that burden many times in your life. You question, sometimes you ask कि मुझे ही ये क्यों burden दिया गया. But कहीं ना कहीं एक universal intelligence समझती है कि आप ही शायद better थे. ये burden वानी को नहीं दिया गया क्योंकि वानी is not capable for it. Maybe Vani might say a lot of things in front of you, but kahin na kahin zehen wise she's not as fit to take this burden. So I think what roles responsibility we get is all that we are capable of, and that's how I think the whole wide world is working, irrespective of good, bad, ugly, whatever roles that we can do. एक गलत बंदे को भी वही रोल दिया जाता है जो उसमें उसका excellence हो. So I think it's both the ways. So whatever role you have got, I think it's far bigger than what we do. We only think about earning money, going back home, just looking at our family. That's why I every day say that you all are precious, not to yourself, your family, but to us and nation. And when I say that, I really mean it. उसका context ये है, आज मैं पहली बार बता रही हूँ, उसका पीछे का context ये है क्योंकि मुझे उस समय समझ में आया कि selflessness work क्या होता है. And that was through somebody. और जब मैं ये batch लेती हूँ तो जब बातें सुनती हूँ तो वो कहीं ना कहीं reinforce होता है. So thank you for that. Anyway, I got a little carried away.
मणि को रुला के छोड़िएगा.
नहीं, मैं सबको बोल रही हूँ, मैं उनको ही नहीं बोल रही, मैं सबको बोल रही हूँ सर. और वो रिस्पेक्ट है, इसीलिए I mean we are trying to bring the best. कभी-कभी नहीं कर पाते because of that fact कि हम आपकी तरह नहीं सोच सकते, of that fact that it's very difficult. हम एक बहुत constricted environment में सोचने वाले हैं, आपका constrict नहीं है. That makes you a highly evolved. Okay, so let's get back to the next session. It is all about delivering results. So when we deliver results, it not only are you making yourself look efficient, but you are also making your team and your peers look the way you look efficient. Many of our many of our tasks require a team effort. And if the team doesn't do well, no one does. Like the old saying, a team is only as strong as its weakest link. But if everyone is constantly and consistently delivering results of quality and assurance, then that's a pretty strong team. Not only are you influencing yourself and your success, but you are also taking people with you to the top. And here I don't mean top in terms of position, top in terms of power, but top in terms of reaching the heights of excellence. I think this whole human pursuit is leading us towards excellence. We do it this time, or we do it next time, or we start away from what we do. That's exactly what it is. And as a leader, you are given this responsibility that you take yourself and the team around towards excellence. And that can only be qualified or quantified by how much you deliver. And that's exactly what our next session is all about, delivering results. Of course, the session as a topic would not be much exciting for you, but then the idea is to talk about or discuss about how we can be much better at our workplace. To take this forward, I'm joined by Dr. Ghazala. She has been passionately involved in teaching, research, and coaching since almost 2 decades. She has been resource person for various workshops and management development programs in area of management, behavioral, and analytical domain. She has published several papers, books, chapters to her credit, published with Scopus journals. She is a passionate coach and a researcher. She has presented many papers at national and international conferences and has been part of the review board of London Journal Press. So over to you, Dr. Ghazala, to discuss about the theme called delivering results. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Vani. Very warm good afternoon, Jai Hind and Namaskar to all the dignitaries here. It's really a great pleasure, and I can say that it is my honor that I am having an interacting session with all of you on delivering results. I think I would be learning more from you than what I would be able to deliver. Let me first share my slide, and then we will start off with this particular session. Just give me a second. Okay. Many persons ask, what do you love most when you are doing something? Some people say that I love the journey in which, or the path in which I'm walking to attain a particular goal. Some say that I love the company with whom I'm working. But everybody, whether you or whether somebody else, they all will agree to me that what matters most is delivering results or the end results, whether you are able to achieve the goal or not. The path, the journey which you have taken, the colleagues who were there with you, they all are actually the different factors or the forces which are helping you in attain that particular goal and in leading to deliver the results for which you are working. There are a lot of things which are involved in that. You have to first do the planning, and then when you start, you have to allocate the resources, you have to see the organization. And when you start working, you cross-check with the plan what you have done, that whether we are going in alignment with it or we are deviating. And finally, if you are deviating, you bring back to the track, and then finally you reach the end result. So just what we are going to have in this coming 90 minutes, let's see, have a recap of, have a snapshot of that. Okay, so when we are taking up this session, the first thing is we will develop a context together, and then what enables us to deliver. That is the first thing we are going to learn. How we are going to delivering the result. There are basically 4 components which we are going to study in the, or we are going to discuss in this particular delivering result, that is clarity, measure, alignment, and adapt. We will take various cases of different examples, and we will also discuss about the different indicators which will help us to come to an excellent result, or which will help us to measure the result, or which will lead us to the desirable result. We will look ahead and we will also see that what were the insights and what were the actions. So this is just a snapshot of what we are going to discuss here in the next 90 minutes. Now, just for setting the context, I would like you all to think about a time when you set yourself a challenging goal and could you achieve it? My first question is, have you at any point, many of you might have set a challenging goal. So I would like you to just unmute yourself, or you can write in the chat box that what was that challenging goal and were you able to achieve it? And anyone can just unmute yourself and you can just respond. I know that you all are very
the challenging goals, it could have been achieved with the assistance of team, thoroughly working on the idea of that challenge and what all resources in form of human resource, physical objects we have at our disposal, and the teamwork and confidence in ourselves that yes, we can do it. There may be past references also, there may be case studies on those lines. So that has been taken into consideration while dealing with any of the challenging goals.
Thank you, S.K. Singh, sir. Do you remember any instance, sir, that has happened with you? Any case or any particular scenario which you would like to share with us? It can be in the professional front, it can be in the personal front. That example can be anything that you find, yes, it was challenging and you were able to achieve it. We would like to hear.
इंस्टेंस तो कोट कर पाना थोड़ा मुश्किल है मैम, आपका टाइम चला जाएगा लंच का, क्योंकि फिर एक कहानी से कई कहानियां नहीं उसमें, लेकिन ये है कि वट एवर चैलेंजिंग गोल एक्चुअली 90% चैलेंज ही है, 1% is normal there. So the things are not new and not unknown to us.
Okay.
90% situation we have faced, or we have visualized, or we have appreciated. There is a process known as appreciation of situation, and it's a very elaborate process in forces where even we appreciate that what our adversary or enemy will be planning, doing, and why, how he will execute that plan. So not only knowing our strength, but our weaknesses also in the first instance before taking that challenge.
Okay, fine. Anybody else would like to add up something in this?
It is here in border security post, it is not,
Morning,
not
ma'am.
that you are taking a project which is new or something new you are taking on the daily basis. You are on duty, you are on challenging task day in, day out on 24/7 basis. Say if by the end of the day you are getting, yes, there is, everything is okay, nothing to report, then you feel satisfied. If, setting a challenge or challenging goal, you know, if what take us ahead is that yes, if our predecessors were able to do it, I will certainly be having those resources, and the same resources I'm having, and I'll be doing it the way it has been done by my predecessor, and I'll be doing it, and I hope my successor will be coming and he will also be doing it. We are taking certain feedback from predecessors, and we are trying to excel or say doing things better than him, and certainly will be expecting whosoever follows me will be doing better than me. I mean to say he will be taking it forward and will be adding something more.
Definitely.
So there is, I think, a specific time and a specific goal talking about will be a bit difficult. And what Sri Sanjay Singh was telling, it will be in between the lunch time will be there. So you start, say, after putting it 25 plus years of service, will be having innumerable incidents one can quote.
Right. Okay. Thank you, Chandrakant sir. Thank you very much. I heard one more, sir.
Yeah, good morning, ma'am. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning, Raghavin sir.
Ma'am, as regard to the challenging voice, ma'am, am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, sir. Now you are audible.
Ma'am, I just want to say that as per our role and task and our work conditions are concerned, we have challenging tasks, number of challenging tasks comes in our way. And it is here the persons or the officers or men with their passion, they are working, and the dedication and which comes in our way, and every day we faces some kind of challenges, whether it is operational, administrative, or any other kind of the challenge or a task is concerned. And these kind of the things enables us. That is the dedication and devotion. I am harping and I am stressing upon 2-3 words. That is the passion, because without the passion, it is not that easy to accomplish the task in a befitting manner in a desired level. And secondly, is the dedication and devotion towards our duties. Definitely. If these 3 things are not there, they are the, I think they are the basically pillar of strength of the organization. That I have to say.
Right, sir.
As far as challenge are concerned, they are numbers and they cannot be that much which we can elaborate on.
Okay. Thank you very much, Raghavin sir, for this insight. When we talk about delivering results, basically what we find that there are 4 components which we have to keep in mind. These 4 components, we will just have a look at it and then we will have a detailed view of that. I am just having some issue with my, yes sir, Jagir sir, you have raised your hand. Do you want to add something?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
If you allow me.
Yeah, sure, sir.
Definitely. जो इंडिविजुअल कैरेक्टरिस्टिक्स जो सभी लोग बता रहे हैं यहाँ पे, मेरा इनके अलावा एक और मैं पॉइंट यहाँ पे रखना चाहूंगा. इन फोर्सेस पर्टिकुलरली लाइक BSF, किसी भी चैलेंजिंग टास्क को अकम्प्लिश करने के लिए द सपोर्ट ऑफ योर सबऑर्डिनेट्स एंड योर एंटायर टीम इज वेरी एसेंशियल. आप कितने भी कमिटेड हैं, कितने भी स्ट्रॉन्ग विल्ड हैं, कितने भी आप फिजिकली मेंटली स्ट्रॉन्ग हैं, अगर आपकी टीम आपको सपोर्ट नहीं कर रही तो यू विल, आई थिंक 100% यू विल नॉट बी एबल टू गिव. मैंने बहुत सारे मेरे एक्सपीरियंसेस हैं. हाई एल्टीट्यूड में हम थे तो हमारी एक FDL पे, फॉरवर्ड डिफेंडेड लोकेलिटी बोलते हैं उसको, उसमें क्या हुआ था कि स्नोफॉल बहुत ज़्यादा हुआ.
yes, sir.
और वो होने के बाद तकरीबन 1 महीने तक देयर वाज नो मूवमेंट. इतना स्नोफॉल था और बीच में एक रिज आती थी, बहुत बड़ी शार्प रिज थी वो. तो स्नोफॉल होने की वजह से मेरे ख्याल में इसमें से मिस्टर अजीत हैं जो वहाँ पे रह के भी आए हैं, तो उसके रिज के ऊपर से उस टाइम जाना पड़ता था. जब मैं बात कर रहा हूँ तकरीबन 20 साल पहले, उस टाइम में कोई रोड नहीं था, कोई कुछ नहीं था. अभी शायद वहाँ पे रोड भी बना हुआ. तो हमारी जो एक फॉरवर्ड FDL थी उसमें क्या हुआ कि लड़कों के पास में माचिस बहुत कम रह गई. एंड माचिस आपको इट इज़ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट वहाँ सर्वाइव करने के लिए. अगर माचिस नहीं है तो आपकी बुखारी नहीं जलेगी, आपका खाना नहीं बनेगा. और साथ में एक और इम्पॉर्टेंट चीज़ होती है वहाँ पे जो लड़कों के सर्वाइव करने के लिए, राशन के साथ. राशन तो हम विंटर स्टॉकिंग करते हैं, लेकिन बीड़ी पीते हैं बहुत सारे लड़के जो कांस्टेबल्स होते हैं. कईयों को बीड़ी पीने की आदत होती है, तो उनके पास में बीड़ी खत्म हो गई और साथ में उन्होंने बोला था हमारी माचिस ये सब खत्म हो गई, तो हमें हमारे पास सिर्फ कुछ 2-4 माचिस बची है. तो और स्नोफॉल इतना ज़्यादा था तो मैंने अपनी पूरी टीम के साथ में प्लान किया कि यार हमें वी विल हैव टू डू इट. हमारा जो ब्रिगेड कमांडर था एक आर्मी का जिनके अंडर हम रहते थे वहाँ पे, तो वो हमारे से डेली फीडबैक लेता था. मैंने उनको बोला सर ऐसी सिचुएशन है, हमें वहाँ पे करना पड़ेगा कुछ ना कुछ. और वो एक जो FDL थी वो ऐसी लोकेशन भी थी जहाँ पे हेलीकॉप्टर का भी बड़ा मुश्किल था. बड़ी एकदम लो लाइन था और बिल्कुल जो पीओके है उसके अंदर घुसा हुआ। तो हमने मतलब वहां पे सिर्फ ऑन फुट जाने के अलावा और कोई जरिया नहीं था। तो हमने प्लान किया, हमने तकरीबन जो स्टडी लड़के थे 7-8 उनके साथ में हमने प्लान किया और इट वाज ओनली बिकॉज ऑफ द टीम एफर्ट के लड़कों ने कैसे रस्सी बांध के एंड दे आर वॉलंटियर सपोर्ट। लोग हर लड़का ये मेरे को बोलता था कि मैं आगे जाऊंगा सर, रस्सी बांध के कमर के साथ बांधनी होती है और रास्ता बनाते बनाते हम वहाँ पे इस तरीके से फिर ऊपर जाके जहाँ पे चढ़ना होता है उसमें एक रस्सी बांध के, जैसे इट इज लिटरली लाइक रॉक क्लाइंबिंग। और रस्सी ऊपर जाके रस्सी जो वहाँ छोटी छोटी जो जड़ी सी होती है उसके साथ बांध के बाकी लोग उसकी सपोर्ट लेके ऊपर चढ़ते थे, फिर जाके नीचे उतरना होता है। तो द टीम सपोर्ट एंड टीम एफर्ट इज वेरी एसेंशियल। अगर कितना भी चैलेंजिंग टास्क हो, आपके पास अगर आपकी टीम अगर आपके साथ है and they are supportive, definitely you will be able to negotiate whichever obstacle and whatever challenge that is, you will be able to succeed.
Definitely. Thank you, Jagir sir. I have one message from Sanjay Tandon sir, and then we will definitely hear Khanindra sir, who has raised the hand. Sanjay sir has written attitude, proactive approach, becoming a role model before our subordinate, will to succeed, integrity, teamwork, camaraderie in our context on regular basis, and courage in challenging circumstances, duty before self. Definitely, these are the driving forces which have made you the role model for all of us. Thank you very much, Sanjay sir. Yes, Khanindra sir, you wanted to add something.
Ma'am, yes, if you permit, I'd
Yeah,
like to add
definitely.
one example to
Definitely.
that.
Yeah.
How there is a challenge and how it has been this thing negotiated. तो बेसिकली मैम इसमें एक चीज मैं जरूर बोलूंगा कि हमारा जो डे टू डे ड्यूटी है, एवरी डे इज ए चैलेंज। कोई भी ऐसा टास्क नहीं है हमारा इट इज लेस चैलेंजिंग, इट इज मोर चैलेंजिंग। एवरीबॉडी, जो भी मेरा कॉलीग बैठा हुआ है, दे आर फेसिंग सम और अदर वे, दे आर फेसिंग चैलेंज। और एवरी चैलेंज इज यूनिक एंड एवरी सिचुएशन इज यूनिक। सबका अलग अलग कहानी है, हर जगह अलग अलग टाइप्स है। So मैं basically I am deployed here in an area which is called enclave area. Angarpota Dahagram is an enclave, which is Bangladeshi enclave. My battalion is deployed around that. इसमें कुछ पैच है मैम जो रिवराइन बॉर्डर है। रिवराइन पैच में हमारा लगभग 2 किलोमीटर एक पैच है मैम, वहाँ जहाँ बेसिकली आवर ट्रूप्स आर डिप्लॉयड ऑन 4 लैंड में। रिवर आइलैंड है एक बड़ा सा पैच है, उसके ऊपर डिप्लॉयड है। अपोजिट टू दैट इट इज बांग्लादेश। तो दैट एरिया इज वेरी वनरेबल बिकॉज वहां हमारा कोई बैरियर नहीं है। देयर इज अदरवाइज इंडो बांग्ला बॉर्डर इज, जहां फिजिबिलिटी है वहां हर जगह फेंसिंग है, बट इस इलाका में फेंसिंग नहीं है ड्यू टू सम रीजन एंड ड्यू टू नॉन फिजिबिलिटी आल्सो, ड्यू टू सम अदर रीजन आल्सो। सो हम तो पूरा नॉन फेंस एरिया में, अनफेंस्ड एरिया में डिप्लॉयड है। तो एक पैच है जहां हमारा मोस्ट वनरेबल, दैट पैच इज हियर, इट इज देयर इज अ पैच एंड इसी पैच से मैक्सिमम पहले क्राइम हैज बीन टेकन प्लेस, ट्रांस बॉर्डर क्राइम। तो उसको रुकने के लिए मुझे तो मेरा हायर अप से बोला गया कि यू हैव टू क्रिएट सम बैरियर ओवर हियर। तो बैरियर कैसे क्रिएट करें, तो उसके लिए जो बेसिक रिक्वायरमेंट आपको जो था, इंग्रेडिएंट जो आपको चाहिए टू क्रिएट ए बैरियर, से यू नीड फेंसिंग मटेरियल, यू डू नॉट हैव दैट, यू आर हैविंग शॉर्ट ऑफ दैट, certain elements were not available. तो मैंने अपना जो कंपनी कमांडर, मेरा जो टीम मेंबर है, I have spoken to them, I spoke to them. मैंने उससे इंटरेक्ट करके पूछा भाई ये क्या हो सकता है, तो बोला नहीं सर आपने बोल दिया तो हो जाएगा। Then they started the collecting bamboo, local material and this thing, the branches of trees. उसको improvise करके they have created a barrier over there. First of all, they create a fence. After then, जो available material था उसको utilize किया, local material resources they collect at their own, they have created it. फिर एक उसमें that area was full of vegetation, means जिसको हम अपना लैंग्वेज में सरकंडा बोलते हैं और अदरवाइज इट इज एलिफेंट ग्रास। तो एलिफेंट ग्रास था पूरा, वो एक लेन क्रिएट किया, पूरा 2 किलोमीटर एक लेन क्रिएट किया, 150 मीटर विड्थ, पूरा 2 किलोमीटर उसको क्लियर किया। दे हैव क्रिएटेड एट देयर ओन, सो दे हैव अल्टीमेटली मेड दैट चैलेंज। इट्स अ क्वाइट चैलेंजिंग टास्क, and higher ups also appreciated everybody for their wonderful work. I mean to say that कोई बार होते हैं आपको मैम ये जो challenge होते हैं because of the motivation on some dedicated member of the team, they do at their own event, they take initiative even at certain point of time, and they contribute and they accomplish the task. So this is an example how there is a challenge and that challenge has been negotiated. Thank you,
Okay, thank you very much, Khanendu sir, for sharing your insight and incident. Yeah, definitely, whether it is filling up or restocking the things, or whether we are talking about making a barrier, everywhere there are few steps which has been taken, and that is why the results were able to be delivered. Now, the 4 components which are there in delivering result, the first one is gain clarity. So whenever a task is given, the first thing is that the goal should be communicated, including the big picture. When we are saying big picture means a holistic approach should be taken into view. How the thing is going to happen, what it takes to deliver this, what does success look like, or we have to gain clarity, and all the subordinates and all the heads, everybody should be in the same page. If we are in the same page and we look alike how the outcome will be or how the end result will be, then definitely we can work together to achieve that outcome. If I am seeing something else, my subordinate is seeing something else, then the same path cannot be chosen. He will walk in some other direction, I will walk in some other direction, and it is damn sure that there will be some deviation, right? So the first thing is, whatever the task is, whatever the challenge is, the full goal should be communicated. The second component is measure indicators. Measure indicators, there are basically 2 types of indicators. We will deal in detail later on. Just I'm giving a glimpse of it. The first one is the lag indicator, and the second is the lead indicator. The lag indicator is what has happened in the past, and we are just seeing that what was the figure, or what was the fact, or what was the outcome. Fine. That is the lag indicator. Say, for example, I have appeared in examination and I have got my result. So my percentage which is showing, the marks which is being shown in the result, that is my lag indicator, right? Lead indicator is a futuristic indicator because it is the one which will give me an exceptional result. It will help me in coming to an exceptional result. Fine. We will discuss this later on, right? So lag indicators, which exactly tells what I have achieved, and lead indicators basically tell me how best I could achieve that, whether I'm on the right track or not. This all is helped to me by the lead indicator. The third one is align. We know that we cannot do the things alone. We have to have a team, and alignment of the team around the goal, that is very, very important. As I told you that if my subordinate has some other goal, or he's looking at some other end result, and I'm looking at some other end result or some other goal, then we cannot work in the same path. So this alignment of the goal is very, very essential. We have to make sure that not even the alignment, in this alignment, not even the outcome is seen in the same manner, but whether we have the right resources, whether we have the right mindset, whether we have the right measures and right processes, and a conducive culture, that is also very, very important. So it is not only the alignment of the mindset, but it is alignment of all the physical things which are involved, all the resources which are involved, and all the mindset and attitude also which are involved in accomplishment of that objective. Then coming to the fourth one, or the last factor which is here, or the last component, that is adapt. When we are working on a particular goal, what we do is first we plan, we set certain targets, we set certain milestones that, okay, fine, in this particular time, this has to be achieved. And in this manner, it has to be achieved. And finally, what we do is when we are working on it, when we are actually implementing the things, we cross-check it with the set objectives, with the set milestones. whether we are able to work according to the set defined things or not. If there is any deviation between the execution and the plan, we try to adapt to the things. We try to iterate the changes which has to be made. There is one more thing in adapt, that is, if our goal is changing, if there is some change or some shift in the goal, then also we have to make some changes in that. And I do believe that many of the times it happens that whatever goal has been given, there might be some, maybe there is some political reasons, or there might be some treaty which is signed, or there might be some other factors which will lead to change the goals in the last minute also. There are certain incidences also where these things have been happening. So we have to not be rigid with the goals that, okay, fine, this is my goal and this has to be rigid, but we should have that adaptability in us, that if the things change, we can adapt to it, we can change accordingly. And not only we, but our whole team can be that agile, or that can sustain in that adaptation. Now, coming to the first one, that is gaining clarity. What do we mean by gaining clarity? That means when we are communicating the goal, that what has to be done or what is to be achieved, we should communicate the full goal, and we should also make the person just think that how the outcome will look like. That means the visualization of goal is very, very important. If you see, or if you foresee what you are going to achieve, it becomes what you can say, it becomes a passion for you to work towards it. You will give your whole heart, your full energy, and your extra efforts also for achieving that. But if you cannot visualize the end result, that what is the end result or what is the end goal which we are going to get, then it becomes some difficult. And sometimes, though we are following each and everything, sometimes some deviations might occur. Now, I would just request all of you to think about a goal that you have for your team. And now, how many people in your team will agree with the goal exactly the way you put it? Every time you have certain goals which you want to achieve, and you are giving what you can say, you are just telling your subordinates that this is the particular goal which we have to achieve. So do you believe that they understand everything, they are in sync with 100% with what you have told them about the goal? Or have you faced any situation where there was some miscommunication, or there was some problem in understanding? See, my point of view is that you are very, very experienced person. And if somebody is there who has less experience, but he is very enthusiastic, then there might be some wavelength difference between both of you. And it might happen that whatever he is perceiving might not be exactly what you want him to perceive. So have you faced any incident, or have you come across any such scenario? If you have, then you can please tell me. Or just you can just write in the chat box also, if you wish to, whether they are 100% in sync, or between 81 to 100%, or between 61 to 80%, or 41 to 60%. I don't think below 60% anything will come.
मैम, अगर चाहे काम 20% से कम समझे, लेकिन काम 100% वैसे करेंगे जैसे सीईओ साहब चाहेंगे. दैट इज द ब्यूटी ऑफ आवर डिपार्टमेंट.
कोई शक नहीं है सर इसमें, बिल्कुल नहीं. थैंक यू दिनेश पाल सर.
मैम इसमें सोचने का तो कोई सीन नहीं है. जैसा कहा गया है और करना तो उनको बिल्कुल वैसे ही पड़ेगा, बिकॉज रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी लाइज ऑफ द बॉस. जो एक बार कह दिया कि ये चीज इस तरीके से करनी है, उसमें बहुत ज्यादा ठीक है, वी कैन हैव अ काइंड ऑफ डिस्कशन कि चीजों को कैसे करना है. बट जब एक बार इंस्ट्रक्शंस और ऑर्डर्स पास हो गए हैं, तो हमारे यहाँ इंस्ट्रक्शंस कम ही होता है. देयर इंस्ट्रक्शंस आर इन फॉर्म ऑफ ऑर्डर्स ओनली. वो उसको करना पड़ेगा.
Thank you, Anurag Mani sir. Thank you, SK Singh sir. Sir has said 61 to 81%. So I believe that as sir has rightly said that unko samajh mein aaye ya na aaye, they have to deliver 100% what exactly has been told to them. And they can seek clarification from their subordinates, or they can ask their head about it, that how to go about achieving that result. Definitely. Jagir Chand sir, thank you very much. Sir has written, yes sir.
How many percentage will be agree? That is the question. How many will deliver is not the question. Delivery will be 100%, but agreed or willing participation will not be 100%.
So do you give them any chance to disagree?
Yes, yes. There are chances of disagreement. There are chances of amendment in the action plan. So that is open. As a leader, you are not supposed to know each and everything, and your decision is the only right decision. That concept is not there. It's a collaborative leadership or participatory or democratic, whatever the way you can, but there is a rule laid down, and based on that you are making a plan, and that plan may not be agreed by whole 100% people, but certainly they will abide with that. They will follow the instructions. They will go with the orders. That is 100% sure.
Definitely. Thank you, Singh sir, and thank you, Jagir Chand sir. Okay. So I believe that most of the time, that is more than 61%, that they agree to, or they are in consensus with the opinion. Coming to the second one, this is a very interesting point, that is measure indicators. As I told you that for measuring the indicators, there are two types of indicators which has to be measured. The first one is lag indicators, and the second one is lead indicators, and this will tell us whether we are on the right track or not. So now what is a lag indicator? Lag indicator, basically, we spend most of the time for it. But when we see the lag indicator, we cannot fix it. It has become a history. As I told you that in the report card, when I get the report card, I'm just praying to God that, God, please, 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 I want 90% marks in my board exam, right? Unless and until I get the result in my hand, I cannot be sure that I have achieved 90% or not. I can only try to achieve that 90%. So get the result, the statistics which is there, that is basically the lag indicator. Once I get the report card in my hand, I know that, okay, fine, I have not got 60%, I have got only 75%. But now I cannot do anything. That has happened. Many times in business also this happens, that we say, okay, fine, we have to attain this much sales, or we have to get this much high customer satisfaction. But when the customer is satisfied or not, that result comes. How much percentage of customer is satisfied, or how much sales we have achieved? Till then, we have missed the train, right? We have missed the train means we cannot do anything right now to change that statistics which we have received. That part is over. So this is what? This is the lag indicator. So it can be in the form of facts, it can be in the form of figures, it can be in the form of a particular situation. But once we get that lag indicator, we are working towards it. We are working to achieve it. Like I was working very hard to get 90% in my result. But when the result came, that means when the lag indicator was visible, I cannot do anything to change it. I hope this lag indicator is clear to all of you. If anybody has any doubt, you can ask me. You can unmute yourself and you can ask me. We will take certain scenarios also to discuss this. Now coming to the lead indicator. The lead indicator is a futuristic indicator. It basically helps us to excel in delivering results. Lead indicator is something which we have to do to change the goal or to make the goal much, much bigger. It can be in the form of the physical entities, it can be in the form of planning, it can be in the form of other characteristics or other aspects. So when we talk about lead indicator, as I told you, it is futuristic in nature. It helps us in making the result much better. I'll just take again the example of the report card. What could be the lead indicator in case of the report card? The first lead indicator would be that whether I have all the resources with me, which will help me in excelling in my exam. These resources will be my textbook, the references book, whether I have prepared the notes or not, whether I have submitted all the assignments, all the copies, which also include certain marks, whether I'm doing a combined study, whether I'm fully devoting my time for the studies or not. Because if I'm not following these indicators, if I'm not working on these indicators, I cannot get that 90%. Right. So these all which I'm doing, these all are included in the lead indicators. If I want to excel more, what I can do is, I don't have the habit of cramming. So what I can do to make my questions thorough, I can ask somebody who doesn't know about that topic that I want to help that person. I will explain that topic to 3 persons. If I explain that topic, it will be memorized. I don't have to mug it up. Fine, that is my way. So this is a lead indicator, because when in exam it will come, I don't have to think about anything. I will just start writing it and I will write the whole thing. Or instead of using only textbook, whether I'm using 3 or 4 books and preparing my notes, and then finally I'm appearing in the exam, so my answer will be different from those who are just referring the textbook. That will fetch more marks to me. So this is also one of the lead indicators. Fine. So if we are on the same page with respect to understanding lead indicator and lag indicator, can we take the first scenario? If you have any doubt, you can ask me or can write in the chat box regarding lead indicator and lag indicator. I hope we are all on the same page. If yes, then you can please write a yes or put a tick mark in the chat box.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Anurag sir. Okay, fine. So the scenario is that it is your birthday and you wish to host a dinner party at your home. You have invited a few friends and family members over and decided on a menu for the night. Now we have to find out what are the lag indicators in this and what are the lead indicators in this. Yes, what in your opinion are the indicators in this scenario? Your guest list will be a lead indicator or a lag indicator.
Time is too short.
Time is okay. Fine. So time is, it is a lead indicator or lag indicator, sir? Jagir sir?
Yes, sir. This is lag indicator.
Lag indicator. Okay. What else?
Due to time, the menu would be a lag indicator.
Menu is lag indicator. Okay.
Yes.
What else? What else?
When is not decided.
Conveyance of the guest may be a lag indicator.
Conveyance of the guest. This is lag indicator. Okay. I'll just write in the lag indicator. We'll discuss it. Anything else in the lag indicator?
Distance of your home.
Okay. What else? Okay. I would also like to hear what are the lead indicators, and then we will discuss the scale.
Lag indicator, in the lag indicator also climate.
Climate. Okay. Climate. Fine. And what are the lead indicators?
Some occasion is important.
Occasion, it's a birthday party, sir.
Yeah. Okay.
So we are planning for the birthday party. Okay. If we talk about the lag indicators, right? The option is open. You can unmute yourself anytime and you can speak. There is no issue in that. Or if you want, you can write in the chat box also. If we talk about the lag indicators, I told that basically it is what it has occurred, or in the present, when we see the lag indicator, we cannot do anything about the what has happened. We cannot undo the things, right? Okay. So if we take time, fine. in the time, if your birthday is, if you are having the party at a time in which most of the people cannot come, they are in the office. Say, for example, it is a working day and the people or your friends and your relatives, they are having important assignments and they have gone to their office. They are free only in the evening, but you have set the time in the afternoon, then definitely this time will be a lag indicator. I hope this was the same, this was the case when you have told about the time, sir.
Yes, and also if the time, the notice is very short. If I am planning my party tomorrow.
Okay, right. If you are planning your party, you have to host a dinner on the same night, then definitely the time is very short.
Yeah.
Okay. Coming to the menu, how is menu a lag indicator, sir? Menu can be both. It can be a lead indicator and it can be lag indicator.
It can be both, but before the guest leaves after taking the food and enjoying your hospitality, it will be lag indicator. Only after they're taking food and enjoying the meal and giving you compliment for hospitality, then it will convert into the lead indicator, I think.
Okay, I differ a bit in that. See, when we are planning about the party, right? If we are thinking about, see, when we are saying lag indicator, definitely it will be a lag indicator when we have got the compliment or we have got certain feedback about the food. That will be a lag indicator. But when we are planning at that time, it will be a lead indicator. How it will be a lead indicator? Say, for example, I know that there are some person who are vegan. Okay, in my family or in my relatives or in my friend circle, there are certain person who are vegan. So for them, what I have to do is I have to have that cuisine. Okay, if I'm having that cuisine, that will make them eat in my party and that will give me much better result. If I don't have that cuisine, which doesn't have all those dairy products in that, then definitely they will come, they will attend the party, but they will not eat anything. So it will be lag indicator in that case. But if I have thought about that, then it will be a lead indicator. Or if I'm talking about the children, fine, I want that the children should also enjoy, and I am keeping there some entertainment sort of thing separately for the children, separately for the elderlies, and separately for the youngsters. I am planning that also, then it will be a lead indicator. My guests were happy or not, that is a lag indicator, and that will tell me whether my party was successful or not. But when I am planning, if I'm considering all the different aspects to make this party a very vibrant and a very memorable party, then it will be a lead indicator. Now, any more indicators about lead indicators you can take. Distance, this conveyance, if you are providing the conveyance to the guest, you have thought about that, then it will be a lead indicator. Otherwise, if there is a problem of conveyance to the guest, whether the guest is happy with the conveyance or not, whether he could come properly through his conveyance or not, that is basically the satisfaction level or the dissatisfaction level, that will be a lag indicator. But if you are providing them conveyance, then it will be a lead indicator. So I just want to tell that lead indicator is which is leading us towards the goal and which is making the process or making the end result much more lucrative, much more beneficial, or much more satisfying, you can say. This one more thing can be planned is whether this birthday party has to be hosted at home or has to be hosted in a club or in a restaurant or in a hotel. That also can be decided, but there are various other factors. We will look into consideration about the finances and about other resources. Yes, any more lead indicators do you want to share? Yeah, I have one message in the chat box. Okay, thanks. Yes, sir.
We can also draw inference from the last parties that organized.
Right.
The last party was very successful.
We can learn from the last party that what thing was liked by the people and which we have to include and what we have to exclude. Definitely, it will help us a lot in gaining the things.
Yeah.
Okay, there is one more scenario. Yes, sir.
And in the lead indicator, the long list of guests. अगर मेरे पास में 100 है तो definitely 20-30 तो आ ही जाएंगे.
Definitely. So we have to also think that whether the guests who are there, they are presently available or not, because guest list is very, very important. It will help us to plan out how many dishes we have to keep, what type of dishes we have to keep, what should be the quantity of dishes. It should not happen that there are more guests and there is less food, or there is more food and less guests. Definitely. There is one more scenario which we would like to discuss here. And this is, there is a, just let me go to the next slide. Your relative's son is aiming for a great result in his final exam. He's studying hard for it and dividing his time well. So what are the lag indicators in this and what are the lead indicators in this? Can anybody tell me? Lag indicator and lead indicator.
His health condition.
His health condition, okay. That whether he is able to keep up with the stress or not. What else, sir? Lag indicator is obviously the result. Fine. The result will tell that when the result will come, that whether he has successfully accomplished or he has not accomplished, that is the lag indicator. What are the lead indicators in this case?
Studying hard.
Studying hard, right? What
And
else?
he has divided his time well.
Obviously, definitely true. Anurag sir, what else? Whether he has all the resources or not.
Aiming great result.
Yes,
Aiming great result.
yes, sir. What else? Has he taken any coaching from anywhere where he can give the mock? Has he given the mock test so that he can know what is his position, whether he has to give more effort to it? There is something wrong in his preparation. See, there are many coaching institutes available right now in every part of the world, every part of India, which provide online as well as offline coaching. And what they do is on overall India basis, they conduct examinations. So the person or the son, he can find out right now where he is placed and how much hard work he has to put into it. He can fairly see that whether he is moving on the right track or not. Right? Any more this lag indicator, sorry, lead indicators you would like to suggest? I hope this lead and lag indicators are clear to all of you. Na?
Basically, जो lag indicators हैं, reverse of lag indicators is the lead indicators.
All right. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Sir, we are actually, this lead indicator is actually taking us towards the lag indicator. It's a combination of both. We cannot work very hard without any goal, without any tangible result. And we have a tangible result, but we are not thinking about the resources or thinking about the path. Both things go hand in hand. So I don't want to discriminate between a lag indicator or a lead indicator, but basically what happens is the lead indicator will pave way to achieve the lag indicator. I want a good result. So what I have to do is I have to look at all the different resources, all the different constraints, all the different things with me. Say for example, I have joined 3 coachings. I am not having personal time to do my own self-study. That will also be not fine. Even I have joined 3 coachings, but my personal time of studying, self-study, that if I am not giving, I cannot achieve it. Okay. I hope your lunch time is almost there. Can I take one more minute, just one more minute, and then I'll little bit talk about alignment and adaptation, and then I'll end.
Sure, Dr. Gazal.
Thank you, Tanvi. So aligning, basically what happens is, as I told earlier also, that we have to make sure that we have the right resources and right mindset as well as the right measure. Now, how we are going to align? Basically, what happens is the alignment is disturbed when I have a separate thought process and a separate goal to achieve, and my subordinates have a separate thought process and separate goal to achieve. I'm just taking an example of an organization. I have joined an organization because I want to excel. I want to reach a particular height. And if my organization is helping me, my organization is running because the organization wants to earn profit. Fine. So along with earning profit, if my organization has aligned my goal also in it, that means the goal of the organization is number one, to gain profit, and number two, to increase the efficiency of the employees, to make them reach more height, then definitely these two goals will be aligned. And coming to the last one, that is adaptation. Basically, there is a balanced scorecard also, but we are short of time. Tanvi, I think we should take a break, lunch break. Sir and all will be very, very, what you can say, they are busy since the morning.
Yes. Dr. Ghazala, that's it.
Thank you. Thank you. It was really a nice time talking to all of you. Thank you.
Let's go for a break and listen.
ICMP chairs, I think most of you are going to join soon. Good afternoon, Vishalji. I see you, the only one on my camera. How are you? अब तो सेकेंड वीक के भी मिड में आ गए सर, बस थोड़े दिन की बात है। हम में है विश्वास, पूरा है विश्वास। होंगे कामयाब एक दिन, सैटरडे को ही हो जाएंगे, डोंट वरी।
नहीं, दिस इज गुड।
तो आप कहाँ पोस्टेड है विशाल जी?
मैं यहीं पे सीजीओ कॉम्प्लेक्स में।
अच्छा, ओके।
नोएडा में रहता हूँ।
अच्छा, नोएडा में कहाँ सर?
सेक्टर 77।
सेक्टर 77, ये तो अमेठी के पास ही हुआ, आसपास ही हुआ कहीं। कभी भी आइए सर, यू कैन मोस्ट वेलकम एनी टाइम। आई थिंक बाकी सब अभी टाइम ले रहे हैं।
आने वाले होंगे।
आ गए जितेंद्र जी, आ गए। गुड आफ्टरनून जितेंद्र जी, गुड आफ्टरनून। Good afternoon. Anybody else who has joined? If you have joined, just give a hi or yes on chat. Ajit sir bhi aa gaye. Good. I see. अब आने लगे धीरे-धीरे। 5-2 के बाद से एकदम से everybody starts joining in. Great. Okay, I see Dr. Anita also. Dr. Anita, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Hi. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon. So, Dr. Anita, you have interacted with all the batches of BSF, and this is one thing. This one session is something which they're good at. But the challenge is how to give them input so that they can be much better at their work. And that can only be possible with somebody who has great experience in process. Good afternoon, everybody. I am joined by my coach, Dr. Anita Kumar. Before I hand over the reins to her, I would introduce her formally. She is the director at CII Schools of Logistics at Amity, Noida. Dr. Anita has more than 10 years of experience teaching supply chain and international business courses in sectoral and functional MBA, MSc, PhD programs in advanced and emerging economies. So Dr. Anita, you can hear my background noise. It's all Brigadier Sir giving last instructions to another course which is going to happen. Over to you, Dr. Anita. to take it
Thank
forward.
you. Thank you, Vani, and good afternoon to all. I know AITD works very hard in organizing different sessions. So thank you for giving me this opportunity. And it's been such a pleasure, interacting with different batches of BSF Commandants. And I would say the learning is mutual. Every time I do a takeaway. So when Vani was saying that, that she's here to do a session, I was wondering, it is more of a mutual learning, right? So thank you. And thank you for that wonderful introduction. So we are going to have a process excellence approach in resource management. And please feel free to stop me anywhere for your comments, for your feedback and discussion. I'll be very happy if we are all participating in this. So let me just move on. From what I understand, the roles and responsibilities of BSF Commandants, and it was available on internet, and therefore, I picked it up from there. So it is planning and conduct of operation, and that came as first and foremost a responsibility. And we have operations in our daily lives. Right. So ensuring the job training, organizing independent intelligence network for operational efficiency. There are certain keywords that I've highlighted here, which will be the focus of this session. Like, for example, ensuring efficacy and serviceability of armaments. Now, I will not go into the armaments because you're the experts here, but definitely, how to improve the efficiency or how to manage personal grievance redressals or drawl and disbursements of payments and pays and allowance if there is a delay in that, so on and so forth. So if I missed out on anything, please do let me know. But definitely, what we are going to talk about today comes within the purview of your roles and responsibilities. So before we start, we are all familiar with this gentleman, right? MS Dhoni. Now, MS Dhoni says that he believes that the process is more important than the results. And I have a very short video here. So if you allow me to play that video, we will start with a little bit of interaction, and I would like to seek your opinion on this. So let me share my screen again. And so let me play it from the beginning, and then we'll have.
What if this happens? What if we don't win the game? What if we don't get selected? But again, worry about the controllables, and whatever the controllables are, we take care of it, we'll get the desired result. If we don't get the desired result, we'll improve. We'll change our plans, we'll execute better, and we'll get a chance to prove ourselves again. So, that's what it is. Thinking about the result never gives you result. Yes, you may have a target in mind, but what is more important is to take care of the small steps in life, what needs to be done, what I am supposed to do, what extra I can do, and, that will help us achieve that.
Okay. Thank you very much for that. And so back to our meeting. And
to get the smile you've always wanted.
Sorry,
and this
let me
is
just
the answer.
Stop.
Especially.
Yes. So may I ask attendees here, what do you think? What do you think is more important, the process or the results or the goal or the outcome? Of course, Dhoni has made it clear that it's the process which is more important. What do you think?
For personal gain or satisfaction, the process is important, but the perception, the result.
Okay. What about the others?
It's applicable everywhere, what he has said.
Yes.
And even at the borders, we are trying to fire VM at drones, as you see on the day-to-day news.
Yes.
Every day we try, every second day we are able to get some of them. There are few hits, few misses, but the process goes on, and we keep on trying different methods, different approaches. So it's always there. Process is more important.
Okay. May I add a little bit of the here somewhere that if the process is very important, right? And if the outcome is not important, if suppose we are following the wrong process, then what will be the outcome of that?
Ultimately, it is the end product that is important. Process is important, but there are few things that is to be taken care of while dealing with the process. The basic thing is there should not be shortcut, and the morality and ethics should be taken care of. Ultimately, at the end of the day, if we take care of these two things,
right,
whatever means you apply, if you
right,
end up, you should be able to get the things done. And whatever means you apply, if you are not able to get your end results, you won't get the satisfaction.
Yes.
But yes, ethics, moral values, no shortcuts. These are some of the basic things that we must keep in mind while adopting the means to attain the end.
Process is important. Process is definitely important because result is byproduct. If you make the process correct, then result will automatically be as per your desired level. That process is definitely more important than other things. But rest are generally the byproduct. Your result is byproduct. What type of process you practice, that will bring the result. So if you can correct the course, if you do something wrong during the process, then you have to do the course correction, and then result will automatically be corrected accordingly. So process is definitely more important than other things.
Okay, agreed.
Yes.
Yes, Mr. Jagir Chand, you want to say something?
Yes, yes. We have directly come to the processing part. I think before we start processing, before we switch over to the process part, in-depth planning is requirement for achievement of any goal. So planning, when I am talking about planning also includes identification of the right processes. If we are able to identify the right processes, definitely we will end up achieving the goal.
Absolutely, sir. Very well said. I think now we are all agreeing on certain steps, right, for making a process successful or getting the desired outcome. The first and foremost is we need to identify our goals, and we need to very clearly state our goals. What are we here? What are we trying to achieve, right? And then comes the planning aspect of it. How do we plan to achieve that goal, right? The third important thing is then what process do we follow to achieve that goal? And finally, then we come to the outcome. And I think, as everyone has said, absolutely rightly, the whole sequence of events need to be very aligned with each other. So goal identification, planning, the process operations, and the result or the outcome needs to be in align with each other, needs to be in synchronization with each other, needs to be in harmony with each other. Only then we get the desired results. And I agree with MS Dhoni also to a large extent that process is more important than the results, that, if we follow the right process, if we plan correctly, if we exactly know what our goals are, then definitely we're going to get the desired results. What he said was, let's try and look for small steps, small incremental steps. And today the session is precisely going to be on that. So thank you for that interaction. Moving on next, let's talk, right? So many times we are all doing process management in our all lives, right? We are doing operations management in our daily lives, in our personal lives, in our professional lives. So if we would like to identify everything is a process, the way I'm conducting this session, that was a process too. How does planning differ in case? Now, one thing important to understand is that planning may not be same for every process. It requires a different approach. It requires a deep understanding of the process for the planning to be executed correctly. So we are going to talk in details about that. And then, of course, every day we are asking these questions to ourselves. I could have managed this process better. Why did I not think of that resource? We have so many resources at our disposal, right? And how I can improve my process by making available resources or managing available resources in a better manner, right? These are the fundamental questions that we keep asking each other. And that is probably the first step towards, process improvements. So today, our session is going to be, well, achieving operational excellence or process excellence through small incremental process changes, right? And this is what the session flow is going to be. What we are going to look at is why process excellence, why is it important? We are going to be looking at understanding the processes from an operations perspective. We are going to be talking of identification of waste. One way to improve is to identify what is the waste in our life, right? And then process improvements through certain lean tools, techniques, which is the Japanese philosophy, very, very established philosophies in operations management. And then we are going to talk about best practices. We are going to talk about, adopting the right mindset and philosophy. And during the course of entire 2.5 hours, I look forward to your interactive, inputs and your participation. All right. Moving on next, then we have operations, right, which are visible in every activity that we perform, whether it is when we are buying groceries from the shop, whether we are ordering something online, whether the food is being prepared in our kitchen, whether it is we are using banking services. So we have manufacturing operations, we have service operations, we have retail operations, and we have operations in our daily lives, right? Now, the basic elements of a good process is, that we should have, there are input or resources that are put, they go through the transformation, and then you get an efficient and effective output. That's very, very basics. And what are the inputs that we are looking at? We're looking at facilities, we're looking at materials, we are looking at men. These essentially constitute a process, right? And during the transformation, I don't know how many of us will agree on this. I feel that systems are very easy to manage. It is people who are actually difficult to manage. Why would that be? Why would you? I would say process is very easy to manage. It's the people who are an essential component of the system or the process which are difficult to manage. Why would that be? Or do you agree with me first?
In our case, the processes has been laid down.
Yes.
There is no any situation where the process has not been laid down.
Mm.
So the only problem is that consistency in applying those methods to inform our processes to get the result. The inconsistency affects the result, not the processes. Processes are already laid down.
Absolutely. And we are going to talk about that. How do you identify the inconsistencies in the process? Of course, there are certain guidelines and process SOPs, what we call, right, which are laid down in every organization. But why this inconsistency occurs? If we, before
because of wrongfully interpretation of process.
Absolutely. And
certain people who may be having some bias, prejudice, not having the knowledge, insecurity, ego, all factors, and they disrupt the process.
Thank you, Mr. Singh. I think you have just hit the nail on the head, and you have answered my question that, why are systems and processes easy to manage as compared to people or men, or, why? Because people have emotions. Not every person reacts in the same manner to the same situation. Not every person has the same perception or even understanding of the same situation, right? If there are 4 people in a room, they will be thinking about 4 different things, right? Some may find the lecture boring, some may find it interesting, some may find it informative, knowledgeable. So people come with different emotions, beliefs, value systems, and perceptions, and therefore there is a level of unpredictability or uncertainty, right? I feel there are 2 basic causes of uncertainty in a process. One is that the guidelines have not been clear enough or laid down enough. And second, the follow-up on the guidelines is not correct, right? And both are, unfortunately related to people, right? So we are going to see how to standardize the processes and how to remove that uncertainty from the system. Okay. So moving on next. So what are output? Output are products and services that add value to the organization. Now, when we talk about operational excellence, we are talking about not only operational goals, we are talking about financial goals, and we are talking about people orientation. Every process is driven by a cost, right? And therefore, that cost must be factored in. If we are suffering financial losses when we are in the process of executing a certain operation, that then operation is not viable, right? So we have to consider the financial aspect of it also. And then the people aspect of it. If my men are suffering for executing a process, it's not a good process. If, for example, a worker is doing day in out, day in work and laborious work, and his back hurts, the process is not good, because it has to be, has to be a people-oriented approach, right? So when we are talking about operational excellence, we talk about all three fundamentals. The operational, the system must work and give the desired output. There has to be a financial cost element attached to it, and the people should actually be comfortable executing that process. Okay, so a philosophy of workplace where problem solving, teamwork, and leadership results in continuous improvement of an organization. The process involves focusing on the customer needs, keeping the employees positive and empowered, and continually improving the current activities of the workplace, right? So I hope we are in line with each other, that please do not think that operational excellence is only about fulfilling operational goals. No, there have to be financial goals. Maybe they're not so visible, and the people need to be empowered and positive, right? Moving on next, so let's talk about process management, which is effective and efficient deployment of organization resources when they are needed, right? These could be financial resources, inventory, human skills, production resources, or IT. Now, data is the new currency, right? And so many companies are just running on data. Google is running on data. Uber is just running on data, right? If you look at Ola's and Uber's, all they are doing is, running on client data. Facebook, if you look at, Netflix, we are all watching Netflix. It's all consumer data. That's very, very valuable to them. So in the realm of management domain, process management refers to tools, techniques, and philosophies that lead to optimal utilization of resources, right? Moving on next. So how do you find the measuring the effectiveness and so when we talk about a process, we are talking about different variables in a process, right? So first we talk about quality. What is quality? What is being right? How would you understand quality in a process?
Which can meet a desired standard or laid down standard. That is the quality.
Absolutely. So if I'm using this mobile phone, whatever the function that it has, it is supposed to, perform its function to the desired results. That's quality. If, for example, I go and buy a shirt, there's a button missing, right? So that's not a quality product, right? So there are two aspects of quality. One is that, that it has to be functionally correct. Second is that every time a process is performed, it has to give the same output, right? So no matter if the process is performed once, no matter if the process is performed 100 times, the output needs to be standardized. It has to give the same outcome. So if, for example, we are filling Pepsi bottles in a Pepsi manufacturing plant, the volume has to be correct. The concentrate needs to be correct. Then everything needs to be correct, not only for one bottle, but for the 100 bottles, for 10,000 bottles, for the 1 million bottles. Every bottle should have the same volume, right? So that's quality, right? Then we have speed of being fast. Now it's the world of speed. We are moving at the speed of light. Email is shared and then, everything goes viral very quickly. You put a post on social media, everything goes very viral very quickly. So whosoever is able to bring the product faster into the market, that's speed, right? Dependability, being on time. The process has to be executed on time, right? If the demand is that the process needs to be completed on time, 3 minutes, not 3 minutes 50 seconds, not 3 minutes 20 seconds, not 3 minutes 30 seconds, right? Flexibility, being able to change. Now that's very important. Now we talk about standardization of processes, but this is opposite. What we are talking about is why should we be changing, right? We'll talk a little bit about this with an example. And of course, being cost. Cost is a very, very important element. As I said that, if the execution of the process is resulting in losses, it's not a good process. So let's talk about McDonald's. I'm sure we must have all eaten at McDonald's. At least if we don't eat, then the children must have eaten at McDonald's at some point of time. What is so special about McDonald's processes or operations? What is so special? Anything that you find very special about McDonald's processes?
These are addictive.
Yes, but that's because of the Coca-Cola and the fries and, the fattening food.
Yeah, they have some secret formulas which suits the taste buds.
Yes.
Once you start liking it, then it's very difficult to resist.
Absolutely, absolutely.
And they maintain that quality, or they have consistency in delivering that product.
Absolutely. And then when we talk about consistency in delivering the products, what are we saying? We are saying that if you go to any McDonald's, whether it is in J&K, whether it is in Kanyakumari, whether it is in Gujarat, whether it is in Guwahati, or if you go to any McDonald's, whether it is in Korea, whether it is in Japan, whether it is in Italy, whether it is in America, whether it is in Latin America, France, Argentina, they have standardized their processes. A burger will be made in 3 minutes. That the customer has to be serviced in 3 minutes. It doesn't matter what kind of a burger it is. It could be a non-vegetarian burger, a vegetarian burger. The French fries are cooked precisely. Coca-Cola will taste the same anywhere you go. Would you agree? I mean, there would be, of course, they have done certain kind of an adaptation, but if you look at their basic buns or the lettuce or the sauces or the, quality of potato in the fries, or if you look at their packaging, if you look at their logo, if you look at their glass, everything has been standardized across the world.
Yes, it is a particular,
because they believe in the process.
Particular standard they maintain.
Yes.
Standard they maintain. That is, process has been standardized. The process has been standardized.
Yes, and this is precisely what it is. So if we go back to this, the quality they have maintained to a certain level. I'm not saying that, they are serving excellent quality food. No, but whatever quality of food they are serving, it is same across the world, across the continent, across the countries. The speed of delivery, right? 3 minutes, the burger will be cooked and you will get your meal within 3 minutes. Whatever time span they have specified, they are always on time in the sense dependability. You go to a McDonald's, you will know that a meal is there, right? Now, flexibility is something what they have done. In India, for example, when they came to India, they realized that 70% of the population is vegetarian, right? So they realized the hamburger won't work here, which is, very popular across the world. And of course, we don't eat beef, we don't eat pork, right? So it has to be only chicken and lamb if it is a non-vegetarian. But then they realize that, they'll not be able to cater to the population, a large population. So what did they do? Only in this country, they brought out a aloo tikki burger, right?
But one thing, sorry to interrupt you.
No, please.
The only factor why they were able to maintain it is just because of competitiveness and profitability part they have. In government organization, there is no competitiveness. There is a TINA factor here. So we are not in a profitability mode. Maintaining standard, laid down standard consistently is not a very desired goal for any organization. Generally, the people interruptions, what you have said earlier, that where the person intervene in the system or process, that factor is there in the government organizations. Where the competitiveness and profitability is not a factor, only the TINA is the factor.
Sir, I beg to differ a little here for the simple reason that in government organizations also now there are time-bound operations. For example, if a file is presented on a certain officer's desk, it has to be cleared within 24 hours, you know. So if there are delays, then there is certain level of accountability in most government organizations. Even, you know, now you have biometric attendance for the employees. And, there are certain laid down parameters and processes. I agree that, there may be certain laxity, and that's why probably we will talk about this precise issue, why probably China has gone ahead of us with similar kind of resources and why India is still lagging behind. Probably it's because we still do not follow standardized processes, right? In India, we have this jugaad approach. कि देखते हैं चलता है हो जाएगा
जुगाड़ भाईबंदी और शॉर्टकट
सब कुछ चलता है right
one more thing ma'am, sorry to interrupt you, one more thing I would like to add. In India, the reason of failure, one is that in the politics there may not be a system, but every system has politics. That is important.
Very rightly said, sir.
So every system has its own politics, internal politics. That is the reason why probably India cannot produce 11 players out of 135 crores of population. And Philippines like country where there is population, you can say Poland like country where population not more than 4-5 lakhs, they produce world-class 11 players. So I think that
सर ये आर्गुमेंट 20 साल पहले वैलिड था, सॉरी मैं, लेकिन अब हमारे प्लेयर्स ओलंपिक्स भी में गोल्ड मेडल भी जीत के ला रहे हैं हमारे, वी आर
नहीं, Kharinder is a football fan, ma'am. Kharinder is a football fan, and he just the concluded World Cup match. From there he is drawing a relation. वो फुटबॉल टीम के बारे में worried है, उसको पता है कि मेरे
football, that I'm into the football, correct? Sometimes very much right. Yes, I am talking about football. Why India cannot produce 11 players of 134.5 crore population?
ठीक है सर, we cannot be good at everything. I agree with you, sir. But then अगर हमारा agriculture output लगाया जाए, we are the largest producer of fruits and vegetables in the world. We are the largest producer of milk in the world. We are the largest producers of jute and cotton in the world. We are also the second largest producer of wheat and rice in the world.
Ma'am, एक minute बताओ, if you permit, I would like to add one thing. Yes, whatsoever you have counted, I agree that we are the largest food producer in the world.
Yes.
But that is, I think, about 20% of the total population of the world we are having.
Yes.
That is, it is the UP's population is more than the population of US.
Absolutely.
So in that corollary, if I come to the production level, if I match that is your population ratio vis-a-vis your production ratio. If you see, then there is again a question of development, that process need to be appropriately streamlined, I feel.
Sir, I agree with you completely here that, there are many things that are lacking still in the Indian working system. And that is why probably, that awareness is now being generated, right? When we are talking about Atmanirbhar Bharat, when we are talking about Digital India, अगर आप देखिए सर 1.35 135 करोड़ की पॉपुलेशन में अगर आज की डेट में हर जगह ऊपर से कश्मीर से कन्याकुमारी तक और गुजरात से गुवाहाटी तक अगर इलेक्ट्रिफिकेशन हो गया, आई अंडरस्टैंड दैट द प्रोसेस हैज टेकन मे बी 80 years or 75 years, but at least we are trying, we are doing that effort. And I'm a very positive person.
Ma'am, this is called course correction. We are course correcting. We are correcting the course rather.
नहीं सर, लेकिन अभी अब पिछले 5 साल में we are lilies in a pond. मुझे लगता है जैसे lilies grow करती हैं ना exponentially, 1 into 2, 2 into 4, 4 into 16 and 16 into 164. So we are kind of lilies in a pond. When we are going to, आप देखिए इंटरनेट का cheapest connection हमारे देश में है. I know we are deviating a little, but this kind of I think dialogue is very important, because अगर आप देखिए, अगर आप कहीं भी बाहर जाइए, we have the cheapest internet connection. And if you look at the internet connectivity, we have almost 800 million users of internet connection in this country, right? I agree with you that we have a population और हम 11 लोग खिलाड़ी नहीं लेके आ रहे हैं, लेकिन ठीक है सर, बदल रहा है देश और बदलेगा और बहुत जल्दी और बहुत तेजी से बदलेगा.
Let's go for that, ma'am.
Khanindra, start watching cricket also.
Yes, please start. Yes, आप क्रिकेट भी देखिए ना, खाली फुटबॉल नहीं देखिए. ठीक है. All right. Coming back to, so we were talking about standardization of processes, and companies like McDonald's, companies like Coca-Cola, companies like Netflix, and even Google. They have standardized their processes to a certain extent, to a large extent. Regardless of the people, regardless of deviations, they are still able to deliver excellent output, and that's what they. In today's time, what we personally feel is you can get your quality right, speed right, dependability right, but flexibility is also very, very important. The ability to change and adapt. Organizations that have adapted themselves very quickly to the changing times, they have survived and they have thrived, right? अब देखिए, Nokia, for example, 20 years back, it was world #1 company in mobile phone manufacturing, right? Handheld instrument. Where is it today? Nowhere. Kodak, we have all grown up with those black roll films and, taking the cameras and getting them developed, at the photo studio. Where is Kodak today? Where is BlackBerry today? So many, look at Britannia Encyclopedia. Where is it today? They have converted into the digital form. But the fact remains that, the technology is changing at such a rapid pace that if you're not able to change or adapt with the times, and that's what process adaptation is. If there is an inconsistency in the process, it needs to be changed. It needs to be adapted. It needs to be revisited and changed. So that's where we are going to see. So what we can do is the process improvement techniques will lead to improvement, and there is a certain trade-off involved versus cost versus service. So we can overcome and strike a balance between the cost and service. Now in government organizations, I agree, cost is not a major factor, but in private organizations where we work for, cost is a major factor, and therefore cost and customer service needs to be balanced, right? Now comes to the fundamental aspect is how do you improve, right? First of all, you need to measure the performance of the process. If you can't measure it, you can't improve. You need to understand that my goal is to reduce my inventory or my stock levels by 2%, and therefore I need to have my before and after stocks measured. Even if you want to lose weight, for example, you need to be able to measure, right? I need to bring down 5 kgs in 2 months, and therefore these are my goals, these are my objectives, these are my measurable targets, right? So therefore, we need to measure the process and what is the error in the percentage of error in the process execution, okay? Now, let's start talking about the process improvement tools and techniques. So we take the reference of lean production, which is based on the book that Machine That Changed the World, which is the Toyota production systems. There's a little bit of history in Toyota. What happened was during 1945, and aap log shayad aware honge, Hiroshima and Nagasaki were completely destroyed because of the atomic bomb. And so the Japanese economy was completely destroyed, right? But Japanese are a very resilient race. They wanted to rebuild their economy. So in the 1950s and 1960s, they started visiting the American companies and they wanted to bring their manufacturing back. Now, if you know the geography of Japan, it constitutes many islands, right? It's a very earthquake prone zone, and it's right, surrounded by sea from all sides. But then, they realize they cannot compete in agriculture. So they wanted to produce high-end goods which will have a high value in the market. And that's why Sony came up, Honda came up, Toyota came up, Panasonic came up. These companies, they based on innovation, based on their manufacturing techniques, became the world's #1 leader, right? And if you look at, their philosophy, it is the waste of plenty is the resource of scarcity. जो जिनको बहुत ज़्यादा लगता है, उनके लिए actually वो resource बहुत scarce है. And when we look at, applications of lean tools and techniques, now normally how much time does it take for us to change a tire? 15 minutes, 20 minutes, depending on availability of all, instruments and tools. But हम फुटबॉल की बात कर रहे थे, Formula 1 रेसिंग अगर आपने देखी है, जब पिट स्टॉप होता है, it takes just 15 seconds to change the tire of the car, to make sure the driver has had a drink, to change the oil and all the functions and the parts of the car, just 15 seconds. They have practiced and performed this process so many times that they have completely perfected this process of a pit change, what we call, for crew, when it stops, they only have 15 seconds to do it, right? How do they do that now? Sorry. First is, so there are basically 5 principles of lean. First is identify the value stream. What is value? Any process that does not add value to the system is actually considered to be waste, right? If you're honest with each other, how many activities in our daily lives are really adding value and how many are non-value? हम सोचते हैं, okay, I'll just spend 5 minutes on Facebook or Instagram. We end up spending 1 hour, right? So those are kind of a non-value added activities, right? So we have to identify what adds value to our system or not. And then we have to consciously identify the non-value added activities. We need to ensure that we need to make the product flow through the value stream. We have to provide and eliminate waste in the system. Now, in the manufacturing terminology, what is waste? Which is, waste of waiting, waste of overproduction, waste of overprocessing, waste of, motion. If people are moving randomly here and there without any reason, waste of inventory. If we have too many stocks in our system, that's a waste, right? So in Japanese terminology, we have muda, mura, and mun, right? Muda is the activities in a process that are wasteful because they do not add any value to the operation or the customer. And we can all do that, actually. We can identify what are the non-value added activities. The second is what started the conversation was lack of consistency or unevenness or variation in the process, right? It could be because the material is not there. It could be because the equipment has malfunctioned. It could be because the truck has broken down unexpectedly. If a process is not performing as per expectation, there is certain unevenness or inconsistency, and we need to identify that, right? The last is muri, which is absurd or unreasonable, right? If you're expecting unreasonable outcome from a process, then also it is not good. Suppose, abhi exam ka time hai, and we all have children in the house. If he's scoring 70%, he or she, and then suddenly we feel no, in boards he's going to score 95%. Maybe that's not going to happen, or maybe that's going to happen. We do not know. Like, for example, expectations of achieving 100% results, right? So unreasonable expectations will result in poor outcomes. Therefore, what we must do is Inconsistent processes lead to overburdening of resources, which is MURI, which causes non-value added activities, MUDA, right? Now let's see what kind of a non-value added activities and services are. And I'm sure you can do this list in your own organization. Delays are there, sometimes in signing the forms, delays are there in sometimes procurement, getting the right inventory, delays are there sometimes in getting the fuel or the diesel or, does that happen in your organization where, there are delays, duplications, incorrect inventory in the stores, unclear communication, the processes are laid down, of course. And then, of course, unnecessary movement of the, troops or the systems or the inventory or goods, right? So any delays that you have experienced in your own work life? Some system or some process that, you want it to be quicker, but it does not happen. Maybe, the procurement of supplies. Is it a centralized or a decentralized process?
It has both the component, major items are centralized and some local resources are also procured by concerned commanders.
Okay, so do you experience any delays?
Government procurement system has a set rule under GFR. So delay is only on account of non-availability of item or delivery part from the supplier.
Okay.
As our requirement goes, our quantity goes, rate goes, it is already there. So there is delay.
No, but then why would supplier be, making the goods non-available? He knows that you are going to supply in that particular, you are going to ask in that particular quantity. He has a forecast, or maybe he has a confirmed order. Why is the supplier would still be delaying?
Previously also when the SND was there, the supplier, and now the GEM, the SND is no more. So the supplier, they always keep their inventory, you can say, overflowing, the orders overflowing, and the raw material and
there are other reasons also, ma'am. Delay may be due to other reasons also, ma'am. There are delays. Like, for example, bulletproof jacket.
Right.
It is having a very stringent quality measures.
Okay.
So company that are supposed to supply many a time, they could not meet the standard that is laid down by the procuring agency. So there is delays because of that. So for last 6-7 years, it is trying to purchase, but yes, still it is not able to purchase. It is not able to procure because of that.
Okay.
Some or other kind of requirement arises sometimes. Look, first of all, weight is a criteria. Then after then, there is a level of penetration of bullets, say, that is another criteria. Then durability is another criteria. Like so many things are there. Then when all things come together, certain company meets certain standard, other company meets certain standard. So coming together, all the qualities in a particular product, it's very difficult sometimes to find. So that is why it is delayed. So
delay. Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Sorry to ask you one question here.
Please, ma'am.
Has the specification of these bulletproof jackets changed over a period of time?
Yeah, there is change. There is change. Earlier, there is weight like, say, you can say 14 kilo, 15 kilo, the bulletproof jackets weighing like that. But now it even come down to half a kilo. Even there are different ranges, 4-5 kilos weight weighing bulletproof jackets are there. Half kilo weighing bulletproof jackets are also there. So there is for example, difference in weight and difference in quality, and difference in attributes, I mean to say. In broader term, if I say difference in attributes that earlier we were having and presently we are proposed to procure. So there is difference, and because of that, process of delaying has been taken place.
Okay. I will ask Mr. Singh to give his contribution, and then Mr. Chand, then I will make a comment on this, please.
Regarding body armor, there was no Indian standard previously. Now the BIS has framed the standard with the help of BPR&D, which Jagir can explain.
Okay.
So, National Institute of Justice, NIJ, US standard we are following. Fact is that we are just cutting the fabric and pressing it into making a certain measurement and weight criteria. However, the basic fabric of body armor is not manufactured in India.
Okay.
So we generally import and we compress it as per number of layers according to weight which is desired in the tender and the size.
Okay.
So the procurement, including the CAPF regarding arms, ammunition and equipment, it was very much import based.
Okay.
So that is the problem in getting the item in a delay mode, because we are now creating, establishing capacities, enhancing capacities, but the sector which was supposed to cater for the requirement of these forces, including the Ministry of Defense, were not properly equipped to meet that requirement. The items were kept in the restricted list. They were not open to the general trade unions or companies or the private partners. Now the government is opening up from space sector to the map to the satellite and all, including the body armor, armaments and all. So, but delay is not only on the basis of armament and other things. Even the normal supply item, they got delayed.
Okay.
Because of raw material and quality issues.
Okay. Okay.
Whatever we may say, but there are few in the market who can meet the requirement as far as the specification and quality goes.
Okay. Okay. So now, Mr. Jagichan,
Yes,
would you like to? Yes.
Basically, we are discussing delay here from one angle, from supplier angle.
Right.
Now, there are different types of delays. There are different reasons behind delay. Firstly, in government organizations, most of the delays are on financial proposals because of the complicated system, because of number of channels, and ultimately because of non-accountability of certain officers, not officers, certain officers who are having a lot of authority but causing unnecessary delay. They're putting one observation at one time, returning the proposal, second time putting another observation, returning the proposal. This is one of the major cause of delay on financial proposals.
Okay.
And like we were discussing about some of the supplies like BP jackets and all that.
Yeah.
The specifications are of dynamic nature because of advancement in technology and metallurgical science. The metallurgical science has also advanced. Now the specifications are if the ammunition of a weapon is changed, specification of ammunition are changed, the category of weapon is changed, then definitely the specifications of BP jackets are also required to be changed and are being changed.
Right.
So in forces, basically, we want to frame specifications borrowing different characteristics, different parameters of the best available technology in the market. And ultimately, when we merge all the best parameters and prepare specifications, many of times that type of equipment is not available with one supplier.
Okay.
So this is also one of the causes of delay.
Okay. So Mr. Sanjay Tandon has also written that if we talk of northeast part of the country, things processes in remote areas, then they do not function ideally in terms of metros, cosmopolitan cities. Reasons for delays may be lack of interest, fear on the part of MNCs to invest in certain insurgency-prone areas of Northeast. Okay, valid point, fair point. Sir, I am going to say this, that Toyota, when they started, they faced the same problem, that, the suppliers were inconsistent, they could not find their right quality, and these product specifications kept on changing because every year they had to launch a new model in order to be competitive in the market. So what solution they found out was that, they kept their suppliers close to them. So if you look at Maruti also, the Maruti manufacturing plant in Gurgaon, right? They have all their suppliers or the ancillary units located in the area where they have given, specification to the suppliers and to the, supply base to be assured and in the right quality and consistency, right? So I know government, I understand completely that the government organizations function differently from the private organizations, and there are multiple layers which someone has talked about because of that, financial delays, because the officers keep returning the files. But I think now also, because the governments also need to be competitive, right? They have to be delivering the results. So therefore, there is a need to probably look at the procurement process differently and understand, how it can be corrected. Now, I'm sure maybe the decision is not at your level, but definitely, I'm sure the suggestions would be definitely given to the top command, how to probably streamline your suppliers.
I mean, India, there is no public procurement policy. It has not yet been passed by Parliament. So you can imagine that, are we clear about our goal or not?
Okay.
Madam, initially let me say about that Muri and that one Japanese proverb that you were quoting.
Yes, Muda.
I would just want to add a little that we all know that 99% of the effort that one makes goes waste. And they are not actually waste. They are actually not waste, though only 1% counts. आपने देखा होगा बड़ी किताबें पढ़नी पड़ती हैं, उसके बाद में एक क्वेश्चन आता है बड़ी मुश्किल से. And if you think that बाकी सारी जो पूरी जो book पढ़ी वो बेकार गई, it's not like that, but somehow it is the way we are assessed. Sometimes even जो पूरी book पढ़ी उसमें से कुछ नहीं आता.
जी.
So it is rather, life is like that, that 99% of the efforts that one makes doesn't, I mean, and same is extrapolated here as well. We make domination day in and day out. We may not get anything in nights together, but on one fine day we'll get a catch.
Okay.
This is what it is. I mean, if you look at, we were in Jammu before coming here in North, on the Eastern Command, much to my distaste. I tell you that we were there, and just to get one odd tunnel, we had to work day in and day out and find out where from the militants can, do this kind of an endeavor. But yet, it is not the waste. If we start putting it ki Muri hai, it's not like that. It is like those efforts somewhere contribute to your success. Now coming to the procurement part, madam, the fact is that we live in a country which is run by bureaucrats.
Yes.
And we cannot somehow, I mean, there are so many checks and balances.
Yes.
And the system has been put in such a way that we have to follow being in the government services. I mean, Maruti के लिए बहुत easy हुआ कि वो अपनी ancillaries वगैरह वहीं लगा दे. लेकिन हमारे लिए possible नहीं होता है कि, I know my friend SK Singh, my batchmate, he is an expert in armaments.
Right.
But even he has to deal with the director of the MHA who does not even know probably what the arms are. And then he has to make him convinced, and every time he'll go with the file that this is the file, it has to be procured, this is what is required, and they will come with a query which he may not have appreciated. And then he has to give the explanation. And this is a professional hazard that we are having. Our system is such. Probably if you go to the US, the system works much finer and much better way, in a much smoother way. But हमारे यहाँ तो भाई IAS हो आप, unfortunately, और बस आपके टैग पे IAS लगा है, तो बस अब आप ही सब कुछ बताएंगे. बाकी तो और कुछ जो डोमेन नॉलेज जिनकी है, उनको तो आता ही नहीं है.
नहीं सर, आजकल जो ISP हैं वो टेक्नोक्रेट्स हैं, you know, they are supposed to be.
Are they working?
For defense.
See,
I'm not saying
देखिए
for defense.
आपने 1988 में IIT करी, 19 में IIT करी. It has no relevance here in 2022.
Right.
How
right.
many of them are really technocrats and working in their own field? Let me tell you, there was a, please don't take it, I mean, this way.
No.
We are discussing it.
Indian
is one organization where there is no IAS, and it is said to be the most efficient organization in the country.
Indian Railways.
So it is like that. You put an MHA में हम लोगों को उनको कन्विंस करना पड़ता है जिसको SSTI पता ही नहीं. अब ये SK सिंह जाएंगे, SSTI का पूरा कॉन्सेप्ट समझाएंगे, उनको कुछ नहीं पता. They have never handled it. But yet it is
मेरे पास तो बहुत कहानी है. 24 तारीख तक कम पड़ेगा सुनाने में जो. और ऐसा नहीं कि मैम को पता नहीं है. अगर पेपर भी नॉर्मल इंडिया में अगर पढ़ता है कोई तो उससे पता है कि हम अपनी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी से भागते हैं और बातों में कैसे हम घुमाते हैं. ड्यू डिलिजेंस, ट्रांसपेरेंसी,
मैम टू ओवरकम दिस,
ये ऐसे वर्ड्स हैं जिनमें हम घुमाते रहते हैं.
यही चीज है. ये चीजें ओवरकम करने के लिए मैम, डिले ओवरकम करने के लिए तो गवर्नमेंट इज ट्राइंग टू इंट्रोड्यूस द सिंगल विंडो क्लियरेंस सिस्टम लाइक दैट. FDI में जो सिंगल विंडो क्लियरेंस सिस्टम गवर्नमेंट इंट्रोड्यूस किया है तो काफी हद तक मुझे लगता है पहले से तो स्थिति सुधरी हुई है. तो ब्यूरोक्रेट का जहां तक बारी आता है, एज माय फ्रेंड Surender Siro is telling, yes, there are bureaucracy hiccup is there, but still there are certain positives also. And government organization में क्या है, मारुति में क्या है, गुड़गांव में बैठ के मैम गुड़गांव की सराउंडिंग का एंसिलरी लगा के कंट्रोल करता है. यहाँ तो मैम अल्टीमेटली एंड ऑफ द डे प्राइम मिनिस्टर या होम मिनिस्टर.
खनीन इवन कोई भी ब्यूरोक्रेट हो, अगर उसको नॉट ओनली दिस PM, इवन पास्ट में आल्सो अगर उसको इंडिकेट किसी ने कर लिया या वो मार्क हो गया तो डिलीवर करता है. यही तो खासियत है हम इंडिया.
बिल्कुल.
You have been put under camera, you will stop spitting everywhere. Otherwise सारे लाल कर देते हैं. तो we always work and do wonderfully under supervision. Otherwise IIT के सामने मैंने देखा है, IIT डाला हुआ लड़का कोई नॉर्मल लड़का नहीं होता है, लेकिन वो वेट करता है एक दिल्ली पुलिस के कांस्टेबल का कि वो उसको जब दिखेगा तो वो हेलमेट लगाएगा, अदरवाइज वो हाथ में लेके चलता है.
बिल्कुल. We need to be constantly observed. We need constant supervision. ये Indian temperament है मैम, और शायद धीरे धीरे चेंज हो रहा है, but it is required still. We are very much required that.
Sir,
supervisory checks.
I would agree with you completely, but I would like to share a personal experience here. मुझे अपना ड्राइविंग लाइसेंस रिन्यू कराना था. पहले क्या होता था कि लाइनों में आप लगते थे, उसके बाद आप पूरा दिन वहां पे टाउट्स को कुछ पैसे दे देते, क्या था जो भी होता था, But now all I did was, went on to the website and I just applied online and it was delivered to my house in 3 days, right? Yes. It did not require any, going on the premises because my license was still valid. I was within that age group. So I will not agree, kitna bhi mujhe convince karega, I will not agree that the system is not changing. The system is changing. Maybe slow process.
Ma'am, हम तो बोल ही रहे हैं. System is changing. System is changing. But the pace that is required हो सकता है उसमें हमारा अपना difference होगा. Pace that is we are expecting हो सकता है
उसी आपके इंस्टेंस से जोड़ के बताता हूँ हम लोग का दिमाग कैसे काम करता है. How creative we are. ऑनलाइन सिस्टम पूरी एक असेंबली लाइन है जो ये ट्रैक बने हुए हैं ऑनलाइन DL इशू करने के, उनको बाईपास कर देती है इफ यू आर एबल टू पे 7,000 रुपीज वन.
अच्छा, मैंने तो कोई पैसे नहीं दिए सर.
तो आपने नहीं दिए तो आपको नहीं मिला. जो खोजता है हरि को हरि उसी को मिलते हैं, सबको तो मिलते नहीं. आपने से डाउट किया ना तो आपको वैसे आदमी नहीं मिलेंगे.
सही बोल रहे हो. हरि को हरि, जो खोजेगा वही मिलेगा हरि.
क्या पैसे मिलते हैं रिन्यू करने के?
नहीं, आप टेस्ट क्वालिफाई, आप परमिसिबल एज में है तो आपको केवल ऑनलाइन अगर आपका पोर्टल पे शो कर रहा है परिवार के, यू कैन गेट रिन्यूड. अब उसकी एज चली गई और उसको 5 साल के लिए फिर टेस्ट में अपीयर होना है. नहीं है तो व्हाट यू विल डू. अब सिस्टम तो पूरा दिखाता है तो वो बताता है कि इतने बजे आइएगा. अभी जाड़े में जाइए आप कराने, फॉग है, कैमरा 100 मिनट फॉग में ही आपको कर लेगा टेस्ट. कहीं कि जब फॉग और विजिबिलिटी विजिबिलिटी केवल एटीसी पे अप्लाई होती है, डीएल गाड़ी के देने वाले। तो हम लोग इंडियन है, वी हैव क्रिएटिविटी।
यस, कोई जुगाड़ सिस्टम सर वो तो है, बिल्कुल जुगाड़ सिस्टम तो है ही। बट मेरे व्हाट आई वांट टू से इज कि आप बिल्कुल ठीक कह रहे हैं, मैं मानती हूँ। अब आप देखिए सिंगापुर जैसी कंट्री, एक छोटी सी टाइनी फिशिंग विलेज था सर 1956 में, when they got their independence, you know, from Malaysia, they were a very small fishing village. Today they have the third largest GDP in the world, despite the fact they have an area of just about 80 kilometers, radius of 80 kilometers. How? It is, किसी ने कैमरा की बात की, right? Singapore has zero tolerance for spitting. Singapore has zero tolerance for uncleanliness. अगर आप सड़क पे कुछ भी फेंक देते हैं, right? There are cameras installed everywhere. 1 मिनट में आपके पास फाइन आ जाएगा, right? और they have zero tolerance for they have banned chewing gums. उनकी ट्रेन्स डिले ना हो जाएं क्योंकि लोग च्युइंग गम्स लगा देते थे दरवाजे के बीच में, दरवाजे बंद नहीं होते तो ट्रेन चल नहीं सकती थी। उनकी ट्रेन्स डिले ना हो जाए इसीलिए उन्होंने पूरे आइलैंड में च्युइंग गम्स बैन कर दी। दैट काइंड ऑफ डिसिप्लिन आप वेस्टर्न कंट्रीज में जाइए, कहीं पे आपको कोई ट्रैफिक पुलिस वाला नहीं मिलेगा, बट पीपल विल स्टिल स्टॉप एट रेड लाइट्स, people will still follow the system, people will still, and this is, I come back to my first argument.
May I permitted ma'am one thing to add to this, if you permit me? Ma'am, I would like to add one thing.
Yes,
Singapore has banned chewing gum, people obey that, but here gutka has been banned, but you will find even in front of your university there will be shops where gutka is selling.
I
so
agree,
this is
sir.
India where basically we are not law abiding, we are being enforced to abide the law. This is what Sanjay is telling, and I fully agree that ma'am we are need to be forced to follow the law. This is our mentality basically. This
Sir,
is
I
the
agree.
difference.
You more so it is in case of North India.
Yes, and how much you can violate, ma'am? Ma'am, जितना
You
जितना
drive
violate
vehicle on
करते हो
Delhi
उतना
roads
powerful
and
है।
you drive vehicle on Mumbai roads.
मैम आपको
डिफरेंस
मैम बता दें, जागीर और सिरोही इंडोर्स करेंगे मेरे पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू को। अफ्रीका की कांगो जैसी कंट्री में ट्रैफिक का जो डिसिप्लिन है इस दिल्ली से 10 times बेटर, 10 times। नो हॉन्किंग, नो ओवरटेकिंग। अगर वहां खड़ा है कोई तो है क्या, अपन बस वही जो कि अगर देख लिया अच्छा ये शर्मा जी का बेटा है, वो सिगरेट फेंक देता है, अदरवाइज पूरे चल्ले बनाता है। पिताजी पूछते सिगरेट पीते, बोला नहीं पीता। तो जब पहचान में आ जाते हैं, जब मार्क कर लिए जाएंगे, then you will be all right.
Ma'am, you go to Bhutan, you will find no honking. You cannot honk. You cannot play horn over there. And it's just we are neighbor. In India, if you cross the border, you will find everything.
Sir, you don't go anywhere, sir. Even in Delhi, if you enter into metro, you find different ecosystem operating in the metro.
कैमरा है अजीत भाई,
बस डंडा का यार है।
मोहल्ले में पहले कैमरे होते थे जो अड़ोसी पड़ोसी थे।
Precisely, अजीत, मैं वही बोल रहा हूँ। We require danda.
No, sir, I feel that, it will take one generation to change, but the change will come. Sir ने बहुत अच्छा example दिया Delhi metro का। I have been born and brought up in Delhi, sir. I'll give you an example. Public transport, जब हम छोटे थे तो public transport बस DTC बस में travel करते थे, उसमें मूंगफली के छिलके होते थे, संतरे के छिलके लोग खा के फेंकते थे। They used to be so dirty, right? We are the same people of Delhi. Why are we not littering the metro? Why are we following the discipline in the metro? Why? Because there is a penalty attached to it.
Yes,
right?
yes.
And that's why, हमको आज भी पता है रेड लाइट जंप करने से पुलिस वाला को 10-100 रुपए दो वो मान जाएगा, ठीक है। लेकिन आज की डेट में कैमरा लगे हुए हैं सर, तो पता है कि आपके घर में चलाना जाएगा, पुलिस वाला हैज नो रोल। अगर आपने रेड लाइट जंप की, इट इज कॉट ऑन कैमरा, द चालान विल कम and you have to go to the court or you have to pay online. There is no other recourse. So I'm sorry.
Digitalization is one of the factor which is making a change. जहाँ भी कम हुआ है मैम वहाँ improvement है, इसमें कोई डर नहीं है.
Yes, and that's why I come back to my first argument. that it's the systems are easy to manage. आप हर street पे कैमरा लगा दीजिए, मजाल है कोई overlight ये red light jump करेगा. So see, we are in the change of transition. Okay, we are probably in the phase of transition, and that generational change will come. Today, if I'm disciplined and I tell my child not to throw a paper bag on the street, that child, when he grows up, is going to follow the system. प्रॉब्लम ये है कि पहले तो एजुकेशन नहीं थी, अवेयरनेस नहीं थी, लिटरेसी रेट वाज लो. अब ये लिटरेसी नॉर्थ इंडिया में प्रॉब्लम क्यों है सर? बिकॉज लिटरेसी रेट, बिकॉज देयर आर सो मेनी अदर इश्यूज अटैच्ड टू इट. ओके, एंड इफ वी कीप सेइंग कि कोई बाहर वाला आके सिस्टम चेंज करेगा, नहीं होगा सर, हमको खुद सिस्टम चेंज करना है. We have to look at our own processes, we have to look at our own pain areas, we have to look at where we are faulting in order to make that change, right? I'll just take two comments on the chat box before proceeding. Someone has written that, unrealistic technical specs take the procurement cycle back by 2 to 3 years. Lack of BSNL landline broadband connectivity in certain remote areas, which is the fact, lead to inordinate delays. My area is an example where I'm struggling during the second half of the day to remain online. Oh, even with Geo, I'm surprised. Anyways, due to red tapeism, which is still looming large, MNCs are hesitant to invest. I agree, system is still the same in remote areas. सर एक चीज बोलूं, अगर रिमोट एरिया में अभी ऑनलाइन कनेक्टिविटी है, लोगों को फेसबुक चलाना आ गया है, लोगों को इंस्टाग्राम चलाना आ गया है, तो लोगों को सिस्टम्स फॉलो करना भी आ जाएगा. There will be a change somewhere.
There will be a time.
Yes. Pardon?
There will be a time.
There will be a time, absolutely, and I'm very certain about this. We have changed. We have seen that change happening in our own times. पहले ये होता था, criminals would go scot free, right?
Ma'am, may I say one more thing on this?
मैम आप नोएडा में रहती हैं, दिल्ली में?
मैं काम नोएडा में करती हूँ, रहती दिल्ली में हूँ. So both places.
Perception about the system, a person living in Delhi.
Yes.
His perception about system has to be different from the people living in remote areas. Like the system works, system responds.
Yes.
So in our case, you will find from when I am saying these things that the system is hopelessly delayed and hopelessly not working. It is because I am seeing that part of the world more clearly.
Sir, I have a personal experience in remote areas. I feel people are still more disciplined. In remote areas, people, they may not have access to the resources, right? Which a Delhi fellow will have. But they are more organized.
Issue of delay come. It is not the question of discipline or indiscipline. Delay is because of the remote area. That why
system doesn't work there.
Are going. System is working, but system is not capable to work. Reason due to some or other reason. Like my friend Sanjay has stated, BSNL, because of BSNL, he is striving for connectivity. So that is the thing actually.
आप पंजाब के किसी भी गांव में जाइए सर, इतना बढ़िया ब्रॉडबैंड और वाईफाई चलता है वहां पे. अगर हरियाणा में जाइए, आई एग्री, नॉर्थ ईस्ट रिमोट एरियाज में अभी भी प्रॉब्लम है, बट the level of digitalization that we have seen, the level of system, I would say infrastructure development. Sir, एक चीज बोलूं, and I'm a logistics person. I have been teaching and researching and hardcore logistics person. पहले दिल्ली से मेरठ जाने में सर 4 घंटे लगते थे. It's a distance of just 70 kilometers, right? Today, because of that expressway, you can cover that distance in 40 or maximum 1 hour. So the infrastructure development is definitely happening. There are certain systems that are in place now. आप टोल देते हैं, ठीक है, आप एटलीस्ट रोड मेंटेनेंस तो है, आप टोल देते हैं, थोड़ा एक्स्ट्रा देते हैं, कोई बात नहीं, बट एटलीस्ट योर कार इज सेफ, यू आर सेफ, व्हीकल इज सेफ. यस संजय जी, आप कुछ कहना चाह रहे थे? यू हैव रेज्ड योर हैंड, मिस्टर संजय टंडन जी. I think he has got
he is having
BSNL का discriminatory approach है BSNL का. मैम संजय टंडन has been muted.
Okay.
One thing I would like to add. Delhi alone is not India.
Yes.
You see what the problem he is facing. You are talking, no doubt, connectivity has reached up to the farthest corner. But the difficulty it is being faced, say some problem is there. We are living in Lutean zone in Delhi.
Right.
We know that Lutean zone is different from other MCD area. NDMC area is totally different from DMC area. So,
MCD area, sir. I live in a MCD area.
MCD area. So you see, you cannot compare Sangam Vihar with, say, Connaught Place. Sangam Vihar again is in Delhi, and Connaught Place is also in Delhi.
Yes.
So we are living in Kidwai Nagar, so we cannot compare Kidwai Nagar with other Ambedkar Nagar. Same amenities, same facilities are not available for the whole Delhi.
Yes.
It is compartmentalized.
Shikhet, the point is, have you made any progress? Is the life better than yesterday? The answer is yes. Are we moving in a good, proper, right direction?
Yes,
the answer is
no
yes.
doubt.
So let's enjoy and celebrate it and move ahead.
Say 80.
No, we are celebrating. We are celebrating, but we are
80 crore plus people are having internet connectivity and they are having access to internet. What about the remaining 30 crore plus?
They will get in time to come.
50 crore people, I say more than Europe, the whole European continent. It is still not connected. What about those people?
Okay, sir, chaliye aap internet to, we take it for a pleasurable activity or education, entertainment, blah, blah, blah. It is still maybe for some people, it is considered as an essential service. Sir, ab COVID-19 vaccine ka agar main example do, 2.6 billion doses had to be dispensed. Every citizen of India needed to have that access to the COVID-19 vaccine. It happened. It happened. Maybe it happened in a phased wise manner. We exported not only that vaccine, but we made sure that every citizen of this country had availability of that vaccine, right? And if you look at the counter on the Ministry of Health, it is still ticking. People are still taking those booster doses. And there is an app that gives you visibility and transparency. Now, more than the process, I would say, if you have visibility and transparency of the process, the system is bound to work. When 4 people are watching that process, then the system is bound to work, right? So all is not lost. I think, I'm not saying we are perfect, but there has been a change. There has been a very positive change. And I'm very certain that there'll be more changes in our lifetime, sir. In our lifetime, we will see things happening at a much quicker pace, right? Now, we are...
Dr. Anita, with this positive note, let's take a 10 minutes break.
Sure. I was about to say that only.
They would need that break, coffee, tea, and I'm sure they would be back with a lot of more energy as they have continued. So let's take a 10 minutes break. We resume back at 16:27. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you. So, Vani, would you like me to continue now?
Please.
All right. We had a nice long discussion on waste identification, but I'm happy this conversation is happening, right? Maybe we are on the 2 sides of the fence, but believe me, the fence is all part of the same country, right? Moving on next, we have now, so we talk about identification of waste, how there is one standardized way for identification of waste, that is to a process map, right? A process map will describe the flow of materials, information, and documents. It shows the various tasks contained within the process. Therefore, you are able to clearly identify the input with the output. And if you also map the decisions that are made along the chain, you will be able to see where the non-value added activity is. It also demonstrates the essential interrelationships and interdependence between the process steps. For example, this is just a random illustration of a process map. It shows the various decision points, yes, no, and maybe the different graphical representations. For example, a square, a circle, arrow will mean a different output, right? But if you are able to draw the process or map the process, you will be clearly able to identify the waste in the system, right? Now, I'm told that, we were doing a scenario analysis with the previous batch, and I'm told that this problem no longer exists, in the sense that, for the number of Jawans leaving for their homes. And so the warrants are now in place online, and usually, if someone is applying for leave, then they can apply in an online system. So the management of railway warrants and everything has been taken care of. Am I right on this? Management of leave has been made online now in the BSF.
Warrant
now it is online process. This warrant process now.
Otherwise also earlier also, there is hardly any example where due to late signing of warrant, the Jawan failed to catch the train.
Okay.
There is hardly any example. I have not at least come across, ma'am.
So in previous batches, we were told that this was a major issue, maybe around 2 years back, but ever since the system has been made online, the process has been improved. So the point that we are trying to make is technology does help in automating the systems, and therefore, it also brings transparency and visibility to the system, right? So again, we have a value stream map where we identify the value, and then we map the process to improve the flow of inventory and information, right? These are just the basic examples where you are mapping the current state, you apply the lean tools and techniques, and then you are able to have a future state where there is a distinct improvement in the system, right? Now, what lean tools and techniques that are to be used, we will talk about this now. So when we are talking about inventory, inventory in common types of inventory in BSF stores is food, and food is divided into 2 categories: perishables and non-perishables, clothing, fuel, arms and ammunition. And the common waste would be overstocking, understocking, or wrong size of clothing, right? Just casual random examples again. I don't know whether you have experienced this situation of understocking or overstocking, or how to discard the maybe best before dates if the expired products. So is there a system to manage that? Maybe you can see where needs improvement in the stores, and then you can decide on the inventory, right? Now, if you look at the inventory, if there is overstocking, for example, it is hiding certain decisions. For example, there is a wrong process of procurement, or maybe the supplier has delivered wrong items, or maybe the person who is managing the store has miscounted the existing supply. So there could be any number of reasons for operational issues, right? Now, if overstocking is there, it is hiding certain inventory issues, right? And therefore, I don't know whether there is actual overstocking in BSF stores, but in normal, if you look at many MNCs, huge problem of either overstocking or understocking. Right now, for example, we are facing semiconductor chip shortages. During COVID, we have faced all kinds of shortages because the goods are being made in one country, they're being imported from another country, and there is a global logistics in place, right? Now, one way to manage inventory is have a Kanban system, which is a pull system, right? Where you flash cards. It is an automated system, replenishment system through signal cards, which indicates more goods are needed. Now, I'm sure, now the procurement system must have been automated in BSF also. So a computer alert may be generated, just like, a mobile alert is now in everyone's there. If a delivery is about to be made, or if you have placed an order, then you can do the tracking and tracing. So those kind of systems may be in place, right? So these now, earlier they were physical cards, signal cards. Now they have been generated through the systems. So you can have either a 2-bin system or a 3-bin system. In a 2-bin system, you have a direct connect with the factory and the supplier. And in a 3-bin system, you have a stores in place. Now, I know government procurement system works a little differently, but we are just talking about the best practices here, right? Now, we have, one way to manage inventory is the LIFO and the FIFO system. LIFO is last in, first out, and FIFO is first in, first out. Both are equally applicable. Now, can you give me an example of first in, first out is very, very common, right? All our food perishable inventory is stored in such a manner. But any example of LIFO system in place, last in, first out? Would you be following that?
ड्राई राशन मैडम,
Dry ration. Yes.
जो पेरिशेबल आइटम है उसका आपने बताया, गोभी, अंडा या जो भी है, मीट है, आज आएगा, आज कंज्यूम करना पड़ेगा।
बिल्कुल।
बट जो ड्राई राशन होता है, गेहूं, चावल, आटा या जो भी है, उसका प्रोसीजर ये रखना पड़ता है कि मान लीजिए आपने इस महीने जो चावल मंगाया है, इस महीने जीरा, आटा जो भी मंगाया है, यू हैव टू टेक, एंड दैट इज द बेस्ट मैनेजर, जो भी हवलदार हमारे होते हैं या ASI होते हैं उसको मैनेज करने वाले, दे हैव टू टेक केयर कि हमारा जो पुराना आटा है, पुराना जीरा है, उसको निकालना पड़ेगा। सेम गोज विद द क्लोथिंग्स आल्सो, कि पुराना, अगर आपके पास नया कपड़ा आया है
जी,
तो आपको पुराना कपड़ा वो निकालना पड़ेगा, सो दैट अपनी शेल्फ लाइफ वहीं पड़े ना खराब कर दे।
एमिनेशन भी है।
Ammunition is automated, what SK is telling. It is a regulated system. उसमें हमें ज्यादा सोचना नहीं पड़ता। The moment ammunition comes, new ammunition is taken over into one bracket. उसके बाद जो पुराना है उसको थोड़ा सा अपवार्ड कर देता है, सबसे जो पुराना होगा उसको थोड़ा और अपवार्ड कर देता है। So it is automated. But ये जो ड्राई राशन और क्लोथिंग, ये ऑटोमेटेड नहीं है, ये व्यक्ति की विवेक और समझ पर निर्भर करता है, जो कमांडर है वो कितना इंटरेस्ट ले रहा है।
एब्सोल्युटली। और ये आपने एक बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट बात बोली है, क्योंकि सी व्हेन पीपल आर मैनेजिंग दैट सिस्टम, देयर आर बाउंड टू बी एरर्स। अगर वो ऑटोमेटेड होगा तो वो सेल्फ रेगुलेशन में चला जाएगा, ठीक है। लेकिन जब ये होता है, कई बार हमसे चीजें मिस हो जाती हैं। आई एम नॉट सेइंग द मिस्टेक्स आर डेलिबरेट, बट समटाइम्स वी टेंड टू ओवरलुक थिंग्स। सो बहुत सारी चीजें एक्सपायरी में पड़ी हैं। हमारे अपने नॉर्मल फ्रिज में आप देखिए, जो चीजें पहले खरीदी जाती हैं वो पीछे पीछे चली जाती हैं, उसके बाद हम स्टॉकिंग करते रहते हैं, बट पीछे से हम कई बार निकालना भूल जाते हैं, राइट। सो वी हैव टू मेक श्योर दैट द स्टॉकिंग इज डन इन सच अ मैनर दैट, स्पेशली फॉर पेरिशेबल, इट हैज टू बी first in, first out, and for dry ration and for clothing, last in, first out can be also implemented, right? So node system is like, it totally depends upon the shelf life of the product. It depends upon the nature of the product. It depends upon the sourcing, how frequently the product is being replenished. And that's how, you need to maintain either a LIFO system or a FIFO system, right? Now, there are certain established procedures for maintaining inventory in a store. It could be ABC analysis. Now, ABC categorization we do in the order of either valuation or in terms of volume, right? So if we are consuming one particular item in a bulk, or it's a high value item that is given a high priority, which is A category, B category, and C category of products, depending upon the priority, what is needed. Like, for example, clothing replenishment does not need to be done on a monthly basis, right? It can be done on maybe 6 months basis or a yearly basis, whereas food needs to be, or fuel or diesel needs to be stocked on a monthly basis, sometimes on a weekly basis as well. So therefore, categorization of items needs to be done. Then you have optimized picking and packing processes, where you have systems where right from the Jawan to maybe the higher ups, they all understand the system very well. It is optimized, the process, and it is explained to the people, right? You have inventory KPIs, key performance indicators. आप अपने establish कर लीजिए, मुझे मेरे store में 10% से ज़्यादा waste नहीं चाहिए, I do not need, maybe, you can decide on your own limits, KPIs, whether you want the store to maintain a certain level of inventory. Iske niche safety stock ke niche nahi jana chahiye. That we have to keep the supplier lead time also in mind. Because agar मेरा safety stock नीचे जा रहा है और मेरा supplier is still in the position of not supplying, then it will go into a dangerous level, right? So you need to do a batch tracking, and you need to do a accurate reorder point, when to order and how to order, and so that the supplier lead time is managed. So that is very important, and you need to carry some safety stock. I'm sure these are basic principles of inventory management, right? And people do follow them in every stores. Is there anything that is not being followed in BSF in these batch tracking, reorder points, safety stock, keeping supplier lead time in mind? I'm sure these must be being followed by BSF. Okay, so moving on next. Now, this is a random picture that I picked from the internet, and I presume it is one of the BSF stores. Can you pick any 4 improvement opportunities in this store management, right? So any 4 improvement opportunities in this?
ये तो आप ही बताइए मैडम कैसे किए जाए.
नहीं सर, I'm sure.
मैम जो लूज और छोटे आइटम्स हैं वो होने चाहिए ड्रॉर में, और ऊपर की तरफ पैकेज हैं, और उनको आप स्टोर में नीचे या टियर 3 में रख सकते हैं, जहां पे मतलब कम आप फिडलिंग करते हैं. बाकी ये जो रैक से निकाल दिए हैं या पैकेट से, वो डिस्प्ले में हैं, उनको वही होने चाहिए जो आप विद इन 10 days, 15 days और विद इन मंथ यू आर गोइंग टू डिस्ट्रीब्यूट. अदरवाइज अनपैक करने का कोई रीजन होना चाहिए. तो बेसिक मतलब यही.
हाँ, basic principles है सर. एक तो labels, I think maybe every rack can be labeled so that sizes or
label,
if it is a trouser,
bean card, we maintain that label, bean cards, displays there. Because these stores are under inspection whenever any senior, or even on every Monday, commandant used to visit these stores formally.
Right.
There is
ये दुकान लग रहा है मुझे. This appears to be shop. This is not appears to be BSF store.
Okay. जो भी हो, आपका नहीं हो, आर्मी का होगा, लेकिन है तो आम जैसे ही ना कोई.
नहीं, ये स्टोर नहीं, दुकान लग रहा है मुझे मैम.
हाँ, मे भी.
सर एक चीज, यूनिफॉर्म दुकान पे बिकना अलाउड है?
हाँ.
नहीं, ऑफिशियली नहीं है, गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया हैज बैंड इट.
वो पर्टिकुलर सेट बैन है, लेकिन उससे वही है कि
क्लोजर
में हाँ विजुअल उसके.
ओके. Okay. Khair, so we are just talking in random as to improvement.
मैम इसमें एक चीज है जो अनपैकिंग हुआ है, जो ये अनपैकिंग हुआ है, it is not required if it is not to be used, not to unpack.
Yes.
That is one thing can be done. It is not supposed to be unpacked.
Absolutely. If it cannot be randomly placed like this. If it is not required, it should not be unpacked. Number 1. Number 2 is the labels should be in place. Number 3 is that, color coding can be done for trousers, for shirts, and so that, every packet need not to be extracted. And then, the bags, the bulky items are coupled with the smaller items, so they can be organized in a better way. So,
ma'am, as far as your tagging is concerned, in BSF, there is a concept called bean card. Everywhere you will find this thing. It is everywhere you will find, wherever there is a store. It is tagged appropriately about the particular item.
Okay. And the bin card must be mentioning the batch number, the volume, or the amount of quantity of material that is there. Who is the supplier?
Yes. Not to that extent, but quantity. Quantity, generally mention the quantity and items. Generally, these 2 things are there. In addition to that, certain information added, but generally these 2 are there.
Okay. So, sir, from what the sessions that I have conducted so far, I understand that understocking is a problem. Like sometimes, because the supplier is delayed in doing deliveries. Is overstocking a problem, that you have excess inventory, and what do you do with that excess inventory?
Generally, personal wrong motive से ही overstocking होता है, madam. Otherwise, the item are scaled. Their cycle is known, so under stocking may be possible, but overstocking just because somebody has given a wrong order or sizes has been accepted, all the committees, survey committees, inspection report, JRI has not been done with qualified intent, basically.
Okay.
Overstocking, one more issue is there with respect to overstocking. Man, wherever there is localized purchase concept, the procurement concept is there is no concept of overstocking.
Right.
But whereas there is central procurement system is there, certain times, because they procure in a larger scale and do not taken into account the micro level requirement.
Right.
So sometimes that may lead to, otherwise generally overstocking problem.
Even Khariddar, based on the life cycle of item, the procurement cycle has a certain fixed numbers, and whenever it goes for financial concurrence of advisors, then they look into it that what is the authorization, what is the condemnation, what is likely requirement, and what is the delivery period is given. So there is no, officially there is no reason to overstocking other than what I have said, that you have ordered X, you got Y and get it through by that Y has been accepted.
Sanjay, I would like to add to you. Like, for example, I would like to quote few examples, like defense store. For example, concertina coil, one item that we use in defense store. So concertina coil, it is procured centrally. So irrespective of the requirement considered at the micro level, it is generally considered at macro level. So they procure and they distribute in a general term. In certain cases, I have seen, if it is not required, still it has been supplied, and whereas the unit that is just co-located, they require, but they have not got it. Because of that, one unit is getting it overstocked, whereas other unit is having deficiency. So that sometimes happen.
That is poor planning and distribution.
Yes.
That's not that.
Yeah. Sorry to interrupt here, but I have a very interesting, point that Mr. Chaudhary has raised, is that there is deficiency in one store and there is overstocking in another store. Now, my question is, does it happen frequently? And if then, is there a centralized inventory management system that takes into account the current inventory levels in every store?
In certain cases, ma'am, happen. For example, certain stocks are really deficient. It is deficient for quite a long time. Still, we are not getting. Like long angle iron picket, for example, that is a defense item required. It is demand by every unit, and it is procured to be. It is to be procured centrally, and still we are not getting it. So certain items that may happen, but it's not the very frequent with respect to all items. In certain items where there is deficiency.
Yeah. So, sir, just to give you an example, and I know it is not from the government, it is a private organization, Zara, for example. Zara is a clothing brand. It's a Spanish clothing brand. Now, in fashion also, the cycles are changing very frequently. Earlier, there used to be just 4 seasons. Now there are, almost 12 seasons. So every month there is a new stock on the shelf. So what they do is they do a live tracking of all inventory in their stores across the world through the POS system, which is the POS system. And in that, they know exactly how much item is sold at every store across the world, wherever their stores are. So there is a live tracking of inventory data. And how it gets replenished. They know exactly what is deficient in one store, and they know exactly what is overstocking in another store. I know we are a long way away from live tracking, but then in our daily lives now, live tracking is there. Whenever we order something online, that material is being live tracked. You have placed an order with Swiggy, where the order is, whether it is in a preparation stage, whether it has been picked up, how far is the boy. You can actually do that live tracking. So maybe that would be one of the useful systems to get live tracking of inventory management.
And even Asian Paint has same methodology. What is?
Absolutely. So Asian Paints, they hold all their inventory in white paint. Earlier, what they used to do was they used to have overstocking of certain colors, and they would have understocking of certain colors because certain colors were more popular than the others. Then they realized they don't want to waste any inventory. So what they did was they started in holding orderly inventory in white paint, and they installed the color coding machines at the retailer end. And the color blending actually is happening at the distributor point or the retailer point. So if like I'm a customer and I go and I want a particular shade of pink, you know, they will do the blending of the color right at the retail point. So that's the way of, you know, reducing the inventory at a larger level. So there are multiple things that are happening. You go into a subway, right? In a subway, they have 4 different kinds of bread. They have 4 different, you know, vegetables, different types of meats, different types of sauces. The customer comes and says, I want this, 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 and they will prepare it in front of you and give it. So that's why they know that, you know, they don't need to hold inventory. So these are current inventory management practices that are now being followed by many systems, right? Yeah. So coming on next, organization of the workplaces, we have 5S, and I'm sure Army and defense personnel follow this in a meticulous manner. So it is again derived from Japanese words, Seiri, Seitan, Seiso, Sikatsu, and Sitsuke. What it means is sort, set, shine, standardize, and sustain. Whatever you don't need, put it away. If you have not touched it for 6 months, you're not going to use it, right? So put it away, set to order, shine and perfect the system, standardize it, remove the variance or remove the uncertainty, and follow a procedure that is sustainable over a period of time, right? So now if, for example, there are a lot of mistakes and error happening, so there are Japanese tools to support, like this position is making me tired. I can't remember what to do next. Why am I doing these mistakes again and again? Why we cannot communicate properly? So there are Japanese tools. And if, you know, one way to sort things out and to actually, you know, if you look at the Japanese toolbox, there's a place for everything and everything has a place, right? So the box is designed in such a manner that only the tool will fit. अब आप देखिए, अगर आप आईफोन ऑर्डर करते हैं, आईफोन की पैकिंग इस तरह आती है कि फोन का कॉन्टूर अलग होता है. आजकल तो खैर उन्होंने हेडफोन्स वगैरह देने बंद कर दिए हैं. I think don't even give a charger, but there are different contours for different accessories, right? So that it does not get damaged during the transit. And that's what, you know, toolbox is. And this is the example that I was giving, you know, different contours. So there is, you know, reduce the possibility of a defect. Pokioki, what we call in Japanese, error-free processing. Make the system in such a manner there is no scope for error or defect, right? Again, visual tools in Army, I've seen this, or and BSF and all the defense forces, they have very clear visual signs, danger areas, and in manufacturing also, there are very clear visual signs, visual tools. So they help displays and controls used to improve communication of information, make the state and condition of the processes easily accessible and very clear to everyone. Now, you know, in various organizations, we have people with different literacy levels. People come with from different backgrounds. Zaruri nahi hai sabko Hindi aati hai ya English aati hai. So you have the picture, you know, we have this old saying, a picture can say more than 1,000 words, right? So if you make the process in a pictorial manner or in a graphical manner, then it is easy for everyone to understand, even if the literacy level is low, right? So visual tools, Japanese have a great way of, you know, presenting all information in visual tools. Then you have automation, which is, you know, if it is possible to make the process from manual to automation, right? So now here, if you're seeing that the first picture shows, it's a total manual process, feed as well as watch machine cycle. In the second step, you know, the feed has been automated, but the watch is still manual. And in the second step, both has happened, right? So you have automation happening in the feed cycle as well as watch cycle also. Now, one observation that I would like to have from the group is why are people resistant to automated systems? Why people don't want to use automation? आपको लगता है there is a resistance, you know, technology या फिर automation में there is a resistance to change or move on to processes, automated processes?
नहीं मैम, जो यूजर फ्रेंडली ऑटोमेशन है उसको तो विलिंगली एक्सेप्ट करते हैं। जहाँ पे उनकी अकाउंटेबिलिटी फिक्स करने की एक उससे टूल मिलेगी वहां पे रेजिस्टेंस है। जहां वो अंडर स्कैनर है वहां रेजिस्टेंस है। जहां पे उनको ईज हो रहा है वहां तो वो टेक्नोलॉजी से साथ ही है, कहेंगी मैच करके चलना है, अदरवाइज पीछे भी नहीं है। लेकिन
This is in our context.
Yeah,
this is in our context.
Absolutely, Mr.
Also,
Singh.
as a society also, there are, in Corona time, you must have seen that the machines were lying in the hospitals and the trained people have framed their specification. They have purchased and they were lying unused because the private vendors outside that government hospital were managing their labs and imagery centers and giving some commissions to somebody. So if it is suiting us, we will not go for automation. But if it is suiting us, then we will go. Otherwise, we will resist.
The other perception is that automation is bringing unemployment. The capitalist class is introducing more and more automation in order to bring down the cost, input cost.
इस तरह को कोई बाय नहीं करता है। वो तो कंप्यूटर आया था राजीव गांधी के टाइम पे, उस समय भी लोग बोल रहे थे कि इससे अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट आएगा। अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट तो ट्रेंड ही है पॉपुलेशन की वजह से, तो उससे तो लेकिन
नहीं sir, I am sorry to interrupt here, but there is a valid point Mr. Singh has raised that, you know, there is a fear of jobs being taken away if there is automation. Like, for example, if you look at the metro stations, again, I give the example of metro stations. Ever since they have put the vending machine there, right, for the dispensing of tokens and the cards, right? Lot of people, I mean, there used to be a ticket window. People would be there 4 or 5. Now you see only one person in the ticket window, and the automated machines are there. So there is a general perception that, you know, and there is a big debate going on that if everything is going to be taken over by machines, then what will people do? Like, for example, you know, there are so many in bank you go. Today we are doing everything in an automated manner. With net banking, I can make my own draft, I can do my own transfers, I can do my own payments, I can withdraw money and do everything, right? So you go to the banking, any bank now, the staff has been cut by half. The numbers have gone down. So definitely, you know, there is a valid argument going on. But yes, Mr. Singh has also made a valid point. जहाँ पे हमको सूट करता है, हम टेक्नोलॉजी यूज करना चाहते हैं, हम फेसबुक, इंस्टाग्राम वगैरह सब चला सकते हैं, लेकिन when it comes to sending a mail to a colleague regarding information about a certain process, we tend to resist that, right? I'm sorry for being blunt, but that's what.
नहीं मैम, एकदम परफेक्टली ऑलराइट। एक आपको जोक सुनाता हूँ। 96 से अभी तक हमने करीबन 3 पे कमीशन देखे हैं
जी, और
सैलरी जो इनहेंस हुई ऑलमोस्ट वो 5 टाइम्स है, 10 टाइम्स है
जी।
कोई भी आदमी नहीं आया होगा ये बोलने के लिए कि सर मैं पहले 5500 रुपए पाता था, अब 70,000 पाता हूँ, इसका क्या करूंगा। जो ही उसके हाथ में एक नया गजेट देगी यूज करने के लिए, वो तुरंत विद इन मिनट्स आ जाता है, सर इसको मैं नहीं जानता हूँ कैसे होगा। उस 70,000 को मैनेज कराने के लिए आज तक मेरे पास कोई नहीं आया कि सर अब तो ये 70,000 आप बताएं सर क्या करूं इसका। इवन इन गवर्नमेंट जॉब दिस रेजिस्टेंस इज मोर, प्राइवेट तो कोई अपनी चलती नहीं है। और बाकी सेक्टर्स तो रेलवे एंड ऑल, इवन द ऑर्डिनेंस फैक्ट्रीज, रेलवेज, they have faced the not with the pace of technology, they were not with the pace, so they are facing the music now. तो ये रेजिस्टेंस तो है, गवर्नमेंट में है। गवर्नमेंट में एक्चुअली हम आते हैं, टंडन ने सुबह एक बहुत अच्छा किया था कि एक लोग आते हैं सैलरी लेने, एक आते हैं काम करके सैलरी लेने। तो हमें ये लगता है गवर्नमेंट में कि एक एग्जाम आप पास करिए, उसके बाद आपको कुछ नहीं करना है। आप फिर बाद में वो तो 6, 7, 8 नंबर्स मिल जाते हैं, यू विल गेट प्रमोशन ऑन टाइम। अगर ऐसा नहीं होता तो गवर्नमेंट में एक रूल है 56J, जो 32 साल नौकरी के बाद लोगों पे अप्लाई हो रहा है, दोज हु आर नॉन परफॉर्मर। तो फिर 32 साल वो सरवाइव कैसे किए?
जी,
सिस्टम हैज फैसिलिटेटेड।
Yes, I agree.
Nobody has nurtured them. Yes, incompetency को हम बढ़ावा देते हैं कहीं ना कहीं तो इन चीजों से.
I completely agree with you here. For example, आप
मैम
देखिए
मैम एक
गवर्नमेंट
छोटा सा
ऑफिसेज में
उसके साथ मैं और एग्जांपल देता हूँ मैम.
हाँ
एक
जी,
एग्जांपल देता हूँ मैम.
हाँ जी,
ब्यूरोक्रेट जितना है हमारा, ब्यूरोक्रेसी ही कहाँ गवर्नमेंट स्कूल एस्टेब्लिश करना, कहाँ नहीं करना, दे सैंक्शन इट, दे अप्रूव एवरीथिंग, दे अप्रूव इन फाइल. लेकिन किसी भी ब्यूरोक्रेट का बच्चों को आपने कितने गवर्नमेंट स्कूल में पढ़ते हुए देखा, आप मुझे बता दीजिए मैम. इट इज इफ यू हैव सीन एनीवेयर, आई एट लीस्ट आई हैव नॉट सीन. We
even I
others
have
look
not
for
seen.
some private school. Why?
So that is a larger debate, but मैं what I was trying to say was that आप बिल्कुल ठीक कह रहे हैं. गवर्नमेंट इंस्टीट्यूशंस में आज की डेट में भी बायोमेट्रिक अटेंडेंस मॉनिटरिंग सिस्टम को रेजिस्ट किया जाता है. And now when the government talks about connecting that biometric system to the pay system, right, that आपकी इतनी leaves record हो गई हैं, आपने इतने late coming आए हैं और वो है, then people do resist and they will find ways and means to bypass the system, right? So definitely automation is good, you know, but then people are reluctant to switch over to systems because it creates transparency and visibility in the system. अब आप देखिए सेल्स टैक्स ऑफिस में पहले क्या होता था कि अब सब कुछ ऑटोमेटेड हो गया है तो बैक डेट से आप रिटर्न्स नहीं फाइल कर सकते, बट पहले लोग करते थे, बहुत करते थे. And now, you can't go into backdate. So, and people are resisting, a lot of people have resisted the change. So, I mean, there's a larger debate going on for sure. But the fact is that, yes, we need to understand that technology is like fire. ऐसा नहीं है कि sir, technology is the answer to everything. There are a lot of cyber crimes happening. There is a lot of nonsense happening on the internet. Also, people are suffering from depression because of these social networking sites. There is cyber bullying happening. So technology is like fire, sir. If we know how to use it, it will keep us warm, it will cook food for us, but if we don't know how to use it, then it can burn us also, right? So tag time is something, this is more from the manufacturing perspective. I'll give it a miss. But if you now look at this, and I talked about people's approach to management, we have lean tools for everything, like for example, ergonomics. If a person is sitting on the computer, so for 8 hours, are you making sure that, the eyes are not getting tired, or he's sitting in a comfortable position? If he's working on a machine and doing a laborious job, are you giving him the right tools to facilitate his job? So those kind of ergonomics are now being taken care of. Then documentation and visual aids to help, people to remember their tasks. And now people have their phone calendars, where there is a mobile alert, you're due for this meeting and that meeting and those kind of things. Pokioki, error-free processing. If you do not want to make the mistakes, make the system in such a manner that it is not possible to make a mistake, right? Daily scrums, daily meetings, daily management activities, tag time, and 5S, right? Now we come to one important concept in lean tools, which is the theory of constraint. One way to remove uncertainty in the system is to remove the constraint or the bottleneck, right? Which is identifying the most important limiting factor that stands in the way of achieving a goal, and then systematically improving that constant, unless it is no longer limited. Now, so what theory of constraints is, we have to keep asking these questions. Why to change? People are resistant to change but change is the only constant in life. That's what I feel. So we have to change, what to change to, and then how to cause that change. These are 4 important questions that need to be answered. Now let's talk a little bit about quality. What is quality? We have discussed it a little bit, but we can talk about it. Which do you think has a better quality? I mean, out of the 2 cars, people will say obviously Mercedes, right? But both actually have fitness for use, and that's what the quality parameters are. How well the product and the service does what it is supposed to do. So that's fitness of use. And then, of course, you have standardization of processes, designing quality characteristics into a product or service, right? Mercedes and a Ford are equally fit to use, but with different design dimensions and of course different price dimensions. So if you look at the dimensions of quality in services, in products, it is very easy to find out what is the quality. We look at the product specification of this product and we can find out the quality. But in services, we are all, I'm in educational services, you are in, border security forces. We all have tangibles and we also have non-tangibles, right? So in this particular case, for example, time and timeliness, completeness of the job, courtesy, consistency, accessibility and convenience, accuracy, responsiveness, and these are all part of non-tangible measurements of quality, which we can actually, see how well we stand on these parameters. And I think most of our defense forces, including BSF and all, they have a very strict protocol to follow these service quality parameters, right? Moving on next. Now, someone had talked about inconsistency of the processes. Yes, every human activity has variability, right? But it all depends upon what is our tolerance limit, right, to variability. So therefore, anything that falls beyond those tolerance limits is actually a defect in the system. And we have Six Sigma for this, which actually is the key to understanding how to reduce variability. Now, what is Six Sigma? Six Sigma is 99.99966% good, whereas 3.8 Sigma is 99% good. And if we talk about in numbers, you can just look at the numbers like Honda or Toyota. From their suppliers, they have a tolerance limit of only 3.4 parts defect per million. What does that mean? Out of every 1 billion part that is supplied by the suppliers, the defect limit is allowed, which is only 3.4. So that's Six Sigma, right? Do you think it is difficult to achieve that level of specifications or standardization?
Yes, definitely, ma'am.
Sir, I'm happy to tell you that Mumbai Dabbawalas, I don't know how many of you have heard of Mumbai Dabbawalas.
Yes.
These are a group of not so high educated people. They have a Six Sigma certification. That means if they're doing 1 million deliveries in a day, their defect tolerance level is only 3.4 dabbas, right? And they are skilled workers. I will not call them unskilled at all, because they're very, very skilled at their jobs, even though they may not be highly educated, right? But they're highly skilled at their jobs. They know what to do, when to do. Each dabba is marked with a color coding, and even if you are not able to read the language, the color coding helps them to deliver the dabbas perfectly. They do not have cases of wrong dabbas being delivered to wrong locations. They do not have cases of wrong dabbas being picked by wrong location. Precisely, at 1 o'clock, the dabbas will be delivered, and they have a valid Six Sigma certification. So, sir, I think.
So they have practiced so much that they are better than machines.
Yes, absolutely. And if you look at it, it is not overnight this change has come. They have had the practice of 60 years. But that level of perfection has been brought about. Why? Because it's a very, very close-knit community, right? If you look at the Dabbawala community, they are a community of their own. They have this culture of, seniors training the juniors. They follow a certain code of conduct, which is so standardized. And there's a beautiful documentary on Mumbai Dabbawalas on YouTube. If you have time, I'll send you the link. Please watch it, how they are managing this level of perfection. Their case study has become a benchmark in Harvard, Prince Charles had come and visited them, and now he's King Charles. So he has come and visited them, and then they have, gone through the certification. So I'm not saying to have this level of perfection, you need to be highly educated or you need to be highly skilled, but definitely, there has to be some kind of a mindset attached to it, right? How they do it, please go and see that YouTube documentary. It's a real eye-opener. Moving on next, there are certain toolboxes in Six Sigma. It is beyond the scope of this session, but we have already discussed process flow diagrams and all, standard operating procedures, SPCs, statistical process controls, and so on and so forth. Right. Now, one important thing in Lean is the PDCA cycle, Plan, Do, Check, Act, right? Or DMAC cycle, which is what we say is, to reduce the variance. So it is define, measure, analyze, improve, and control. So that's you have to define the problem. You have to then measure the problem. What is the output that you're wanting? You analyze how best it can be solved, the problem. You improve, and then you control. And this is, mind you, not a one-time cycle. It is a constant iteration that goes on in improving the cycle. Again, in Japanese philosophy, we have this Kaizen approach, which is small incremental changes, right? We do not say that change the system radically. No, we don't need that. If we do small incremental changes, we will be able to improve the system substantially, right? So DMAC and DMADV cycles, that is part of total quality management. But for the principles of total quality management to work, you need to have an organization-oriented approach. It can never be individual. Individually, maybe we can have many Neeraj Chopras, right? Individually, we can have many Abhinav Bindras. But as an organization like Mumbai Dabbawalas, to have that level of perfection, we need to have that organizational approach. We need to have that leadership quality, strategic planning. We talked about Singapore. Why Singapore is Singapore today is because of the vision of one man, Lee Kuan, right? And he was the one who said, I'm going to make this the best country in the world. And he did it in a short span of 25 years. Sorry, so leadership approach, strategic planning, employee responsibility, continuous improvement, cooperation, we combined with some statistical measures, training, and now we talk about productivity, right? Productivity is the relationship between output and input. If you remember in the beginning of the session, I had talked to you about inputs and outputs. So how can we improve our productivity? There are, we can measure it at individual level, group level, department level, corporate level, national level, and global level, right? Now, individually, we all want to be perfect. But it is important, and we are having this discussion many a times now about India, why it is not able to achieve its potential, right? So, sorry, talking too much. Yeah, national level and global level productivity. The ways to improve productivity, and in this case, if you see the schematic, how can you interpret it? Anyone would like to interpret this? There are 5 ways of improving productivity, right? The first on the left-hand side is, if you increase the output and decrease the input, your productivity will increase. In the second one, I don't know whether you can see my pointer. If you increase the output, but even if you keep your input same, your productivity will increase, right? In the third schematic, a small increase in the input has got a big increase in the output, right? Then your productivity increases. In the fourth one, you have decrease in the inputs, reduce your utilization of resources, your output will remain the same, but your productivity will increase. And if you substantially reduce your inputs, then a small decrease in the output, your productivity will also increase. So there is a correlation between output usage and input usage. We were talking about India. Now, maybe I'll give you just half a minute to read this. If you look at the difference here, India and China are the most populous countries in the world, having a population of 1.35 billion and 1.39 billion, right? They have limited arable land. Both are comparatively equal in terms of cultivated area, in terms of utilization of hybrid varieties. But if the inputs are same, why is China's output, agriculture output, more than India? It is actually 3 times more than India. In India, it is 407 billion, whereas in China, it is 1,367 billions. The inputs are totally at par, right? Population size is the same almost now. Covered area, cultivated area is almost the same. Sown area is almost in comparison. In fact, India has a higher cultivated and sown area. Then why is that, China has got a better productivity? It's a food for thought. I'm not going to give you the answers here. These are some of the numbers which are there. Probably, maybe some of the factors that can assign is the level of education, technology, macroeconomic policies, social and cultural environments, foreign aids and investments, industry policies, and competition. So I would like to open the argument on the floor. Is China ahead of us in terms of education?
Yes.
Is it? I think in terms of education, we have does China have a higher literacy level? I'm not talking about English speaking population. I'm talking about just the literacy level. Actually, India is ahead. In terms of
education, you just mean to literacy or education adding value to the personality or employability?
No, I'm just talking about literacy.
So in that case, I am not aware about China.
Okay.
But it may be higher than India.
Yeah. And if you look at in terms of technology, is China ahead of us? Implementation?
Not more, but almost 25 years ahead of us.
Definitely, sir, because if you look at the infrastructure development in China, how many superhighways do we have? We have just 6 superhighways.
Ma'am, recently Maruti CEO, Mr. I'm forgetting his name, he told that we are 150 years back in automobile sector. So they have taken a long lead.
Oh, absolutely. If you look at, sir, in terms of ports.
But I can say that rather than education, the macroeconomic policies, they have governed their technology, their social and cultural environment, and they never bothered about foreign aids, because once they stabilize their economy, all the Western manufacturing plants, they get established there. They exploited the geopolitical scenario of that time also, coming closer to the USA. So at right time they have clicked almost. We can also click that in the Amrit Kal. Nobody knows, but they have clicked at the right time.
Yes, sir. Why China is called the manufacturer of the world is because 30 years back they invested in their infrastructure. If you look at about 30 years back, the top 10 ports of the world, Western countries used to dominate. Los Angeles, Frankfurt, or Hamburg port, or Constanza port. Now, if you look at top 10 ports of the world, top 5 ports of the world are China and Hong Kong, Beijing, Shanghai, Hong Kong, Jebel Ali, Singapore port. At bullet trains, the number of bullet trains that they have. If you look at the number of superhighways, they've got 150 superhighways. We have only 6. So we have a huge coastline, right? But we have never ever, utilized our resources to an optimum level. And maybe it is because of the policies, it's because of the socio-cultural environment. Foreign aids and investments, yes, we have had more as compared to China, but again, industry policies and competition. Are we competitive by nature? Indians, are they competitive?
नहीं, यहाँ तो दरिद्र को देवता मान लेते हैं। कॉम्पिटिटिवनेस की बात कहाँ है? जो कुछ मिला हम उसी में खुश रहते हैं,
बस उसी में खुश है।
कोरोना की सभी वेव से बाहर आने का एक सबसे बड़ा फैक्टर ये रेजिलियंस ही था सोसाइटी का।
एक कैरेक्टर
घर के अंदर बंद रहना है, बंद रह लेंगे। आपने बोला आज हमको घंटी बजानी है, हमने घंटी भी बजा ली। बोले वैक्सीन लगवाना है, वैक्सीन लगवा ली। अभी बोल रहे बाहर नहीं जाना, बाहर भी नहीं जाना है। बोले गिलोय पियो, गिलोय पीने लगे। तो रेजिलियंस है इस सोसाइटी में।
Self-contented people, we basically people are, it's okay, जो मिला ठीक है, जो नहीं मिला वो भी ठीक है। We are generally happy with that.
क्या लेके आए हो जो लेके जाओगे?
तो वही हमारा गीता का ज्ञान भी यही कहता है ना कि फल करते जाओ, कर्म करते जाओ, फल की इच्छा मत रखो। So we are not competitive by nature.
मैम कर्म भी तो नहीं करते हैं ना, कर्म भी तो नहीं करते ना। हम लोग का वही एक इशू है ना। अगर आप कर्म करते जाओ बोलते हैं, अगर वो ठीक है, जिसको बोलते हैं ना, वो क्या बोलते हैं, कर्मा फिलोसफी, वो फॉलो करते तब भी ठीक है।
ओके,
नहीं करते तो हैं वर्ड का
फल की इच्छा नहीं रखते, कर्म करते हैं, फल की इच्छा नहीं रखते।
लेकिन यहाँ माहौल नहीं है।
Yes, Mr. Tiwari, would you like to give an input?
गीता को मिसकोट कर दिया मैम, सॉरी।
I'm so sorry.
गीता कभी ये नहीं कहता है कि कर्म करो और फल की इच्छा मत करो। इच्छा खूब करो, चिंता मत करो। There is a huge difference between चिंता एंड इच्छा। जब चिंता नहीं करेंगे तो फल ज्यादा मिलेगा। अगर गीता को हम सही समझ ले तो हम चाइना से भी आगे निकल जाएंगे, ऐसा मेरा मानना है। गीता कभी नॉन प्रोडक्टिव होना नहीं बोलता, डॉर्मेंट होना नहीं बोलता, इंटरेस्टेड होना बोलता।
आज समझा ही दीजिए।
सिखाया था गीता, मतलब करते हुए वैराग्य रखो। तो इसको मिसकोट कर दिया आपने। I beg to differ.
My apologies sir, अभी इतना ज्ञान नहीं है, गीता का ज्ञान नहीं है इतना, हो जाएगा। लेकिन बट सर एक चीज कहने वाली है कि अगर हम रेजिलियंस नहीं रखते या अगर हम में वो ड्राइव नहीं है, so if you look at it, you know, all the Western countries are going in a phase of recession, right? If you look at it, the predictors for 2023 is that there is going to be a global recession for the next 2 years. If you look at the newspaper today, China has got a huge surge of COVID cases again, you know, where millions are being cremated. Now, if for Indian financial parameters, अगर आप ये देखेंगे, हमारा GDP, हमारी economy आज भी buoyant है, for the simple reason that, you know, we are becoming more self-sufficient. We have adequate resources. If I personally have this feeling, if we learn to utilize our resources judiciously, if we work on our population, you know, reducing the population, it's going to be definitely one of the best countries to live in. But then again, my opinion.
नहीं मैम, बड़ा इविडेंट है। अगर नारायण मूर्ति है तो विजय माल्या भी है इसी कंट्री में। तो आप चॉइस है कि मैम किसको आप एडमायर करते हो। लेकिन अगर ऐसा नहीं होता तो आज के दिन आप देख लीजिए, कहीं भी अगर इंडिया का फुटप्रिंट है, अगर ठीक है हम थोड़ा अपने आप को ज्यादा ही क्रिटिकली इवेल्युएट करते हैं डोमेस्टिक फ्रंट पे, लेकिन उसके बहुत रीजन होंगे। लेकिन आप एक बार जब सरहद से उड़ जाते हैं समुद्र पार, तो फिर आपको तब इंडिया की ताकत का और उसके कैलिबर का पता चलता है कि ये वही लोग हैं जो कि मतलब ठीक है, सिस्टम को ठीक करने के लिए बोलना तो हमें यहाँ पड़ेगा ही। इन हाउस चीजें उतनी ऑर्डर में नहीं है और एक्सपेक्टेशन है कि हो जाएंगी, लेकिन काम करने से या उन चीजों से तो कभी भी कोई भाग।
I completely agree sir. देखिए अगर यहाँ पे टाटास एंड बिरलास भी हैं जो कि 50 साल से 50 के 100 साल से बहुत सक्सेसफुली बिजनेस चला रहे हैं, राइट? एंड दे वर द फर्स्ट वंस टू टॉक अबाउट कॉर्पोरेट सोशल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी। आप देखिए बिरलास ने हॉस्पिटल्स बनवाए, एजुकेशनल इंस्टीट्यूशंस बनवाई आज से 40-50 साल पहले। आज वेस्टर्न वर्ल्ड बोलता है कॉर्पोरेट सोशल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी करिए, आपके जो भी प्रॉफिट्स हैं आप उसको डिस्ट्रीब्यूट करिए, you know. So definitely, you know, and I'm happy that we are talking about the problems. So you see, अगर हम अपनी आंखें बंद करके बैठ जाएं और हम बोले नहीं सब बहुत अच्छा है, everything is perfect, where is the scope of improvement, right? We need to be vocal about the problems. We need to say, yes, there are issues. And educated people, you know, responsible people, people from, defense, people from education sector like us, we need to talk. We need to say, definitely, you know, then the change will come. Yes, Mr. Tiwari, please, we can have your input.
Yeah, ma'am, actually, I want to add something about economy.
Ji.
We are nowadays, it's a fashion that we always compare our economy with China. China immediate बहुत जल्दी ग्रोथ किया है चाइना ने इसलिए, लेकिन इससे पहले दूसरे ग्रोथ अगर हम देखें यूएस में एग्रीकल्चर की बात करें, यूएस ने अपने को मेज और व्हीट में कन्फाइन कर लिया और उसको हर जगह व्हीट ही केवल उगाया और सबसे ज्यादा व्हीट उगाना शुरू कर दिया। ऑस्ट्रेलिया को ले, लेकिन चाइना अभी बहुत जिस तेजी से बढ़ा है, अभी हमें देखना है कि उसके इकोनॉमी में सस्टेनेबिलिटी कितनी है। इंडियन इकोनॉमी टाइम टेस्टेड है, स्लो है, ज्यादा जमीन में हम कम उगाते हैं, लेकिन स्टिल वर्ल्ड में सबसे ज्यादा सस्टेनेबिलिटी किसी इकोनॉमी में है तो इंडिया में है। एक गांव को भी आप तारबंदी से घेर दीजिए तो शायद 10 साल तक वो भूखा कोई नहीं मरेगा, कपड़े की कमी नहीं होगी, हर चीज वहां है। तो जो हमारी इकोनॉमी थी कि पॉकेट्स भी सस्टेनेबल सेल्फ सफिशिएंट है हर तरह से,
जी,
उस इकोनॉमी की भी अपनी कोई खूबी है। तो हम स्लो ग्रोथ कर रहे हैं, बट हमारे ग्रोथ में मेरे हिसाब से ज्यादा मजबूती है, गिरने के चांसेस कम है इन कंपैरिजन टू चाइना। तो चाइना के फास्ट ग्रोथ से हमें बिल्कुल ये नहीं सोचना चाहिए कि हम उसी रास्ते पर चल पड़े। ऑल्दो इंट्रोस्पेक्शन की जरूरत है, कमियां हमारे अंदर बहुत सारी हैं, उसको ठीक करने की जरूरत है, बट हमारे इकोनॉमी की सस्टेनेबिलिटी जो है वो अच्छी है और धीरे स्लो पेस से हम बढ़ रहे हैं, लेकिन हमारा फर्म ग्रोथ है।
Absolutely, I agree. On this slide is not applicable here because we are critiquing ourselves a lot. We are thinking about improving our processes. हम लोग aware हैं, हम लोग जागरूक हैं, और हम ये चाह रहे हैं कि yes, you know, we have to bring excellence, and it's the power of visualization. Like Virat Kohli says, you know, when I go into the field, before that I visualize everything. कि मैं ये शॉट ऐसे खेलूंगा, मैं ऐसे खेलूंगा, मैं ये करूंगा, मैं ये करूंगा। So that power of visualization, I think what we need now, we need to see our country, you know, maybe growing in the next 20 years, कि हम जाना कहाँ चाहते हैं, हमारा गोल की definition और गोल की visualization अगर हम कर लें, so that will bring, you know, lot of improvement efforts. That's what I personally feel. Overcoming barriers, अब न वो चलता है और जुगाड़ attitude is not applicable anymore. Not my priority. Things are fine. Lack of support and leadership by upper management, takes too much time. Poor employee engagement. All these, you know, we need to overcome. We have to overcome. Like एक वो बहुत पहले था, we shall overcome. So definitely we shall overcome. And if we are running out of time, I'm sorry, I was told I am to finish this session by 5:25, and but I'll take 5 more minutes and I'll end this session. So what I would like to say is that if we have the core beliefs of Kaizen in place, which is humility, alignment, security, respect for each other, service or a customer aligned approach, process, a sense of urgency with this. सर एक चीज जो मैं देख रही हूँ इस पूरे ग्रुप में, they are dissatisfied with the status quo, right? So if this comes out more, you know, we'll be able to make that change and that, you know, satisfaction. So, right, what I don't need to suggest anything, I'll just close the session here. And probably the only thing what I can say is walk the talk. जो हम कहते हैं उसको हम करके दिखा सकते हैं, हमको दिखाना चाहिए, हमको करना चाहिए, right? And that is probably the takeaway that we have, that, you know, armed forces has been responsible for process excellence. So ऐसा कुछ नहीं है जो कि मैं आपको बता सकती हूँ, but the fact is that change is good and we are all here to make slight improvement, small improvements. हाँ जी, please. The floor is now open to all contributions, and we'll take just 5 minutes. But one thing I must say, this is the most interactive audience that I have seen so far in the session, and the inputs were absolutely fantastic. what my key takeaway was that all of us are eager for the change. And if we are all instrumental in bringing that change and having that philosophy of mindset, or that mindset of excellence, we can all do it. So thank you very much. And over to you, Vani. I'm through, I think. Yes.
Thank you, Anita, Dr. Anita, for taking it well. And you are right. This is one batch which disagrees, but very respectfully. They disagree. They put questions. They're eager to know. They voice out their concerns.
Yes.
Sometimes they do not agree with us. And sometimes they say that it's not applicable at BSF, but the element of respect is something that is, they have never been, worded wrong. So that's the best part about this group. And this is one learning that, one of the biggest learning that I am going to take away from them, that how to respectfully disagree and at the same time, how you should be courageous enough to put your views, irrespective of the fact that that there would be a chaos when you utter certain words. But
Absolutely.
then if you do it gracefully, I think half or maybe 75% of the battle is still won. Thank you, Dr. Anita.
One last request, Vaniji. I'm sorry to interrupt you here. Can I request everyone to switch on their cameras? I would like to take a snapshot, and it will be my pleasure, and it is a matter of pride that we get to interact with such people who keep us safe on the borders. So this is for my album and to show to my children, that I have had this interaction. So can I request everyone to switch on their cameras, and I'll take a very quick snapshot. Thank you very much. Wonderful. So over to you, Vani, again.
Thank you. Dr. Anita will share you the group photograph.
Please.
When we do it at our place, of course, it would not have you, but I'll ask Divya to help me out to put you there. Okay.
Okay.
Fair enough. Fair enough. So this brings us to the end of day 9. We have covered a lot of length of the course. Day 10 brings us to this last, last talent as a leader, that is called innovation and change mindset. So tomorrow we'll start usually with our voluntary meditation session. Then we are going to be joined by Arvind. SK sir, Arvind, right? Watch out the name. He would be taking us a session which would be all about what it takes to have an innovative mindset. Then there would be a case study on innovation, which we'll do together. Of course, it's a video case study and Arvind does it very nicely. And then we are going to talk about how do we develop innovation culture at BSF. We have in our last batches learned a lot about what are the different kinds of innovation BSF has done in order to make lives better and easier. This would be taken post-lunch with Dr. Kirti. So that's what is the plan tomorrow. It is all going to be about innovation, innovation, and innovation. As I close the day, again, I'll repeat, you're precious, not only to yourself and family, but to us, society and nation. Please do take good care of yourself. We meet tomorrow. Rab Rakha, Shubh Ratri, Jai Hind. I'll ask my team to share the feedback link. Thank you.
Yes.
And thank you. Thank you for that wonderful interaction. And I hope to see you again sometime soon. Right?
Sure, ma'am.
Bye-bye. Take care. Bye-bye.